I assume the ping I got is you going live.
Yeah, I just been going live. I just hit the
Okay.
button too,
Okay.
so we should be booting in right now.
Does that
And
mean we're going to a starting shortly screen or we're
I assume the
live and you
ping
can
I
hear
got
me?
is you.
we are live now, and I can hear you on the stream, which is good.
Okay.
All right, intro
Hello,
spiel.
world.
Hello, world, indeed. So, we're here. Warhammer World Cup time. Biggest tournament in the whole world and anything whatsoever. Some people are like, football and or soccer is important. We say, bish, please, it's Warhammer time. If you're just tuning in for the Warhammer World Cup, you don't know who I am. Humboy SDS, I stream Warhammer multiplayer. I tend to do a lot of land battle stuff these days because everybody else is doing domination. And I got to fill that niche. But we have been asked to host this domination tournament, and as exciting as that is, I need an expert. So there's a friendly fellow streamer who does a ton of domination content, just tons, absolutely a million tournaments every week, and he's with me. His link is in the description, so definitely go down there and subscribe to that if you like what you see. Good sir.
Hi. I'm Menacing Platypus, or the Wild Platy. I do Total War content, mostly educational domination stuff on YouTube. And on Twitch sometimes. Mostly YouTube these days.
All right. Sounds good. We have started off. We got T-Rex with grabbers and Sandwich. These are not two players I've had any experience with, so I don't know their mains, habits, or tendencies.
Yeah, so I played both these guys quite a bit. T-Rex likes to play a lot of the off-meta stuff, things like Beastmen, Kislev, that kind of thing. Sandwich plays a little bit of everything. He tends to play more aggressive factions, things like, Slanesh, Counts, more aggressive factions get up in your face, that kind of thing. It looks like T-Rex is picking the Vampire Counts himself, so... Oh, and we got a Count Spear. First game of the day, baby!
Count Spear, let's go. All right. For anybody curious, the pick and ban system is 2 global bans per player, so there was 4 global bans before this, and then pick 3, ban 1. So through 5 bans, it does not look like Vampire Counts was banned for either side. Oh, we lost Sandwich. Nope. He FF'd.
GG. Go next.
All right.
So you don't want to count Spear any more than we did.
Yeah. I guess a different thing we could find is Alver versus Anticity. I guess because this best of 3 is just over.
I'm down. I was down to Spec and Anticity game.
Dude, people... I'm joking. We're staying here. But like people always say domination is a long game mode, but this one ended in literally the first faction spec, so I don't know what to talk about.
Speed run.
It's just faction select simulator.
Surprised you to hear that this is not the first time this has happened to me. You pick some bands and then your opponent just leaves. That's happened to me before.
I have some in quick battles a lot, especially having a Skaven name and a Skaven picture. If you pick Skaven, there's a certain amount of people that are just like, nah.
Nah.
And it's like, it's funny because I don't play a ton of quick battles. And when I do, I'm definitely not bringing my super meta builds because I want to try some things and like see if like, oh, I think this unit might be underrated, but I'm not going to throw a tournament game on it. So let's do a quick battle and see how it performs. And then this person's like, nope, Scumlord, gonna just take 50 Poison Wind Globes, and that's the end of me. Hey, Cuden. Tactical Lich, how's it going?
I should open the stream and see chat.
Yeah, you should definitely do that.
Yeah.
And feel free to periodically plug your YouTube channel.
Okay.
I do not mind. Tactical Lich popping in. You also plug your YouTube channel. Tactical Lich occasionally hosts live events, but most of his delicious content is replays. He casts a lot of replay casts, and he's a good man. He has criminally few subs. I watch Tactical Lich videos to learn how to cast. He's been doing it that long and still doesn't have a lot of subs, and it's just a shame. I hate it.
When did you start doing content and stuff? When did you start casting?
May of last year, so a year and a half.
Okay, so you've been around since before I joined.
Yeah. I was a player. I played competitively for 3 years. Joined RTK, the clan you're currently in. They taught me a lot of stuff. Then we parted ways because
kicked you to the curb.
Dude, they wouldn't let me store raw fish on a plate in the community fridge, and I'm like, "What's wrong? It's on a plate. What's wrong with it?" And they're like, "Oh, it smells bad. Oh, it's stupid." Nah, they're a good bunch of lads. It's been the RTK Renaissance, man. Some of them are coming back to our land battle events. Curio, I always say his name wrong, but he was back. He was doing well. I've seen. Why do I always forget his name? Always.
Rusty?
No, Rusty's one of my admins though. He's super chill. But like, he's always triple Shadow Walker or triple Waywatcher guy. Sharks.
Yeah, Sharks came back for
Sharks came back
past
for
couple
a
weeks.
couple. Yeah, it's good to see him. And you guys have been crushing domination mode. Tons of new recruits in dom mode. So.
Not to mention, like, half the tournament hosts these days are RTK.
Mm-hmm. You, Subu,
Yeah,
Houseplant used to.
Tim, Yamai's. Houseplant does occasionally, but there's just enough events that he doesn't feel the need to, I think.
Exactly.
Which is awesome, honestly. We have events, like, every other day at the least.
Hi, human. Hi, chat. Hey, Giyama, AC Maiden. Thanks, sir. And yep, Adama, we got there.
We got there.
Yeah. And then Ulrich's wife, I believe, played in one of my events, beat me, kicked me out of the event.
She shows up every once in a while and just beats really good players. Like, I never see her, like, practicing or very consistent, but then she just shows up and wins. It's really impressive. I've even seen her beat Ulrich.
I have not seen her beat Ulrich, but she beat me, literally the best player alive, so...
Yeah, what more is there to question there?
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't playing my main. My little brother had the controller, and I was concussed. But sure, yeah, she won.
Yeah. And your mom came in and pulled the plug halfway through.
Yeah, she did. Hey, Connor. Hey, Mr. Teufel.
Okay, so just look at these initially. I'm noticing that T-Rex still has the basic bitch counts banner, which says to me that he doesn't play a lot of counts.
It's
It's
actually a shame to not use a sub-faction banner.
There are so many good ones.
There's so many good ones. But you know what's funny? Is there's one faction where I like the original banner the best, and it's Kislev.
Yeah, Kislev doesn't have a lot of great ones.
They don't. I really love the royal blue. And then some people are like, wow, didn't even change your banner. And it's like, nope, I am already the best one.
Well, the problem with that, too, is, like, in the first place to have that problem, you have to be playing Kislev, which is just already a loss.
Hey. I'm going to say hi to these two people, then I'm going to have words with you. Gallet Ugir? I'm going to call you Gala. Gala in Dutch, welcome. So, dude, I've been having a lot of fun on Kislev, actually. I really like them. But there's a hot topic that I want to get your opinion on. Mostly between Loopy and myself. Okay. I insist Winged Lancers and the Griffin Legion are trash. I insist that they're trash. Okay. Loopy says that they're actually really good. And I have been campaigning for CA to give at least the Griffin Legion, the top-tier cavalry that isn't monstrous cav, anti-large or armor-piercing, not both. Loopy is super against this. He says they are perfect the way they are. They're even a little overtuned. How does Platypus feel?
Kislev Cav is garbage.
Kislev Cav is garbage. You hear it here. I got my friend on a stream to agree with me, so the discussion's over.
Well, the entire Kislev roster pays so much for the passive, which I feel like doesn't do a whole lot for them most of the time. Like, it's annoying and it's reasonable, but it doesn't help them, like, do their job outside of staying alive longer and holding. But when your entire roster doesn't do much damage, that doesn't help you. Holding doesn't help you if you can't kill anything.
Yeah. I hate the Griffin Legion. But I do like... Coops is also saying, dude, I love Kislev right now. I think they're fun. I don't think they're, like, my favorite faction the whole game, but they're fun. Because with the Game 3 factions getting added in, there is actually a little bit of variety rather than... The only strength point you had to abuse was that you have ranged units versus a bunch of blob factions. For land battles. Where now that there's other ranged factions, it's like... Some people hate the Buy Our Blood passive, but it is interesting when, like... Okay, 450 gold Costified Dervish is just gonna dive your backline and die, but can it get to your ranged units and muck them up at all or not? And I don't know. I think Kislev can be interesting. I really want them to get some aggressive melee infantry, and I think
their melee infantry is really underwhelming.
Yeah, it's good at holding, but that's it. And it's like it's hard to actually pull off a Kislev rush because it's like, okay, you're bringing cav. Like the only rush I have to worry about is cav, so I don't need any anti-infantry tools. But, I don't know. I've been enjoying them. I also think they need some lower lord options than like Gestalten and Boris and then casters, because the Tsarina isn't really that different from an Ice Witch.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, you kind of have your bases covered. You have the melee beater in Boris. You have like the buffing character in Gestalten. Then you have Katarina or the casters. So I'm not really sure what you would go for. Maybe like a monsters kind of thing. There's not really a lot of monsters on that roster, so.
Adelmo's cheering for Dante. Who's that?
Sandwich.
Right.
He rebranded from Dante's Inferno to Sandwich not that long ago.
Oh, I did. Nobody told me.
Yeah, nobody knows.
Dang it, Dante.
He almost got excluded from Turin's Season 1 finals in Total Tavern because Turin didn't realize he changed his name.
Oh, we used to be friends. You didn't even tell me to change his name. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm rooting against him for that reason. I'll root for T-Rex and Grabbers. Do you normally just like roll with it, or do you cast the builds?
Well, we can talk builds a little bit.
Okay.
Big difference I'm seeing is in Lord choice. Dante's Sandwich has a Blood Dragon on a dragon with a whole massive kit versus the Vlad, which is probably really resilient to the Blood Dragon, but I don't know if he's going to do a whole lot in isolation on his own.
Yeah. Vlad will sit on a point and hold the point real good, but he's not like going to be able to support either of the other points any which way. Which I mentioned to you before the stream earlier today. I played Grom the Paunch on this exact map, actually. I really liked that he could just roll from fight to fight and provide a bunch of buffs and stuff. And then I had two giants hold the middle, and if they ever needed him, he came back. But like Vlad's not going to be able to do that. He's just going to sit on a point.
Yeah, and for counts, the big problem is, well, you can't get Wind of Death where you need it. You don't have a mobile caster that way. Because you have Necromancer on a card, and then Vlad, who's getting sniped by the Blood Dragon and is about to die.
Oh my god, he's taking so much damage. Pop the ring. He didn't bring the ring.
Oh no, if this could be game right here, like this could actually just lose him the entire game. Okay, the Blood Dragon's running away, the Vargulfs are coming in. Vlad'll live, but that's gonna be a hefty amount of invocation tax.
That's why you bring the ring, ladies and gentlemen.
That's why you bring Vlad for the ring, just so he can live.
That's pretty good.
Breath attack coming in.
That's ambitious.
Yeah, those aren't that good against characters, especially when they're moving.
That was yeah. Breath attacks are better against larger targets and stuck targets. Vlad's neither.
Can we talk about how the Blood Dragon Lord was already good in Warhammer 2, and then they buffed Sword of Anti-Heroes, so it's like crazy good now?
They buffed the Sword of Anti-Heroes?
Yeah, it used to give 25% damage, now it gives 50.
Oh wow, it does give 50. Yeah, it definitely used to do 25.
Yeah, it's crazy good.
Dang.
Man, Dragon's getting a little greedy. It's in spears and the mass is all coming for it. Should be fine.
Deadly Dude, that happened to me too, actually. Morris pinged me and said, hey, you ready for a stream? And I'm like, sure, in 2 hours. And he said 1 hour. Whoops. So I don't know what happened with that, but I agree, my friend. Also, are the new Dom maps being allowed? No, those are turns maps, and this is the Warhammer World Cup, so it's run by like a different group of people, and they didn't really vet those new maps, and they just, I don't know.
Yeah.
As far as I understood.
Maps are fun, but they need a lot of like quality assurance testing because they're still new and amateur modders who are putting a lot of work into it, but they still need some refinement.
Yeah. So the front lines have engaged. It is a lot of skeletons and zombies. That's going nowhere fast.
Yep.
The only difference I see is blue brought a bunch of Crypt Horrors and red brought double Vargulf.
Yeah, so I suspect the Crypt Horror is going to do a lot more to help win this frontline fight. I'm not really sure what the Vargulfs are here to kill, other than the Necromancers, which are going to be hard to kill, because the Crypt Horrors do a very good job of bodyguarding for them. Also, there's another snipe attempt coming in.
He's landing.
Going around to Vlad. He's almost heal capped.
Yeah, and he's taking a ton more damage.
I mean, look at this dragon. It has 832 weapon strength.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Dragons something. They're gigantic.
Really good. Oh yeah, dragons should be good.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about Vlad here, because you're paying a lot of money for a Vampire Council Lord. All Vampire Council Lords are super expensive, but he's heal capped, so there goes all of his tankiness.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm really scared for T-Rex, just build-wise. Like, the Vargulfs don't feel like they'll have a whole lot they can do. And Crypt Horrors, like you said, are just going to be world beaters on this front line. You can see the damage value is already going way up for Sandwich over T-Rex.
So a lot of that, I feel, is just damage on Vlad that hasn't actually, resulted in a kill yet. So that's a bit of fake value. But if you can actually kill Vlad, that'll be huge.
True, but the way this game's been going, I don't expect Vlad to see the end of this. Ooh, this could be a big mistake.
Yes.
Blood Knight's catching him out.
Yeah, that could be huge. The Blood Knights can keep them on the ground, but the zombie summon's gonna be bogging them down a lot.
Yeah, and they lost their attack order. They got him back, and he hasn't taken off yet, so they got him surrounded again. But they're just kind of
back for Vlad.
What's going on with these Blood Knights? they're just wandering into the distance.
You know, they've had enough of violence. They've chosen a life of peace. They're just gonna ride off and live with the lizards in Lustria.
All right. Anyway, the main blob fight. Oh, this is just a solid line of carnage in the middle. Nothing else is going on the map.
No, nobody's touched objective number 1. It's been open for 2.5 minutes. Nobody's looked at it.
They just slap their armies into each other like action figures, and they're like, and then I punch you, and you punch me. What is this? Oh god, there's a Mortis engine.
I was saying, there's a Mortis engine for Sandwich and no answering Mortis engine for T-Rex, so that could do quite a number in here. Already racking up quite a bit of value. It looks like those Vargulfs are in trouble. He's surrounded by a lot of big monsters and Cryptors.
Yeah, those Vargulfs are not gonna have a good time. The one thing Vargulfs usually have going for them is, I mean, obviously regeneration, but they have janky models that can sometimes get them out of a bad situation. Like if they get hit once, they'll do this super dramatic flop.
Overcast Dance Macabre on that monster blob going on the Vargulfs.
Ew.
That's disgusting.
Ew. I mean, they're still not getting it done. Like I said, one of the Vargulfs just broke his way out.
Look at the Vargulfs just dancing.
Yeah, they're just
going
chilling.
up and down. Yeah.
Yeah, Peter, that was a totally fine question. I was also curious before I got to host one. I was like, are they going to use those new maps? But I didn't see them in the list, so I assume not. Tournament postponed an hour, or am I hallucinating and I dreamed? I don't think so. Everybody's like me, a Deadly Dude, and then this person whose name, I'm sorry, I can't read your name, are all like, is this tournament supposed to be an hour different? I wonder if like something got changed.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I thought this tournament was supposed to start 5 hours ago. So I was here 5 hours ago and just like, where is everybody?
Oh, you've been sitting in this voice chat for a long time. Also, Necromancer died, but that's not super consequential.
It's pretty big. It denies the passive healing aura, but there is still another one applying that as well for the moment.
Yup.
But looks like the red infantry is starting to die out pretty heavily. Looks like blue is a nice surround.
Yeah.
Hey, they looked at objective number 1.
Both teams did, but the Cryptors outcapped the Skeleton Spearmen, so blue gets the point.
Also, noticing only the Tithe is holding down objective number 3. I feel like Dante's Sandwich could just bring something over and take it pretty easily. They have very, very low capture rate.
I am shocked by the lack of dogs. Like, neither party wanted a quick capturing unit. Like, I'm sure not spam them, but like at least one, especially for how long there was an uncontested point.
I see the dog tire pack in the middle of a blob fight right now.
Well, that's not where they're supposed to be.
What do you mean? They're anti-large. They chew on monsters. But no, Vlad's in a lot of trouble again. He's lost all of his chaff support. It's just him and a Necromancer and a blob with a Blood Dragon Lord.
Well, Vlad kind of threw his friend under the bus because he left. He left out the other side.
He's just leaving the Necromancer to take the hit and is running for the hills.
It's really hard for you to parse who's playing better and why. A little bit, yeah, because it's like vampire counts are a blobby faction. Now there's just 2 blobs and all the units look the same. I would say Sandwich is playing slightly better because of the Lord Snipe, but everything else is a slow bump and grind to death.
Counts, mirrors, and a lot of like melee mirrors, counts mirrors, core mirrors, Nurgle mirrors often come down to build much more than gameplay. Not to say gameplay is important, but build order can make a big difference. I think Sandwich just came with a much more prepared build. I think the Crypt Horrors are very, very effective here. The Blood Dragon is doing a lot more than what's-his-face, Vlad is as well, so I think Sandwich just has a lot more tools to work with.
I see.
We do have backup coming on objective number 3. The Tithe moved off to try and help the fight, and now it's just free real estate for Sandwich.
Yeah, I think moving the Tithe at all is a mistake, because like, what are they gonna do here?
I mean, what were they gonna do holding the objective? It's not like they were gonna survive anyway.
Slow them down.
Yeah. Vlad is crumbling away. He's at 90 hit points. He is dead.
Yeah. Blue still has an objective, but we're not even a third of the way through the points, and without your Lord, and he's down 21 units to 10. Otherwise, other than that, they have the same money. I'm very concerned. Red just doesn't have the grinding power left.
Yeah, I think this is looking pretty good for blue accounts.
I would expect probably an FF soon. Is that visual bug still in the game?
Which
Or
visual bug?
is blue actually capturing... Okay, blue actually captured 2. So blue is green. All right, I see.
Yes. Yes.
I know
blue
there's
is
a visual
green.
bug sometimes
Up
where
is
like
down.
it would be, you know, like the bar is filling up green, and then when it fully captures, it just turns red for no reason.
Yeah, that usually happens when the objective is neutral at first. Once an objective has been capped, that bug is less prevalent.
All right, it looks like T-Rex called it and FF'd, which was like not to be rude, but like the appropriate move. There was no coming back from that at that point, and delaying the game is just kind of wasting everybody's time.
Look at that Mortis engine value. And the Dragon Lord.
2,700. 4,600 for the Dragon Lord. There you go.
Like, killed both Necromancers and Vlad. It's just tons of value.
Also, didn't you say something about the Vargulfs being surrounded and they were going to die? And I said, don't worry about it, they'll be fine.
Yeah, you were right.
Huh.
Those boys are really slippery.
Do you know how many Vargulfs I've surrounded with Rat Ogres only to see them on top of my Warp Lightning Cannon like a second later?
Yeah, but these are things that are good at killing big monsters.
Nothing's good at killing Vargulfs.
Crypt horrors are good at killing big monsters. We're not talking about rat ogres. We're talking about crypt horrors and a blood dragon.
They stumble like a drunk in a glass factory. Nothing can lock down Vargulfs. Nothing.
I'm seeing that. Apparently, you're right. All right, so these are best of 3, yes? So we do have another round of these bad boys. At least one more.
Yeah, I updated the score. I gave the point to T-Rex just because I like him more.
Ever chicken this shouldn't VC and Neuromancer play on 4x speed to prevent audience narcolepsy.
True.
I think that would definitely increase entertainment value.
Yeah. I agree. All right, we got the VC out of the way, and there was 4 global bans. So
And the beautiful part is VC cannot be picked again by either player, so no more counts for this series.
True. I have to hope with the 5 global bans we got rid of Tomb Kings and Chaos and Coast.
I would love for Coast to be banned. Most people don't ban Coast because it's not considered like top tier, but I think they're really, really good and really oppressive to play against.
I will trust your opinion on that. I just don't want to watch on any more Undead. I have gotten so many replays of Undead because in land battles are currently really strong, so I see them all the time in live events. And then people send me replays to either complain about crumbling, which I feel you. I definitely feel you. I love complaining about crumbling. But, so I get those, and then I get normal replays, but like, maybe Undead is in them. So everywhere I look, there's more Undead. And I'm kind of like, you know what? Even if they're not perfect for a domination mode, I still just don't want to see Coast today. I'm good.
So my thing with Coast, and you may have experienced this as well, I'm kind of curious if it happens in land battles, is I'll play against Coast. I will, I'll snipe all their artillery or their guns, their deck gunners, whatever. I'll kill their guns, and then they'll just grind me out in melee. Just zombie mobs and animated hulks will just beat the crap out of me in melee, and there's nothing I feel like I can do.
It's pretty tough.
Yeah.
I had the undead buffs in general are pretty rough, but like there's a video. Hold on. So they're doing their picks and bans and stuff. I'm gonna show you something. Stream. It's a video that isn't out yet, but it does solidify my point. I have a rant that'll come out eventually. Where is it? Undead leadership is broken. So November 13th. Looking for the spot. 19.
You have videos recorded up to the
side charge
13th.
by these guys. I have videos until the 23rd
And they
of
hit him
November.
down to 10.
Jeez. I have
Still
videos
not
till
crumbled.
tomorrow.
So, where I paused it, the Blood Dragon Lord is dead, and he has positive leadership. And I'm like, okay, he can't crumble. He's never going to crumble. And his leadership goes up after he's
And
been
then he
dead for a
dies.
while. Because now that he stops taking damage because he's dead, he has 16 leadership. And it's like,
He's
okay,
dead.
why can't anything crumble? It's so upsetting, man, to play against undead with their leadership buffs and crumbling not being a thing. 'Cause it's like, All right, nothing matters.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know the
Leadership
Sword
is
of
an
Antiheroes
illusion.
got buffed. That definitely explains why I see Blood Dragon everywhere.
Oh yeah, it's so good. I mean, even before I came out, the Cultists of Corn had it, and they were crazy good beat sticks with it. They could snipe characters really, really well.
Yeah, all this slipped past me. I think because Khorne was a trash faction in land battles.
True.
And then when Immortal Empires comes out, it's just kind of information overload. Like, it's impossible to be like, oh, that happened because of the Sword of Antiheroes. It's like, this is a faction I've never seen with a faction that I have seen that got a bunch of new units, and there were stat changes all over the place. I don't know what one-shot that guy.
I don't know what's happening. Yeah,
Sandwich went to Beastmen. I thought you said that was T-Rex's thing.
that is. But Sandwich is also a Beastman enjoyer.
All right.
Beastmen are actually pretty good this patch. The Minotaur buff is real good for them.
I've been having a ton of fun with them on land battles, yeah. On domination
It's been a lot
mode,
of fun.
I did a couple quick battles with them, and I didn't try the Mino bus, to be fair, but I did feel like I felt like Torox was a dad chasing his wanton children around a Walmart, where I was like, okay, I dealt with
Jesus,
point
wait.
one. A mirror again, but we'll get to that. But like, point one, I dealt with it. What's that? You're all breaking on point three? I'm coming. Okay, I dealt with this. Oh, you're all breaking off point two and point one. God. So like my infantry
Putting
just
out
couldn't,
fires.
they couldn't hold anything. It was it was Beastmen versus High Elves, but he didn't Lothern Seaguard spam. He brought like a pretty good amount of Lyran Reavers and Silver Helms. So I had some Centaurs, but I kept doing the thing where it was, I'll spawn a bunch of Centaurs because I'm getting dominated by these cav. Crap, now I need infantry because I can't hold any of the points. But now I have just all this infantry and all my Centaurs are dead, so I need more Centaurs. And it's like, I really should have integrated them more and been like, some infantry and some Centaurs.
Here's the trick with Beastmen and Dom is just don't use their infantry because it's bad.
Oh.
I'm exaggerating a bit, but their infantry is just so inefficient for their price.
Oh yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah. You like have to bring some, but it just feels so bad every time you gotta put some in your army.
I kind of just assumed I'm like, I need infantry to hold points, so I'll bring them. Because I've had way too many games where I sneak a half health cavalry unit onto a back point when no one's looking, and then 45 minutes go by and they haven't even gotten to halfway ticking up the thing, and I go, that was a mistake. I should have just sent them at the archers. Laughs at default Minotaur, why would I choose you? Are you talking about the Doom Bull? I know some Beastman mains really like the Doom Bull over Torox in certain situations. I think it's if like...
Doombull's really good.
Yeah, he is really good, but I also think it's like, if a faction has fire resist, you don't want Torox.
So for me, it's when you need an aggressive character, but you're not in much danger because Torox is a lot tankier. But the Doom Bull is just as fine offensively. He's also a little better supportive because he has that, what is it, Daze debuff?
Yeah,
So he helps your other units trade really well.
Daze is pretty good.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Blackhorn's Ravagers are good. They sure are. The Ungor Spearman Herd ROR, the Destroyers of Drakwald, and Blackhorn's Ravagers, I almost always take those two because I don't know what it is. Something about that 575 ROR, the spears, they're just world beaters. They're great. They're awesome. I've never found a time where I regretted taking them.
They have crazy melee defense for Ungors and poisons that are really tanky compared to the other ones.
They're good. A Manifest, Doombull is the best choice because spelled backwards, it literally contains Moo. You win this round, Amenaphis. You win this round. So Beastman Mirror, do you think T-Rex is just having fun with us, or is this actually a good strategy to just constantly mirror your opponent?
I'm not really sure how they end up in a mirror, to be perfectly honest with you.
Especially on two medium tier factions.
Yeah, I would say medium is probably pretty generous. Like they're definitely a lot better than they were with Minotaur buffs, but I'm not even sure if they're that good these days. Kind of surprised we ended up here.
So you don't have a blocker. I do.
Mm-hmm.
But we can both see the builds.
Mm-hmm.
I'm vibing it.
Yeah.
Vibing it. T-Rex has a theme going.
Uh-huh.
I
I
like
mean,
it.
Sandwich also has a theme going.
Not as cool of a theme. I like T-Rex's theme. It's just the meta
I-
armies.
That's fair. I think Sandwich's theme is going to be problematic for T-Rex's theme.
Lies.
Time will tell.
Lies and slander.
Okay.
Dude, speaking of, there's a replay I cast that no one watching this is ever going to watch, so spoilers. Kislev versus... Ogres versus Beastmen. And the ROR Crushers, you know how the Ogres take those in, like, every battle?
Mm-hmm.
There were 3 Centaurs with throwing axes, and as soon as I watched the replay, I'm like, man, if those bears engage anything, they're getting so many throwing axes to the dome. And they walk around the flank, and they see some archers, and I'm like, dude, don't. And they charge these archers, and they obliterate the Ungor Raiders, and then 3 throwing axe cav go, you took the bait, mate, and just delete them. 2,100 gold off the map, and like the balance of power visibly shifts, and we're only like a minute and a half into the game. It was just like, oh god. So they get routed off, and of course, you know, the Beastman player just sends 1 Centaur after them, and they go off the map. But it's like, good lord, because some people, it's a cavalry unit, so you don't think about it that way. But that's the cost of the ROR Jabber Scythe, diving into the enemy army and dying instantly.
Mm-hmm. Well, this might be a hot take, but I've always hated Crushers. I think they're garbage.
A lot of Beastman players really like them. I don't know how to feel. There are some games where I wish upon a star and Crushers sprint in and carry the whole game for me. And then there's the other 99 games I play where they all T-pose on a single infantry model because they can't figure out which of them is supposed to be swinging. And I'm like, any of you swing right now! And they're like,
I feel like
no.
that's every ogre unit.
Yeah.
Like either that or like with Stonehorns where they just, you know, sometimes their charges will one-shot infantry, and then sometimes it'll hit one model and then just stop in place.
Yeah. That is a really bad part about, like, their whole faction is monstrous, and it relies heavily on charge, but there's that kind of, I don't want to call it a bug, it's just an unintended feature, where, since that's been here since I've known this game, but it's when monstrous infantry charge, like, if one of them gets out ahead and completes the charge, the whole unit has, like, maybe a second left before they'll just peter out into nothing. And it's so annoying that the other, like, 11 models don't also complete a charge. They'll just kind of go, oh, well, Gary did it, so let's just slow to a crawl and lose our bonus.
Mm-hmm. So, you know what I said about banners earlier about, you know, it tells you how much experience somebody has in the faction?
Yeah.
T-Rex is a Beastman main and still took the basic bitch banner, so I'm just ashamed.
Do we ban him from participating in any of the future events, or are we just going to let that go?
I'll have a talk with him afterwards.
All right. That's fair. Is he in RTK or just hang around you guys? Because you seem to...
He hangs on the Discord a bunch. He's not in the clan, though.
All right. You just seem rather chummy. I was just asking. A little bit of bias, but that's fine.
So I'm seeing a very interesting unit on the side of T-Rex. An interesting lord option that I wasn't aware of.
The Bloodbrute Behemoth is the Lord! And the new legendary Lord, Bloodbrute Behemoth. That's very funny.
I mean, it's really tanky, so like it's not gonna die.
Yeah.
Probably.
So
I say now.
T-Rex went like mostly Minotaurs. Both players were switching up their builds a lot, so I don't know if his reinforcements is still like half Minotaurs, but it was for a while. It was just Minotaurs versus Centaurs.
Yeah, and Sandwich went mostly range. He has 4 throwing axe cav and 4 Ungor Raiders, which could be a real problem for those Minos if they can't catch them. So I don't think any of these are the shielded Minos. No, they're all great weapons. So this is looking...
Yeah, I tend to also favor great weapon models ever since they got the changes that they're the same. It's like a shield will sometimes help you, sure, but usually what you want to use Minotaurs for is shock damage or surrounding a big single entity, and it's like all of them are good at the shock damage, and these guys are extra good at the surrounding single entity. So I agree with the choice, but it is going to hurt him here.
Yeah, like who prepares for a full like skirmish missile build from Beastmen? Like who expects that kind of thing? It's a very like atypical Beastman build in my experience.
It is very silly. I will agree.
All right, can the Blob Behemoth's charge animation let it catch this sorcerer for no reason?
For no reason. that was a big overcasted Traderkin that really, to me, feels super underwhelming since the changes.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably still the best spell they have, but it doesn't feel near as good. I mean, look at the damage on the Bloated Behemoth, though. It's already down like a quarter of its HP.
Yeah, it's like a buffed up Spirit Leech, I guess.
Hmm.
But I kind of liked it for Beastmen trying to take out heavy armored Cav, because they used to really struggle with that. And then what brought them into the meta was Traderkin being good and also getting some good units. This is a big overextension from T-Rex.
Yeah.
Throwing some Centaurs into like 5 units and the Butcher's Guard are right there. That's just a...
Yeah, Butcher should tear them apart quite quickly.
That's an L on those Centaurs.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know if T-Rex has like the right tools to actually catch all these skirmish cav or actually zone them out effectively. There's all this like big monster mash army. There's nothing really that you're okay with being shot. You can use to screen.
Also,
So,
real quick note of positivity, which is rare for me. I love that the points unlock at 2 minutes instead of 3. I know it doesn't seem
Yeah.
like a long time, but an extra minute of just doing nothing, it really wears on you. And like that, I was surprised how quickly they unlocked, and that's a good surprise. We take those. Anyway,
yeah, it feels a lot better.
Thought I'd be positive for a moment. Doombull's not having a great day.
No, no, being surrounded by Minotaurs with great weapons tends to ruin most people's day.
There, now his reinforcements are coming. They gave him a second. They're like, you got it, boss.
Minos are leaving, and they left one of their friends behind.
Oh, don't worry. They won't attack him. They never attack the one they can actually hit.
That's true.
All of Warhammer pathing could be summed up with a bird in the bush is worth 5 in the hand.
Mm-hmm. Basically, yeah.
But I want
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one. I don't want the one I have. I want that one.
Exactly right, though.
All right. We actually might have a really good play here from the Reds. But, ooh, a double Minotaur downhill charge counter is going to stop this play. But it was going to be 2 Centaurs with throwing axes and 2 archers getting caught up.
Yeah.
But
I'm really worried about the location of this fight. There's 2 Unger Razors sitting up here on the hill that can just start raining and fire, and I'd love to see them do that as soon as possible.
Dante is a chivalrous individual. He would not ruin a good melee brawl.
Ooh, big Traderkin coming down, though, from red. It's
Yeah.
like 2 Raiders, Centaur, 2 Minos. Really good damage.
It's not doing any damage to those raiders, but the Minos, it's getting okay value.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's doing all right. And Minos surrounding in. It just feels like blue has way more money than red. Where is T-Rex's funds going?
That's a good question. I feel like he's just spamming a lot of Centaurs that aren't accomplishing a whole lot.
Yeah. Because, like, blue has all this range we already talked about. Then Minotaurs that came downhill. Then Minotaurs that came up from behind. And it's like, wait, how... What? Where are all these Minotaurs coming from? All right. Our Lord and Savior Bloodbrute Behemoth is not feeling so great, Mr. Krabs, but he could heal up.
He could, but he has to be in melee to heal, and there's not a lot of safe things for him to be in melee with. Most things that he could be in melee with are Minotaurs that are just going to beat the crap out of him. There's a couple on Gore Hordes coming in, though, that he could probably farm up for some HP.
You're factually correct, but I refuse to believe that he would ever lose a melee fight with anything. Why am I co-casting? Because I wanna. Because I think it's fun.
Fair enough. We do
All
have a bit of an Ungor backcap coming on Objective 3. Unfortunately, they have fuck all capture weight.
Oh, are they expendable?
Yeah, they only have 2
Yeah.
capture weight. Cav have 4, so those 2 spears can't outcap 1 Cav.
That would probably explain why I have so many issues with capturing stuff, is
Bad Beastmen noises.
Centaurs can outcap Ungors. That's messed up.
2 Ungors, yeah. Well, it's equal.
Yeah.
But the middle has cleared up. Red has lost most of their force in the middle, and now blue is just streaming onto that point.
And blue still technically holds the middle?
Red has it. But
Okay,
T-Rex
they're gonna FF.
concedes. He's lost most of his Minobus to the missile fire, and yeah, that was
Yeah,
pretty decisive.
I don't disagree with him FFing there. That was looking pretty over.
Yeah. Looks like Sandwich had the upper hand in builds once again. He seemed to have a pretty good idea of what his opponent was going to be doing and what he wanted to answer it with.
Yeah. TRX the Grabbers seems like a pretty cool dude. But this second game felt a little bit like he memed too close to the sun and suffered for it. Because, like, looking at this build, he's ready for a monster mash.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all he's ready for.
Yeah.
And it's like, if your opponent has mobility, you're in trouble. If they have a good range, you're in trouble. If they have a ton of infantry, which would be dumb for Beastmen to do, but they could, you'd be in trouble. So, like, it's kind of a one-note build. Whereas his opponent had a little bit of monster and a little bit of range, so they were kind of ready from multiple angles, and then it was like, oh, you just want to blob on me with all these monsters. I'm gonna run away until I get my own stuff and then surround you. So it was well played by Sandwich.
All right, that is the series going to Sandwich then, yeah?
Yep, 2-0. His build suffered from a lack of Minotaurs. Ah, God. Why didn't you just bring more Minotaurs?
More Minotaurs, yeah.
It's true.
It's that easy.
All right. I am going to start looking at the bracket and find us another game to rustle up.
Yeah. I'm looking at it. Looks like not a lot of games have finished just yet.
Yeah, that was a pretty fast 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
I'll message AC Maiden and see how he's coming along.
Okay.
Just because he's someone that I know will respond. Can you check in on, you said House Cat of War, you might know that person? Can you see how they're doing versus Hadries?
Yes.
Either of those would be nice to jump in on because they have a set opponent after them. So then we could just follow the winner into the next game with a smooth transition.
Yeah, that would work out.
Blood Penguin's doomed. He got a bye round, but Void Laws is right behind him. Unless Hitman Hippo beats Void, which would be the upset of the century.
That would be. Hippo's not bad, though. He's one of the newer RTK clan members, so he's definitely been practicing.
Yeah.
But then again, Void is Void.
It's Void, yeah.
It's Void.
That is a yeah. I cast a lot of Void finals, and I usually have to tell people Trigger's a pretty good player if he wins a game here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't say he's a good player if he wins the series.
Well, no, he is a good player if he wins the series too.
He's an amazing player if he wins the series. It's just the goalposts shift a lot when we're talking about Void.
Yeah.
Void, Mofet, Anticity, Houseplant. You gotta shift your goalposts. Or you're just gonna feel bad about yourself because it's not a fair comparison. They built different. Is Houseplant still dominating in domination mode? I don't know. I kept track of the stats like at the very start of Warhammer 3. Then I kind of fell off the wagon. So for all I know, he's like 0-18.
Houseplant is still very good.
Samurai Style and Hanadins are ready. I'll see if they started.
Say Drakens and their opponent are also Drakens and Gianni.
Alright.
See their lobby. With spectator slots.
Did you message them?
No, I just see their lobby with spectator slots.
That's fair. I got a hold of Hanadins. He said he hasn't started yet, so we can watch Samurai Style versus Hanadins.
Alright, that should be a good one. Samurai Style's another good player that's been hanging around the RTK Discord. Is pretty good.
Isn't he AMA?
Yes.
Why did you let him in?
Because we have a public Discord.
I'm
Why
confused.
would let you in?
No, I got kicked out several times for drunken disorderly conduct.
And you still come around sometimes.
I haven't come around for a long time. I should, but
No.
I've been antisocial because it's like you get done with a stream and you just want to stop talking forever.
That's fair.
The last thing I want to
miss
do when
you.
I get done streaming is like, let's go talk to some people about Warhammer.
That's fair. Yeah, when you stream for several hours and you make videos about Warhammer, it's like, let's go do something not Warhammer for a while.
Mm-hmm. Let's play. Dude, all right, that's something I need to rant to you about. Hanadins is hovering vampire counts. Let's get out of here. Let's get the hell out of here. What happened to Evenstar? He disappeared recently? I don't know.
Star hasn't played much since the summer finals. He played a couple of tournaments right after IE launched, but haven't heard much of him.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. Sandwich is really good. He won the last... Wait, he did well in the last Platy tournament, right? That's a question for Platy. Platy!
Who?
Sandwich.
In my last... Yeah, I think he won my last single faction tournament playing Skaven, I believe.
What a good guy. I know some of
Hi, JP. I see you in the chat.
That's fair. Can you respond to Peter Vinberg's question while I update the scoreboard?
Peter's question?
Yeah, I thought I saw one. Something about great bows.
Oh, that wasn't a question. That was a statement.
Minotaur great bows. And that build would work
Yeah.
better. Yeah. How do you feel about that? I'm just trying to fill the stream with noise while I type things.
Yeah. Um, I'm not a fan of that because it's like, that's Tomb King's thing. I'm not usually a fan of copying the same ideas. Having more variety in the Minotaur unit, though, would be kind of cool. I just don't like, one for one, taking a unit that another roster has and giving it over.
That is not a great take to have in Warhammer 3, my friend.
I know. I was saying all up to the since the game launched before Champions of Chaos came out, I was just like, please don't give every faction Chaos Warriors. Please, specifically Slaanesh. I didn't want Slaanesh to have Chaos Warriors because that's not their thing. Like I have been campaigning for. I want faction identity. I want each faction to feel unique. I want Slaanesh to be, they're squishy, they're fast, they hit hard, but they're really squishy. Nurgle's the opposite. They're slow as hell and they're tanky. And I want that identity. And well, now we have Warriors of Chaos, who are just the best at everything. And because the way the mark system works, will always be. And there's gonna be a discount version of whatever Chaos faction is the strongest. I hate that. That's why I don't like Warriors of Chaos right now.
Yeah, for me, the 5 main Chaos factions all feel pretty samey,
Mm-hmm.
It's like twins wearing a different sweater. It's like, I can tell which of you is which because you're wearing a different friggin' sweater, but you still function as the same person to me.
Mm-hmm. And it's like I enjoy playing Slaanesh because they're the best. They feel the best out of them to play. I mean, that's because they're really strong, but they feel the best to play, and because of that, any other Chaos faction I play just feels like a worse version of Slaanesh.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that's 4 factions I don't want to play, which isn't a great spot to be in.
Slaanesh do be strong.
It's also why I rage so much when Coast beats me in melee, because Coast is supposed to be a ranged heavy faction.
Identity isn't real, Platypus.
I know it's not, and that's why I'm so frustrated with this game.
Who's my co-host? My co-host is Menacing Platypus.
Hi.
Dom caster and tournament player and tournament host extraordinaire.
Mm-hmm. I also do YouTube content.
Which is
Link is in the description. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, what happened to your mic? What happened to my mic? What do you mean?
You leaned back,
Caster and tournament
so it was
player
echoing.
And tournament host extraordinaire. Oh, my bad.
The acoustics in your room worked against you.
Yeah, my bad. So, another important thing I want to talk to you specifically about is Loser's Queue real in League of Legends? Because I am getting destroyed by Loser's Queue, man.
I think that's a skill issue.
So these have been my last couple games. All of them have been very similar, but I play top lane. I pick Gragas. My opponent goes AP Malphite with Ignite, and he's all about winning lane. His jungler ganks him. His jungler also throws a Rift Herald up. His mid lane Fizz ganks me, and I leave the lane 2-2. The game is 6-25.
That's just the top lane experience, my friend.
I know. So it's
you cannot. Wait, are you playing AP Gragas or Tank Gragas?
Tank Gragas or AP, depending on what my team needs. But knowing it's solo queue, it's always tank.
Yeah, you can't play tanks in solo queue because nobody else is going to carry you. That's the true law of solo queue. You should know this.
I know, but it's just so funny that I'm playing, and I call it Loser's Queue because it feels like it's a flip of the coin where me and my top laner have nothing to do with the game. We're just handshake, we're not going to matter, and we look down and we're like, all right, I lost this one. GG, Malphite. And he's like, no problem, Gragas. And then, our jungler's flaming me. He's like, stupid Gragas never joined a team fight. I'm like, neither did Malphite. You guys were 6-25. 6-25 entirely without me. I'm 2-2.
4v4ing.
This is not my problem. Misfortune has 5 items where our Lucian has 2. Stupid Gragas. I had nothing to do with that.
The league experience.
Actually, the whole stream lost audio for a second or two. It's been doing that quite regularly. Weird.
That is weird.
Also, Anticity's here. Hi, Anticity.
Yeah.
Peter Vinberg, never be sorry for your ideas. Never. Your mic is suddenly horrible. Anticity's here. Hi, Anticity. All right, when I undeafen myself, it sounds fine. I might be getting trolled. All right.
Looks like we got Tzeentch Greenskins.
Just imagine some raging, crazy Minotaur having the patience or intelligence to use bows. Peter, I would assume that would be the style of the unit, is he would not have the patience to use the bow, and that arrow is going anywhere.
I would like to
anywhere.
If they did that, they had an animation where he's just fresh with the bone, just yeets the arrow.
Yeah, give him like 2 ammunition. The first one's the arrow, the second one's the bow.
The bow. Great.
then he's just a Minotaur again. It's Minotaurs with blasting charges, essentially.
Good lord, please no Minos with blasting charges.
Is this some League of Legends joke? I'm too much of a Dota 2 Chad to understand. Yeah, pretty much. Audio sounds fine. You make right face good.
Dota 2 players are not Chads, they are boomers.
They are boomers. Are you keeping up with Worlds? After NA got knocked out, I stopped paying attention, so week 1 of groups.
I've been watching a little bit. I don't watch things live because I'm usually doing other things at the time, so I'm kind of behind, but
yeah,
I probably will be watching finals.
I've recently been watching the Sneaky Meteos Double Lift co-streams, partially because I think Meteos is hilarious, and partially because the way that they are edited after the fact, because I don't watch live, but they're edited on YouTube after the fact, so then I just get the highlights. I skip all the pick bans, I skip all the waiting between games.
Yeah, those are good content.
Yeah.
They're very consumable, very easy to watch, so they're really nice.
Yeah, I watch them when I lift. It's pretty good. I skipped some of the group stuff because even a co-stream can't make groups interesting after it's decided. Like,
yeah,
I don't really care to watch a 1-5 versus a 0. A 1-4 versus 0-5, and it's like, oh boy, did they tie at the bottom? I don't care. But some of the storylines are actually turning out pretty good. Sucks that Rogue got obliterated. They were kind of the last hope for a non-boring semifinal.
Yeah. I don't know, we had some good series. Gen G versus DRX was epic.
Yeah.
Was it DRX? Yeah.
Yep.
A really good series.
I'm halfway through that one right now, but I know what happened, like spoilers-wise, but I'm halfway through the VOD.
Yeah, me too.
That
was nuts. It's been some really good series.
Yeah.
Anyways, we got Greenskins Tzeentch. I believe Samurai is a Greenskins main, so curious what's got cooked up for us.
Are there 2 Samurai styles? Or is that Samurai Warrior? Because there's an admin for the Warhammer World Cup that I always confuse this guy with.
Yeah, that's a different person.
Okay.
Because there's Han Samurai and there's Ama Samurai style. I think.
There's Han Samurai, and then isn't there a Samurai Warrior too? And does he even stream?
Yeah, Samurai Warrior is the admin, one of the admins for Warhammer World Cup.
There's so many samurais going around, man.
Yeah.
Where are the Chad Praetorians?
There's still less than there are. There's still less samurais than there are Bobs.
Bobs and platypuses is most of R2K. I noticed you didn't counteract me there. You just laughed, meaning I'm right. All right, I'm gonna catch up with chat real quick before we get into the game. Maybe a Mino variant which throws boulders for mid-range. You mean Cygors, but with multiple models, Mr. Teufel? Just play tank Teemo and carry. I faced a tank Teemo. He called me a noob and told me to get wrecked when he was 0-0-0 after the lane, but his team won. Reoccurring theme.
Fucking League players, man.
Dude, they are... I swear they're getting more toxic over time, and it didn't start out great either. I'm not pretending that the old days of League were some utopia. It's like, oh yeah, this is like a COD lobby, and now it's like, this is somehow worse than a COD lobby.
Yeah.
All right, green beans. I have been coming to love the green beans recently. I've really enjoyed playing them. I just wish they had better Lord options, but I think actually the rest of the roster is pretty fine, especially with the squig buffs.
Yeah, their Lord options are really underwhelming.
I agree. See, case in point, there's no Lord here.
Well, I mean, there's what Lord can keep alive against Tzeentch.
I know, I'm just saying. If your Lord options are good, you would frickin' take any of them.
Well, usually you take Wurzag because of his like army-wide buffs, because you're only so wide anyway. You just spam cheap spells and then have the Bonewood Staff. Is it the Bonewood Staff?
Yeah, it's Bonewood Staff.
Yeah, that's real good, but like Wurzag's gonna die to blue fire in about 3 minutes.
There's lots of less there. Welcome, Limstella. Welcome. Loopy's back. Samurai War is apparently XMT. Alright, I'll trust you.
Is he? Didn't do that.
Bowman's here. Bowman Beast Slayer. Welcome. He's rooting for Anodins. Alright, let's actually talk about this game, though. A lot of Orc Boys, a lot of Squig Herds, and it looks like the Greenskins are going for the just chuck things at the point strategy. They can't snipe us all.
That is Dawa.
That's actually a smart
And
tactic
then
too.
is Tzeentch looks like they're just heavy in the shooting. Lots of blue horrors. We even have the blazing squealers and a soul grinder. So lots and lots of shooting. Nice about the blazing squealers is they'll probably beat most orc boys in melee. Maybe even savage orcs. They have excellent melee stats.
Yeah, 48
So
melee
very
defense
self-sufficient.
is nothing to
Oh yeah.
cry about, and then frickin' 20% physical resist is also quite good.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't notice that they the blazing squealers had power recharge.
All exalted pinks do.
Interesting. I didn't. It's just something I didn't know.
Yeah.
Other than that, Chaos Warriors, a couple Marauders, we have a Soul Grinder for some sniping, but the Greenskin strategy is just don't bring anything to snipe. And we have a Blue Fire Caster and a Pink Fire Caster with, again, nothing to snipe.
Surprisingly, not Kairos. Usually you see Kairos these days. He's kind of a universal pick.
Handedens also plays a lot of Kairos whenever I see him, so I'm doubly surprised.
I'm kind of curious why. What about this matchup makes him think this guy's better?
I honestly thought the players were lagging until I realized that the Greenskin army just stopped.
Nope, they have no reason to push up just yet.
Yeah.
So because the Tzeentch his army is entirely on the high ground, Greens can take the low ground for free and take their safe points. They have no reason to push yet. They control 2 objectives.
Well, now there's some
they
skirmish
will.
cav down there. So.
Now there's some skirmish cav, and now the moving continues. A little bit. Specifically, one orc boy over by objective 3 is moving, and he stopped. Okay, the moving has ceased.
Oh man, the orcs brought a whole bunch of melee units. They brought so much. The orc tide is coming. The Wa is coming. Never mind, they're running away. Dang.
Even when they're not doing this tactic, I feel like that's just how Greenskins are. They charge into melee, they're like, yeah, wah, and then they just fucking book it 2 seconds later as soon as they lose one orc boy.
2,000 supplies just sitting there for Samurai Style. He's not spending them.
Yeah. Yes, this is a pretty common tactic among melee heavy factions, where you just kind of chill and you make a massive army. And you summon your Warzag in.
Why
and then
Warzag?
So Warzag is still a really, really strong caster.
He's gonna die in like 2 seconds to that Soul
I
Grinder
mean,
Blue Fire.
yes. Is he on his? Yes, he is mounted. So the Soul Grinder will fuck him up. Indeed.
That's why I'm upset.
Yeah. I guess he's just decided that however many casts he can get off is better than not having him at all. And is worth the price.
That's fair. He's got the red arrow of doom on him.
Yeah, he definitely needs to be like in the back corner casting on nothing if he wants to live.
Well, he's currently hiding in some orc boar boys, which he thinks will save him from blue fire. But I
they're saving him from the Soul Grinder.
Yeah. Soul Grinder's not the blue fire though. Blue fire, nothing can save you.
Being shot at something else will save him from it. Your boar boys are the target instead.
Why?
I don't know.
They're a spread out cheap unit. Why shoot them? Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well, no, Blue Fire is quite good against Cav, but
yeah.
The other thing is Tzeentch doesn't have a lot of great answers to armored Cavs, but cheap armored Cav. So they don't really have any Cav options of their own. The only thing they have to answer is really Screamers.
So
or they have to invest.
Handedens is an extremely high level player, but there was a huge mistake on the low tier where he let his skirmish cav get caught by melee infantry and boar boys, and he's now running away. But it looks like he just entirely forgot they were there. So that's a rare mistake from him.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
now the green tide is coming.
Yeah, the green beans are messing it up right now, and I mean that in the best way possible.
And the thing is, while the blazing squealers are very durable in melee, regular blue horrors are not. They will get mulched by these orc boys and squigs very, very quickly.
Yeah. Hey, there goes Warzag, down to half HP.
I don't even see. Oh, there he is. He's hiding in the melee blob. That will not protect you, my friend.
Yeah.
Hiding in the enemy infantry will not save you from being sniped.
Nothing will save you. Orc boar boys somehow got onto the backfield and are now attacking the soul grinder, but it looks like they're not really committing their all to it. They're just kind of half-assing attacking him, so his shields are still up.
Yeah. We do have some screamers coming in and try and peel off boar boys. A good choice. APNV large was an excellent choice to do with the armor Cav.
Yeah. Samurai Styles is off to a really good start.
Yeah. The low ground is a little bit worrying. Looks like they got caught up in an engagement very, very far forward and are losing out on it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're having a tough time actually grinding through these blue horrors, and now they're just getting skirmished and screamer charged.
Yeah. The high ground is looking quite good for the Greenskins, though.
Except for Warzag being dead.
Well, yeah, but you don't need Warzag. The thing is, the Soul Grinder sniping Warzag means it's not in melee, terror-routing off all your orc boys. So, you know, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
That is the Greenskin cap coming in. Greenskins have a 3 cap.
They do have a 3 cap, and they've honestly killed a lot of stuff. They're up on damage value.
Oh, I didn't notice. Those are chosen of Tzeentch right there. Just grinding on the front line.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed.
Oh boy. We get a little brain burster, but Wurzag's already running.
Yeah, Wurzag is gone.
And he's dead. Low ground all of a sudden went to shit. That was a lot of greenskin units down there versus some blue horrors, and they lost decisively.
Yeah, well, there were some screamers and some cav as well, but the cav is rotated up now.
Yeah. I'm still disappointed.
But the Tzeentch infantry is just completely buckled. It's almost all gone already. Except for those chosen, which are honestly dying a lot faster than I thought they would. Getting rear-charged by Squig Hoppers and Orc Boar Boys is doing quite a number on them.
And a Squig Herd. Everything there is armor-piercing now. They held forever against goblins and basic orc boys, but as soon as armor-piercing stuff got involved, they're not having such a good time anymore.
Especially when they get surrounded, yeah.
Wurzels isn't dead, and he has 4 leadership. He's back. Cast a spell at the floor. Cast a spell at the floor.
Yeah, he's cast before his opponent realized it. Blue Fire did get shot, and the Soul Gun is in melee, so we might be fine for a few seconds.
Cast. Just casted anything. It doesn't matter if it even hits.
There we go.
There we go.
And it did hit too. Perfect.
Let's go.
Good damage.
And he's routed.
And the missile attack from the Herald is going to finish him off.
Yep. But yeah,
so the question I have...
That helped push through the Chosens. That's why I was so urgent about it.
Yeah, the question I have is, can the Greenskins maintain this pressure this far up on the field? Because all their stuff routes so easily, it takes a while for them to get back to the reinforcement pool, so they might not have anything to summon for quite some time.
No, they're chilling. I think Hanniden's is majorly screwed. I am super concerned, because he's down on units, he's down on damage value, and he's behind on points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize that the Greenskins managed to hold on to the low ground.
Yeah. And not just hold on to it, like, I mean, they even push Tzeentch back a little bit. Now we have more blue horrors coming, but again, they'll have to fight through Orc Biggins and Night Goblin ROR, which is unbreakable, all to just try to start capturing that point, and I think the game's going to be decided before that matters.
Yeah, you could be right about that.
It's just looking so bad up here, because, like, Tzeentch has 11 units, right? But one of them is this routing Chaos Warrior. The other one's the routing Chosen. Okay, so now you're down to 9 units versus 20. And it's like, yeah, Greenskins route quickly, but it's still 20 mosquitoes you have to slap.
And you have this Soul Grinder who's only used half its ammo, but just doesn't have good targets. All that's left is just the infantry. And those missiles don't do a whole lot of damage to them.
Yeah.
Well, they do, but the infantry's cheap enough. And even the Cav is so cheap that it's hardly worth the ammo.
Just a fungal tide at this point. That was a big hit onto the Orc Biggins. Was that overcasted, do you think?
Maybe. Probably. I don't think so, though. No, those are big ones. That's probably not. But the Greenskin infantry is all generally pretty low.
Yeah. They're running out of momentum. I just worry Tzeentch doesn't have the resources and the manpower to capitalize on it. Because it's not like, oh man, there's a million, like, cavalry ready to sprint through here and capture all the points. Like, these blue horrors are going to have to waddle quite a distance to even get to a point, and then capture it, and then get to the next point. And we're already halfway done with tickets, so I'm like, I think if tickets weren't a thing, I think Tzeentch would eventually win this grind. I just don't think they're going to win it fast enough.
Yeah, and now we do have some reinforcing Blackworks coming in, which will hold the ground for a long time. And I really think this Soul Grinder needs to be terror routing things, and he's just getting the melee, start recharging terror routing. Terror is far more valuable than your missiles at this point, I think.
Yeah.
On the low ground, the blue hordes are caught in melee. They're going to lose this fight against the Night Goblins and the big guns. Even the Furies might not help them win that fight.
Maybe. Furies do a lot of damage. Like, sure, the Unbreakable Goblins will probably win because they're unbreakable, but these Orc Biggins, their leadership is already faltering.
We have some secret agent Orc boys just sitting on the low ground of spawn for his opponent. They just rallied in the most perfect spot.
Huh. Just muck them up. But yeah, that's where my concern's coming from. Tzeentch has almost gotten the gusto to take point 1, and there's still a full health infantry unit that can slow that down, and we're already 1,000 tickets in. So.
I think Greenskins should stop sending reinforcements to Objective 1, leave whatever they have there, try and hold it, then pull back to Objective 2, because you don't need to hold a 3-cap any longer, and it's just putting yourself at risk to try and do so.
Yeah. I'd maybe go for 2 and 3. Like, just send all the reinforcements you have to 3, keep the Black Orcs and Orc Boys standing on point 2, and just be annoying.
Yeah, it's a solid idea.
Yeah. Like, he could probably 1-cap, but I just worry about giving Tzeentch time to rally. Because as we're both talking about, Tzeentch could definitely rally. I'm just worried they're not going to rally fast enough. So.
Well, that's the thing. When you're taking a fight on Objective 1, you're so far in your opponent's side of the map, you're always going to lose eventually. It's just a matter of how long can you hold that 3-cap.
Yeah.
The answer is quite a long time, apparently. These Greenskins are just trucking on the point. I feel like Hanniden's just brought a lot of shooting and not a lot of melee infantry.
Indeed.
Hard to protect.
I gotta say, I am happy to see the Green Beans winning over Tzeentch.
Yeah. Listen, Samurai's a Greenskin specialist. He's very, very good at them and very practiced.
More like Samurai is a punk. Turin sent us from his stream. Who? Oh, I know who Turin is. I'll have to thank him.
Streaming Age Vampires, I think.
Yeah, it must be done now if he's sending people. It'd be weird for him in the middle of the stream to be like, by the way, screw this stream, go watch Platypus and Human Boy cast some Dom. Yeah.
So objective 1 cap does finally get taken by Tzeentch. They have a nice pocket of infantry here. If they can push up and take 2, they'll be in a reasonable spot, but they have a very, very short amount of time, and they just don't really have... Yeah, they had no troops in the low ground vicinity. There was no chance of taking objective 1 in the next couple of minutes. They just didn't have time.
Yeah, that was a stomping, man.
That was quite the wah.
I was a little worried when we got the wah, but then they all stood around their spawn for a bit. I was worried we weren't going to get a proper wah game, but that was the green tide. It washed right up to it washed up to a triple cap and then just chucked bodies at Tzeentch in their spawn until they died.
Yeah, I think the weak link was really chosen the Chaos Warriors. You just need more width to actually protect your shooting. It's like all their shooting was just disrupted almost immediately.
Yeah. To clarify, I know who Turin is. I was just being an ass.
Was chat correcting, like explaining who Turin was to you?
A little bit. They were saying like he also plays Warhammer, and I'm like, I know. But yeah, poor Wurzag got sniped.
Mm-hmm.
I love the Wurzels, but he got the win, so I'm sure he's dancing his way through heaven right now.
Such is the life of any Greenskin foolish enough to fight Tzeentch.
Game 2, let's go. I thought Turin was that famous hot dog contest streamer. That was a good stream. The free-for-alls were whoever like outright lost it had to eat hot dogs. Was it him, Goji? I'm trying to remember who he usually brings in for those. Did he bring in how am I forgetting his name? Italian Spartacus, Goji, and who's the fourth guy he normally hangs out with?
Professor Pone?
Yeah, it was Pone. Yeah, that was a good stream.
I have no idea what you're talking about. This must have been before my time.
Yeah, it was a Warhammer 2 stream where they did free-for-alls, and if you came in last place, you had to, like, eat 2 hot dogs or something. No, if you won, you didn't have to eat, but all the 3 other people had to eat, like, 2 hot dogs straight up. So then by the end of the stream, like, some of them that had lost a lot, like, ate hot dogs in 2 hours. Which, like...
It's very healthy.
Yeah. I feel like it's... Sure, you'd be full, but you would mostly just feel sick because of all, like, the fat and salt and stuff. I think that would get you.
Yeah. You start feeling like crap and you'll start playing worse.
Yeah, Turin might be more used to that stuff because of, like, the pierogi and stuff he eats. So he was like, he's been training for this his whole life, but the other 3 just felt like they were suffering. Pone is the one who hates hot dogs? Oh, yeah. Weird of them to sign up for that. Warcraft, AoE, Warhammer.
I like to think he didn't sign up. He just showed up at Turin's place, and Turin just gave them hot dogs, just like forced hot dogs upon them.
Hey guys, you want to come over and paint tabletop models with me? And they show up and they're like, "What's with all the cameras and hot dogs?"
What's with all the hot dogs?
Turin's a bad guy.
Do you imagine showing up your buddy's place and he's got like a table with like dozens of hot dogs and just this shit-eating grin on his face?
Yeah. No warning whatsoever. Why do I have to sign an NDA? You'll find out.
We got High Elves Cathay. Ooh. Should be a spicy one.
So High Elves after their buffs, how are they feeling? How are they feeling? Oh wait, shush. Nope. We gotta do this after the Turin raid came in, before they all go off to better content than ours. We gotta plug you. We gotta plug the shit out of your channel while they're here. So if you're Turin fans, you watch a lot of Domination Mode. If you like Domination Mode, I usually do land battles, mostly because there's a ton of other Domination content creators in the scene, like...
Me. Well, the Wild Platy. I do content on YouTube and Twitch. I cast tournaments. I've been uploading a bunch of educational content on my YouTube channel, stuff to help people learn the game, learn domination. So if you're into that kind of thing, please check it out.
All right. We got to remember to get the plugs in throughout the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, you were talking about high elves after the buffs.
Yeah, so they definitely aren't trash tier anymore. They've been doing reasonably well, but this is a matchup in particular that they tend to shine in. They're very, very good into Cathay.
Hmm. Why are they good into Cathay? My brain is telling me Jade Warrior archers have shields usually. A lot of their archers have high armor or shields. Their cavalry, high elf cavalry doesn't have armor piercing or anti-large. Neither does Cathay, to be fair. And Cathay feels like they'd be better in the sky. So like my brain's telling me Cathay just does the high elf's job better. Why are they good here?
Usually the high elf build is some. Well, okay. So what high elves usually do is first of all they take an archmage on a bird with armor of the stars. She goes invisible and then drops an overcast dwellers on the Cathayan artillery and just one-shots it. So there's no artillery for Cathay, and you can repeat that as necessary before you start the fight. Just get rid of the artillery slowly, poke it down, and avoid that. Then you come in with White Lions, which Cathay has no good answer to. White Lions dominate all Cathayan infantry in melee so heavily. They're a ton of missile resist, and they're just such a pain for Cathay to remove. And then your Lothar and Seaguard are just firing over the top. They do tons of damage. They outrange Cathay very, very heavily. So they can pick apart all the AP elements that could actually threaten those White Lions, things like Iron Hail Gunners or Crane Gunners.
That's fair. But, counterpoint. Monkey King DLC has secretly released. There's actually a bunch of Jade Monkey Warriors that are going to sprint forward. High armor, stock, anti-infantry, armor-piercing, vanguard deployment. What are they going to do about that?
You jest, and I wouldn't be that surprised at this point.
They just dropped a DLC and didn't tell anybody.
No, I meant more about how busted that unit sounds.
Oh.
Just, gorgers were all over again.
Dude, rest in peace, ogres. Like, can you imagine the bait and switch that, like, obviously they're a fictional faction, right? But, like, if they were real, like, oh, okay, boys, we're going to be in the game. Yeah, we're going to give you Gorgers. They're going to be freaking broken, man. You have no idea how strong Gorgers could be. Oh, that's pretty sick. All right, never mind. Sorry, that was too much. But we're going to nerf Gorgers. And we're going to buff Stonehorns, baby. No, wait, it was Iron Blasters and Lead Belchers. Iron Blasters and Lead Belchers, baby. Let's go. They're super broken. They even have to ban some of that in tournaments because they're so broken. Yeah, this is awesome. All right, sorry. That had to get nerfed to the ground. But now we're buffing Stonehorns. All right. Never mind. We're nerfing Stonehorns. What you buffing now? CA?
Iron Guts.
Guys? Nothing? They just shut the door.
I don't even think they buffed those units, did they? I thought it was just nerfs across the board.
They buffed Stonehorns briefly.
And it was a mistake.
Yeah, and they took it back a little bit. And they did buff Gorgers at the very start. Because, like, right away when Warhammer 3 launched, everyone was like, big, pretty cannon, and picked the Iron Blaster. And CA was like, no, pick anything else. How about Gorgers? And they buffed him, and then people were like, oh, this is actually already a good unit. And then the buffs hit. Oh, this is a great unit. I was too busy playing with that really big cannon thing. So, yeah.
As broken as it was, I missed Day 1 Iron Blaster because it was just so much fun.
It was very fun. Yeah. That's my thing about campaign stuff, is I'm fine with stuff being broken in campaign because it's just fun. Who cares about the AI's feelings?
Yeah.
But multiplayer balance is a different monster. Which is like, when I make videos about bugs or memes or something like that and something's too strong, a bunch of campaign players will give me a bit of guff, and it's like, talking about this in multiplayer context and campaign, do whatever you want. Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
The AI aren't there to have a good time. They're contractually obligated. They signed a contract to be suffered.
Just suffer. Mm-hmm.
I've watched a couple Anticity streams of the campaign. Those AI aren't having a good time.
Not many people have a good time against Anticity.
All right, boys, there's 80 of us. One of him, this Umi keeps declaring war on everybody he meets. Oh no. He's beaten all 80 of us. What if there's AI in the chat? You know what? I'll go on record. I'll go record. This is controversial. This isn't PC. This isn't, politically forward. But you know what? I don't care about AI's feelings. I said it. And I'll say it again. No, I won't say it again. Please don't unsubscribe to AI If there are any bot accounts out there, please make 500 more bot accounts and subscribe. I'm so sorry, Daddy.
You heard it here. You and boys, subscriber bots.
I paid good money for those subscriber bots.
So, do you know something really interesting about both of these builds?
What's up?
They both have 3 casters.
Oh, what the heck? Constellation of the Dragon and Jade Shield.
Yeah, Cathay is just mana batteries. Or not mana batteries, but spell intensity batteries with massive elemental winds. They're 300 gold for more spell intensity.
Interesting.
High Elves actually just have 3 casters. They have the Archmage of Life, like I said before, with Armor of the Stars to go snipe artillery. Then they have a Manticore Summoner. Then they have a Pit of Shades caster, both with Starwood Staff.
Yeah, so they're also mana batteries. They're just mana batteries with different lores.
Yeah. It's a very, very heavy investment into magic. Yeah, so Bird has the Archmage of Life has Armor of the Stars cast, so she's completely invisible, and she's gonna come interrupt dwellers on whatever she sees fit.
Thankfully for Handedens, he didn't bring anything that's fit for it. Everything can move here. He didn't bring any cannons, which is smart.
Yeah, he just has a Sky Lantern, which I feel like is gonna get lit up by just light archers.
Yeah.
Those things are very, very squishy in the air.
The AI paid to watch this stream. Nobody pays to watch this stream. I pay people to show up. Yeah, this is a lot of archers. But, like, I have been surprised so many times by Sky Lanterns, and more specifically the Sky Junks, where it's like, I'll get Streltsy beneath them, and they'll kill them. And 5 minutes later, they're still shooting at it. So
Sky Junks are a lot tankier than Sky Lanterns.
yeah, these guys only have 30.
They have thousands more hit points. They actually have armor. A Bolt Thrower coming in as well, which is probably just going to sit on that Sky Lantern for a very long time.
Currently, yep. It immediately spawned and targeted him.
Smart. Immediately. So, as per usual on Death Pass, you know, red side takes the objective on their right, blue side takes the objective on their right, and we're fighting in the middle.
That's interesting, because me, a filthy scrub noob, would assume that one would be taken by red because they have a safer approach to it, but guess not.
So typically, when you're playing a missile faction, which in this instance both players are, having that open area between objective 2 and 1 is where you want to have your missiles set up so they can contest both objectives. So you can't really support objective 3 with your missiles if you're on blue.
And if you want more helpful insights from this from someone who is very good at domination mode and not a filthy casual rat main, check the description for Platypus's YouTube channel. But
appreciate it.
I will stop plugging at least until the next build phase. Big Cav overload in the middle for Hanedens. Very interesting that they aren't trying to go around. I think he's trying to slip through the gaps in the infantry.
Yeah, that's very ambitious. I feel like the
Constellation
high elf
Dragon!
infantry. Constellation of the Dragon, baby! That's some good damage, but that Sky Lantern's already down, by the way.
Yeah,
it just crashed.
Let's go. And the
Oh,
harmony.
I haven't seen the animations. The animations are going down are so cool.
Yeah.
It should do damage when it comes down. It should kill whatever it lands on.
It should, but the
Please.
harmony bonus for the front line faded, so now these archers are going to have to move up and provide it themselves, which puts them in a little bit more danger.
Yeah.
I love the double mana batteries just sitting on this cliff watching the battle happen, and they're even in range for the Pit of Shades. Let's
Oh yeah,
go!
this cliff is such a power position for that kind of thing. Get archers up there, get a caster up there. The Dragonblood Shooting Lord just has beef with the Archmage, by the way. She's just chasing them.
Yeah. I mean, she's doing good work.
Yeah,
Long
no,
Lord,
it's definitely worth
55-40, melee stats for 46-42.
Dragonblood Shooting Lords are so good in melee. For a caster, they're crazy good.
They're crazy good. If you don't remember, like, Miao Ying Double Terracotta Sentinel was not even a thing in Warhammer 3 before IE. It used to just be Shugi Lord every game. Because they're so much cheaper, and they're pretty good in melee. But Miao Ying causing terror mattered a lot more versus the game 2 and 1 faction, so now Miao Ying's pretty meta, but yeah.
And I just noticed, with the spell intensity buffs from the Double Alchemist, this Jade Shield is giving almost 60% ward save.
Oh wow, it would, yeah. You're right, you're right. Oh, we have some Crane Gunners spawned. They're trying to deal with these archers that actually have armor. Because Hanedens is taking archers with light armor, just to not take as much damage. But, oh, one volley from the Crane Gunners
that's
is...
a ton of damage,
Yeah, that's brutal.
And High Elves don't have a good answer to that, because this map kind of restricts cavalry play due to the massive cliffs, so there's not a good way to get back there and deal with them, and they tend to outshoot your archers just because of their silver shields.
Yeah.
And the damage that you can see.
So I kind of lost the plot on this series. Hanedens is down 0-1, so if you want this to go to 3 games, you want Cathay to win.
Yes.
I was just busy looking at all the bright lights and pretty colors. I kind of forgot what we were doing here.
which I'm sure for human boy streamers wanting to Cathay to win is quite rare.
Yeah. They're not
So
very popular.
Yeah, in land battles, not at all. Objective 1 is being taken by Elves, though. They've got some white lions over there grinding very, very effectively against the peasant spears. And there's this rogue spearman in Cathay's backline being hammered by guns. I don't know how it got here. I think it came around the right side.
Yeah, oh, and there's white lions in their spawn, too. They definitely came from point 3.
But those white lions are right in the open in front of 2 Iron Hell Gunners, and they are fleeing for the trees. For good reason.
That's fair. Oh, boy.
Yeah, Iron Hell Gunners are so nasty.
They're really good, but, like, this is still annoying for Cathay to deal with, because they can't leave an exposed backline with those white lions just lurking, so they have to deal with them. But how much do you want to commit to it while you're losing the middle fight currently, it looks like, and you're losing both the side points? Like, you really don't have time to deal with this.
And, like, how do you even deal with it? It's an armored, missile-resistant unit in the trees. Like, what do you send to deal with it? You kind of just have to post those Iron Hell Gunners there to leave them there, or you have to cast a spell.
Yeah, or you could send your armor-piercing cav. Oh, no! Cathay doesn't have any armor-piercing cav.
What a shame. Cathay really needs armor-piercing cav.
I would enjoy them more if they had armor-piercing cav, but they need nerfs in other areas.
I would ban them more if they had armor-piercing cav.
I'm not saying leave them as they are. Cathay buffs confirmed.
Yeah.
Alright, the Shugi Lord is all of a sudden not winning that Life Mage fight anymore.
The Bolt Thrower is sitting on her.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see that spell on the cliff? It just one-shot the archers.
I see the aftermath of it, and yeah, those are some dead archers. Though, to be fair, that's 500 gold value. I maybe honestly would have liked it in this middle part more, where there's white lions and cav all blobbed up on each other. Maybe.
That spell's not AP, not heavily AP, so going for light archers is probably not a bad idea.
Oh, that's fair. Peasant Horsemen are fighting Lyrian Reavers. They're losing that fight quite convincingly, which I'm fine with.
Front line is starting to break across the center, so there is more space for Cathay to get cav in here, but unfortunately, well, perhaps fortunately, they've already dealt with most of the High Elves archers.
Yeah. So, how are we feeling about this overall game state? Damage value is extremely even. Unit count is extremely even, but like my heart, like just gut instinct is telling me that Cathay is in real trouble. Like the High Elves feel like they have a lot better control of the map.
I know Cathay seems to be winging out pretty heavily in the center, and their Kringos are just going nuts. But the High Elves definitely control the sides very, very heavily. Their Cav seems to be outperforming their counterparts, and then the White Lions on the sides are just so hard to deal with.
Yeah, and I'm mostly worried about the spawn situation right now, because Cathay has to defend any unit they want to send anywhere, and it's costing them a lot, whereas the High Elves are just spawning in stuff for fun.
Yeah, Cathay has that like fundamental problem they've always had, where they don't do a lot of damage in melee. They really rely on their missiles, and when your backline field is compromised like this, how do you keep those missiles firing?
Pit of Shades is wildly different, by the way.
Oh?
Just like watching it not insta-kill a unit is still jarring to me.
Yeah.
I miss the good old days.
Speaking of spells, it's very surprising to me that Cathay took the Lord of Magic they did. They took the Yang instead of Yin. You almost only see in Domination, you almost only see Talons of the Night and Ancestral Warriors. Those are the two spells you see in pretty much every Cathay game. So
it's the exact same. The exact same in land battles, man. Those two spells are so good and so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it's very odd they brought Constellation of the Dragon instead of Talons of the Night. Because Talons of the Night would be a good answer to the White Lions. And the Elves have captured the center objective. They're still down a little bit of value, but it's very, very close.
The Constellation's also a weird take, because usually if you see the Lore of Yang, it's to spam out Jade Shield and then the Dragon's Breath. That just has really high base damage, but not such good AP. The Constellation of the Dragon feels like a weird mix of neither, where it's like, it's expensive so you can't spam it, but it's blob
also
punish.
not AP.
Yeah, it's blob punishment, but Talons of Night is cheaper and better at punishing the blob. So
And Constellation Dragon is just very slow and easy to dodge, as we saw in the middle.
Yeah. Yang is more fun, I agree. I'm just saying I would prefer Jade Shield and Dragon's Breath rather than Jade Shield and Constellation. Because if you're gonna have Yang, at least like pew on them a lot.
So it's not really relevant in this scenario, but one thing I will say is nice about Jade Shield is that if his opponent had done the Dwellers on artillery, there was an artillery here, so it's a little moot, but if he had done the Dwellers on the artillery, popping Jade Shield to save that artillery could have been huge and actually keep them in the game. Because High Elves do very much struggle with dealing with artillery. Things like firing rockets could have devastated his high elf build if there was just one of them on the field.
Yeah. I was gonna say, but then they got unlucky because High Elves didn't bring artillery. But I realized you're talking about Cathay's artillery, and yeah, and then it is weird to bring this like tech piece to protect artillery and then not bring anything.
I'm not really
protect them.
Yeah.
High Elves took the center point, and they've had a triple cap for a little bit. It looks like they're losing 0.3, but they're sending White Lions over there, so that's going to be just totally fine.
They should be able to hold on to 0.3 if they can get some more units over there, maybe a couple of cap units. And then at this point, you can probably just cede objective number 1 if you're High Elves. Just let whoever is there fight it out until they die. Just leave them there, and then take the 2 objectives close to your home zone. Which seems to be what Samurai Style is doing, which is a very, very good idea in my opinion.
Samurai is falling a little bit behind on damage value, though. He has had a healing caster. I don't think she's been spamming out the heals, but technically you could say that. But
yeah, I haven't seen a single heal, personally.
Damage value only tells half the story. Like, so much of the map has belonged to Cathay. I mean, to High Elves.
Yeah. So the other big problem for Cathay is that their crossbows are running out of ammo, their crane gunners are running out of ammo. The only things with much ammo left are Iron Hail gunners, which, if the High Elves start spamming out cavalry, will be very, very difficult to keep alive.
Or throw dwellers on them and watch them burr.
Or let them walk into melee on objective number 3 and not shoot. Because, you know, commands working as intentional.
Yeah. Other side of the map, wait for me. All right, I'm here. Reavers, what do we got? Spearmen, White Lions. Yeah, this is locked down. There's no way Cathay's taking this one. And that is a pretty huge loss with a full ammo Iron Hail. I mean, it's only 500 gold, but it's a lot of
Speaking of pretty huge losses, Cathay's caster was just forced to desummon, otherwise would have died to the bolt thrower very, very soon. Just about to die and it got desummoned. Okay. Yeah, Cathay's caster. The caster lord, the one with actual spells.
Yeah, their mana batteries are totally fine. They're vibing.
Where are the mana batteries?
They're on 0.1.
What?
They went and took it.
Why are they there? Honestly, you could probably desummon them at this. Well, you could desummon at this point because you don't have any spells to amplify anymore. But it's not a huge amount of gold, so. And the High Elves have overtaken the damage lead again. It's just going back and forth. But with Cathay's backfield compromise like this, I really worry about their ability to generate any value without their guns or their spells.
Yeah, High Elves are reaching the 1,000 ticket mark where they can pretty soon just hold 1 point and win the game as long as they don't get triple capped.
Yeah, Cathay does need a triple cap now.
Yeah, Yang is a weird lore to me, to be honest, who designed damage focus lore that has no armor pierce, not overcasting. It is a weird lore. I like it versus certain factions like Skaven or Beastmen. I mean, if a faction has low armor to begin with, Dragon Breath is insanely good. Love that spell. But yeah, I think Yang needs a little bit of love. Yin's pretty good.
I love Jade Shield as an idea. Just use it like counteract enemy spells, just using it as a counter spell option, but it's so hard to pull off in practice. It's just such a cool concept to me.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think the lore of Yin ended up being quite solid. On release, when I didn't have the game yet, I was just looking at like the spells. I thought lore of Yin was going to be super niche and pretty bad, but it turned out all right.
Well, yeah, it kind of has everything. You know, it has a summon, it has a good clear spell, it has a lot of utility with slows and with stealth. Like, there's just not a lot of downsides to it. Yeah, it does look like Samurai and his High Elves do have control of the game at the moment. It's going to take some real scrapping from Hanadins to get back into this one.
Yeah, I gotta say, so I'm surprised. Hanadins is a real good player, so I haven't seen a lot of Samurai Style, and I just kind of assumed that Hanadins would be a pretty heavy favorite. But I mean, these games have been contested, but like, it's felt like in both of them, from beginning to end, Samurai Style's faction has had the leg up, and we like last time we were talking about Tzeentch, and it's like it feels like Tzeentch needs to come back and like push everything off. And I didn't think they could. And this whole time I was mentioning it, damage value was even in Cathay's favor for a little bit, and it was like, I mean, gut check, looking at the field, High Elves just look like they're more places. They have more capture points. When I hit the space bar, I see a lot of red, not a lot of blue, so it's like,
yeah,
I don't know. It feels like Samurai Style's been playing with like 1,000 more gold than Hanadin's both games.
I think it's just more efficient builds, more experience in domination, having those more optimized builds really playing out.
Yeah. And Cathay in domination mode is a different monster because you really aren't able to capitalize on those yin and yang buffs too much. So Jade Warriors go from being world beaters to pretty meh mid-tier infantry, and White Lions are just tearing them apart.
And the difference between Jade Warriors with Harmony and without Harmony is night and day.
Yeah.
So strong with Harmony, and without it, they're just not that great.
This is looking a little bit dunzo, but Cathay is doing one last dance on point 3, trying to take that and at least slow this game down a bit. I don't know what they're really going to slow down for, but they're not behind. They have 18 units to 17. Everybody's looking a little worse for wear. Damage value is very equivalent, so I guess stalling the game out is better than just losing outright, but...
Yeah. The thing is,
yeah.
Cathay is in an awkward situation where they need things on the objective to actually take the objectives and capture them. But Cathay's damage dealers aren't melee units; they're all guns or bows. They really need those missiles to actually kill off the opponent. So it's a really hard decision to make: of do I bring things that can actually kill my opponent, or do I just shove things onto objective, even though I know I'm going to lose that fight sooner or later?
True. Do you see much Terracotta Sentinels in Dom?
No. Terracotta Sentinels are strong. I assume they're strong in land battles because they are unbreakable and incredibly tanky, but their damage output is very, very low. So when in a game where you don't have to kill them, they're not much of a problem. They can be very easily ignored.
They're pretty good in like cheese builds, but if you bring a balanced army that's well constructed, they're not that great. But it's faction dependent. I mean, if you're playing like Nurgle, then they're pretty fine.
Cathay are actually about to 3-cap. High Elves really need to get some reinforcements on these points, like ASAP, or they're going to be getting 3-capped here very soon.
Yeah, I think they've got this White Lion on point 3, though. I think they're going to be fine. And as long as they hold point 3, they can win the game.
There you go. Samurai is making like the classic mistake of trying to hold 2 objectives when he doesn't need to.
Yeah.
I think at this point you just send everything you have over to objective 3. You don't need objective 2 anymore.
He has some Illyrian Reavers fighting Peasant Horsemen for an awful long time, but I think as soon as he wins that, he'll probably run straight over to 3. And it does look like these Jade Lancers are going for a rear charge on the White Lions. I just don't know if they're going to be there fast enough. Ooh, and this is a Dwellers Below? Or Pit of Shades? Pit of Shades.
The High Elf Mana Barriers, they've been casting this entire game.
Yeah.
They just have a ton of WOM.
So much. I'm actually shocked we haven't seen many Dwellers Below. After Pit of Shades nerfs, I thought we would see more of that, but okay. I mean, it's still okay. Yeah. It pushes off some of the capture weight of these Jade Warriors, just delaying it. It's just delay from the red team, and it's going well. 3 is all the way captured by High Elves. It doesn't even matter that the Jade Lancers are coming in now. They can't outcap 2 infantry.
If they could, they wouldn't do it fast enough. This game is over.
That was a pretty good comeback from Hanadins. I think if the game had 500 more tickets, you would probably win, just looking at like how much Cathay is putting on the field now, but the spike was too delayed, and that's not like his fault. It was just really well played by Samurai Style.
Yeah, that was a very scrappy game. That was very close.
What times do I stream regularly, and what times? I do stream a lot. I don't stream regularly because I try to host in North American and European time zones, just let everybody play a little bit. And
occasionally Australian.
Occasionally Australian. Yeah. I do mostly land battle stuff because there's a bunch of other really good Dom hosts, and the land battle community didn't really have a whole lot of streams going on, so I supply those. But yeah, I do try to stream most weekends. Most weekends I'm doing something, and then usually 2 days a week. So if you subscribe, you'll get pings. Platty, when do you stream your awesome, amazing Dom content that we will not stop plugging until this man hits 5K subs? You know what? 10K. You know what? 100K.
I stream newbie tournaments on the weekends, usually Saturday. Streams usually start around 4 or 5 p.m. EST. Of course, except this weekend because I have plans, but you know. Other than that, I stream throughout the week. Sometimes I host tournaments during the week and I'll stream those, or I'll stream ladder games, but it's fairly irregular.
All right. We got to find ourselves a new game because that is a 2-0 for the young. Ooh, actually, we can just follow.
Perfect.
Tutorials ready. So we'll follow Samurai Styles just so we don't end up waiting for an awkwardly long time.
Sounds like a solid plan.
I think I'll try after this one to set up something for us so we don't just follow whoever wins this through the whole tournament.
Yeah.
But for now, it seems like a good plan rather than waiting around for 10 minutes or so. We have 100 viewers, so...
Yep, we'll just keep things moving.
Any delay will be deaf. I see Hanadin's building a build right now, but it was 2-0, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
Samurai won Greenskins, and then he was won high Elves.
Yeah. I got paranoid that I gave the point to like the wrong person, and we were going into game 3, and it's like I'm talking all this shit in hand and stuff, and like, what are you talking about? It's 1-1, you idiot.
I definitely do that. I'll cast a game and completely forget what the score of the series is.
All right. Let's go. 3/Ayano is telling me they want Cathay to win. I know you want Cathay to win, all right, but I gotta say everybody hates Cathay because I'm a propaganda machine. I refuse to ever say nice things about Cathay. All right, I'll message tutorial or samurai style about getting into a game. Second qualifier lobby at tutorial. And you ever heard of samurai? Not samurai. Of course you've heard of samurai style. You ever heard of tutorial?
Nope.
No lag tonight, which is nice for having 2 casters. Yeah. I mean, it's an eventuality we're prepared for. That throwing 4 people in a lobby could get pretty laggy, but so far it's been alright.
Yeah. Tutorial is a member of BBB clan though.
Ooh.
And looks like they have played this qualifier, and they also played qualifiers for the Semifinals, the Summer Championship. But that seems to be all they played on Total Tavern.
So a complete scrub noob. Easy W for my boy. Ama Samurai style. Always believed in him. He was my tournament favorite. He's gonna win Worlds. He's the best. We have one best of 3 that hasn't completed yet from round 1. Hopefully that doesn't continue. Because we've been streaming for almost 2 hours, so best of 3 should definitely be done by now.
Yeah. I noticed this.
Other than that, we're trucking along.
Yeah, make pretty good time.
If you can find the lobby, let me know. I'm going to let stream see the bracket so they can see what's going on.
Well, if we're going to be following Samurai, we could have stayed in Samurai's lobby.
I thought Hanniden's hosted because
we
joined and it was just Hanniden's and Samurai wasn't there, but okay.
I don't actually know.
Yeah, it was just Hanniden's and me for a little bit. We kissed, but it wasn't anything serious.
Okay.
7 minutes in heaven with Hanniden's.
Yeah, no. Samurai stayed in the lobby and is host.
Yeah, but it's switched host, and I don't trust that to not crash on us.
Well, you want me to message Samurai and tell him to change that?
Is tutorial there?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I would probably switch hosts. In my experience, when the game switches who the host is, it's going to crash the next game. And that would be not bueno. Looking around, I've just been scrolling up and down this thing, thinking my thinky thoughts. Anticity is slamming through the brackets. That's not shocking. Ulrich Rahl beat Voins. Now he's fighting Kark. Voidlals is slamming. That's not shocking either.
Nope.
Luke the Duke is fighting Dadokason. I recognize that name. Dadokason.
Dadokason, he's a big Dom player. He's not in a clan, but he's still a respectable player.
All right. You know Luke the Duke, or is he doomed?
I recognize the name.
All
I don't know much about him. So the match I'm actually excited to see is Subutai versus the winner of Hadri's Slim Cognito. I'm expecting Hadri's to win that. Subutai Hadri's would be a exciting match.
That would be. I thought Hadri's was a lag lord.
He tends to be, yes. I can still want to see the match, though.
That's fair. I would love to watch their PowerPoint presentation.
I sent you a lobby code.
I love being a shitter. It's my favorite thing. All right, chat. I was on a different screen, so I haven't looked at you in a bit. I'm coming back. I gotta get a blocker up. All right, we in. GG's doing Ticity. He's coming for that crown. Cathay thing week. Mm-hmm. Hey, Rescue Jim, how you doing? Trudge solos this his first easily. He's the only smart one running away with the other guy. Kill each other. True. I don't care if Cathay wins, I just need High Elves to lose. Why would you hate the High Elves? The High Elves have been in the gutter for so long. Let them have their time in the sun.
It's not high elves we hate. It's high elf players.
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't met a single High Elf player I liked. None of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's actually a strange amount of High Elf stands.
I know. That's why I like to make fun of high elves, because it pisses them off.
Yeah. Oh, God. I accidentally walked into a great joke, but I was going to say, dwarves aren't fun to make fun of because you're always punching down. It is
just so easy to make fun of dwarves.
Like,
it's so easy.
The point I wanted to make before I accidentally walked into that joke was that, like, so many people dislike dwarves, and dwarves have so few mains that it's not that fun.
I feel like there's a lot of people that love dwarves.
I think they are a small community that is very vocal. But, like, High Elves, there's so many people that love High Elves, at least you can spread. Like, when you're punching at that crowd, it's such a big crowd that the damage gets dispersed. The dwarves take so much hate, and they're such a small community that I feel bad. I'm like, oh god, these guys are going to start losing models soon. And they don't have any healing. So I just got to stop throwing the punches.
I have posted exactly one dwarf-related video on my channel, and it's gotten an obscene amount of views. Like, it's gotten more than almost anything else. Like, dwarves seem plentiful and popular.
All right.
To me.
Us Skaven fans are the best. You cannot make fun of us. We already do it to ourselves. Yeah, Skaven are great. Skaven are like... The reason I love that faction is because I think they're hilarious. Not because their playstyle is great. But Skaven, even in the lore, are awesome. Because when you're your own worst enemy, no one can really hurt you. Like, if you make fun of a Skaven, he'll just turn to the one next to him and be like, he's talking about you. He won't even care that you're insulting the whole race. He'll just be like, nah, it's this guy.
Fuck Tim. Just that guy, yeah.
Yeah. You vermin smell bad, and I do not like you. Yeah, Tim, fuck you.
Samurai has informed me of the global bans. The global band Tomb Kings, Warriors of Chaos, Slanesh, and Dwarves. Perfect.
Why dwarves? No, the counts are still out. Oh, I'd rather watch a dwarf mirror than a count mirror.
I'd rather watch a count mirror than a dwarf mirror.
You win this round. There's only 3 factions I actually dislike playing: Empire, Cathay, and High Elves. They all feel so stale. Your harm is nothing compared to what I do myself. There's a lot of that's going in the book, and that's a grudgeons. Maybe you're right about the dwarf community.
They're only small if you're referring to their height.
Yeah. They're stout. They're hardy folk.
No, I actually found out, like, just the other day, just my entire clan are made of actual dwarves.
No.
Like, there's, like, half my clan that it's just below 5'6".
Oh, you're talking about actual height.
Yeah.
That would not.
No, my actual clanmates, like, yeah, in real, they're just really short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am a staggering 5'11" and 3/4.
Shorty.
Dude, I am so tilted. You have no idea. I've gotten more used to it now that I'm like 28, almost 29 years old. But that shit actually pissed me off until I was like 23. That my body was like, and we're about 6, cut it. And I'm like, just finish, just go to 6. We're 5'11" and 3/4. For the love of God.
Sucks to suck, my friend.
It
Sucks
does
to suck.
It does suck to suck.
Imagine being short.
Do you know how hard it is dating when women ask if I'm 6 feet and I'm like, if you round up, and they never go for that. That was
just don't ask them to round. Just round anyway.
That would be lying.
That's what everybody does.
That would be lying.
Do you not know the universal law of there are no guys that are 5'11"? There is 5'10" and there's 6 foot. There's nothing in between. That's how that works. I genuinely don't know any guy that claims to be 5'11". They all claim to be 6 foot or 5'10", or above or below. So there are no 5'11" guys, except you apparently.
Dude, Grace and I are the exact same height. And at one point, she was like, I always imagined I would date someone taller than me. And I was like, what would you do if I had been shorter than you? And she's like, you don't want to know the answer to that question. So, like, I was very lucky to meet this lady, but I was very lucky that at least my body didn't say fuck it 1/4 of an inch sooner. Like we didn't hit 6, but at least we got up there so that we're the same height as Grace. He's 6'3" 3/4 on Tinder. Nice. Gotta wear them stylish kicks with a little lift. Maybe that's why like all the cool shoes have gigantic bottoms.
Just get some clan mold growth juice. That'll solve your problem.
While we're plugging awesome streamers like Menacing Platypus, whose YouTube is in the description, Tactical Lich, also feel free to throw your YouTube channel in the chat. He does a lot of replay content. He's very nice. He's been around this community for much longer than myself, and he does not have the subscribers he deserves. He really doesn't. We got to bump those numbers up. He's been working so hard. I am going to grab a drink. These guys appear to be taking their sweet time. They've been on Bretonnia High Elves for a while. Is that the final picks?
I don't know. I think they just got autoed on that when they joined the lobby.
Okay.
Because I'm looking at tutorial army and it hasn't changed since I got here. It also doesn't have the casters, so
yeah, that seems like pretty.
I assume it's auto-gen.
Okay. If they aren't done with picks and bans by the time we're back, I'll message them and say hurry up a little bit. Because, we don't want to rush people. It is a very serious tournament that players are trying their absolute best in. There's a lot of money on the line, yada yada. But also, like, there's got to be a compromise between moving the stream forward and perfect competitive integrity. So, I'll go grab a drink. If they're still doing this by the time, I'll message them.
Okay.
BRB.
Hey, chat. Is there actually money on the line? I haven't heard anything about a prize pool for this tournament. Have you guys? And yes, the Loud Plat, he is me. I'm the one he's trying to get subs for. Alright, so while Human Boy is gone, I want you all to type in chat all the things you hate about Skaven. Just roast the shit out of Skaven while Human Boy is gone. Just absolute anarchy. Just absolutely ruin him. Okay?
I return.
Okay.
I'm RL Village without the buff guy. I pray to Tzeentch daily. Without the buff guy. You are a worm person. No prize, just glory. No money prize.
I don't think they've announced a prize pool for this tournament.
Oh, I thought there was prize like. I mean, if you win this tournament, you qualify to the big boy tournament that I'm pretty sure will have money. But
the big boy tournament, they haven't announced. I mean, there might be, but they just haven't announced it yet. I'm not like in the inner circle, so I don't know. I'm
gonna go on the record. If the Warhammer World Cup has no prize pool by the very end of it, I will give whoever wins $500.
Okay, heard it here first, folks.
We can't have no prize pool. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I will not allow it.
Fair enough.
Skaven aren't real. They smell bad. Trash Skaven. Whoa! What's going with the what? Is going on with the Skaven hate? The models are so old. Yeah. Tzeentch Greenskins. Samurai Style's back at it. He's running it back.
I guess chat just hates Skaven more than they hate dwarves and high elves.
Flensing Ruin isn't broken. All right, you win that round. Flensing Ruin's pretty messed up.
It does the same damage as Final Trans. Fun fact.
Yeah, and is it cheaper? Or is it the same cost but as the armor reduction? I think it's the same cost but as the armor reduction, but I don't know that.
I think so. I think that's correct.
I don't know. Flensing Rune needed some help, but it didn't need to be that good.
Yeah, especially since they buffed all the other spells in Lore of Ruin. Like, it was already the better lore.
Yeah. Obese Chicken, that's a good callback. I like that callback. But I do like... I don't know. Skaven's biggest issues right now are their weapons teams aren't super responsive. A lot of ranged units have that problem, and their lord choices aren't super great. Their lord choices are fine, but their lord choices aren't super great. So those are the buffs I would want, and the nerfs definitely got to take down the explosion damage on Poison Wind. The damage over time is pretty pathetic after they nerfed it, but that's fine. Like, it's fine. It should not be buffed. But the explosion damage on the initial volley is ludicrous, so that definitely needs to be nerfed into the dirt. Well, hopefully not into the dirt, but you take my point. There was something else. Yeah, we were just talking about it. Flensing Ruin needs a nerf.
Is this the part where I tell you that Skaven are A tier in Dom?
They're A tier in land battles too, yeah.
Oh, are they? Okay.
Yeah, they're pretty solid. We're seeing a good amount of their play. The thing with Skaven, and why you don't see a ton of them, at least in my experience with...
It's because there's 5 chaos factions that all fuck them right up.
Yep. All of their counters are above them in the meta.
Yeah.
But if you're facing anything below Skaven right now, Skaven feel extremely dominant. Like they're lore accurate, they are noob stompers. Like if you're not rolling with the big boys, they hurt you so bad. Like Wood Elves used to counter them, not anymore. Wood Elves feel terrible versus Skaven after all the Skaven buffs, and Wood Elves got nothing. Beastmen used to counter them, now it feels even, if not Skaven favorite. It's like if you aren't Undead or a Chaos faction, good luck.
Interesting. Didn't know that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm also a biased Skaven one trick, so of course for me, I'm like, this is easy. I've been playing this faction for 3 years.
Yeah, this thing with Skaven and Dom, they're A tier, but they're actually like, really hard to play. Just a lot to manage. You really have to keep your weapon teams safe, or you're just done for.
Yeah, I'd say they're hard to play at the top level. It's pretty easy to lock in an army with a bunch of slaves and globes and go burr, but like, if you're facing really competent opponents who know how to shut down globes, or you know, a faction that is strong into you, then it gets really tricky to win games. But
yeah,
I don't know. I struggle, like, after playing Skaven for so long, for me they feel much easier than like Elves. I still struggle on Elves that aren't like pike and shot go burr, but you know, Wood Elves, I am just trash, utter trash. Still waiting for the lore of Eshin to be good, aren't we all? No love for Clan Pestilence. Yeah,
you know how I know that the lore of Eshin is really good at stealth? So I always forget it's in the game.
You know what? Lore accurate. not many people know about the lore of stealth. It's a mysterious, strange thing you don't see very often. I like it.
I see something very, very strange here. Tutorial has not brought blue fire.
What?
He has pink fire and Infernal Gateway.
Oh god, Samurai Style's screwed. Oh no. He's been figured out. He didn't bring a Lord of Snipe. Though if he has Wurzag in the back pocket like he did last game, I mean, he's going to be fine.
The thing is, blue fire is also good against Cav, it's good against infantry. It's like, there's never a reason not to bring blue fire.
Yeah. My worst part is knowing how to build them personally. I have a couple guides for that, but mostly land battles. Domination, you're going to want to talk to Platypus, not me. Alright, he had a Lord, he desummoned the Lord, no Lord.
Goblin Lord. It's the same build. Like Samurai is the exact same build he used last time.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it's not. He has archers this time. He didn't have archers before. He's Orc Arrow boys.
I wonder if it's because of Arnheim. Arnheim's a little narrower, so he can just have a whole line of bodies in front of him, and they can't get flanked.
Yeah, and he can't. You know, there's no point adding more bodies because you're already like corner to corner.
Yeah.
But we do have a Soul Grinder again, and this time we have Chaos Spawn, and then a much lighter infantry core. No Chosen, no Chaos Warriors.
If there are Orc Biggins, they're going to chew through those Chaos Spawn. Yeah, there's a couple.
Yes. Yes, they will. I mean, the Gobbo Archer, or the Orc Archers will do quite well as well.
Same thing. The Green Tide is going to wait. Then they'll wash over you like a horrible storm. But for now, they're just vibing in the back. Samurai Style's building up supplies.
I'm still really surprised we're not seeing Kairos. I think just taking Kairos with the Sorcerer Lord and dropping the Soul Grinder would be the way to go for Tzeentch. Get a little more width, and then having that Caster and Terror Source all in one. Because you really need Terror Sources in Greenskins. And the Grinder kind of wants to like sit back and shoot and not really be in melee. So you really want a melee Terror Source, and Kairos can serve that role.
Yeah. That's fair. But also, this guy has a Chaos Spawn summon, and there's other spawn in this army. So it's a thematic army, Platypus, and how dare you bring real analysis to this clearly meme build? No. Clearly, Tutorial thinks Chaos Spawn of the tech here, because he has two of them and another summon. And no blue fire.
I could see them being quite good, especially since Tzeentch Chaos Spawn have magic attacks. They'll even shoot through Savage Orcs very, very quickly. That said, the summons do not get that. They are generic Chaos Spawns, so a little bit of a harder time against Savage Orcs. Once again, we see Samurai going for, you know, just taking the side objective and then playing very, very slowly in the main engagement.
But he is just pushing up across the whole map. He's not letting himself get flanked. Now, we do have two Marauders of Tzeentch just quietly hidden in the trees from Tutorial.
I don't think Samurai knows about that. And the Word Spawn coming in. I think they'll absolutely dominate all these Orcs in the high ground.
Yeah, I do wonder if he just lets him take point 3 and then let the Orcs come down through the pass, and then they just take it from behind him and get a downhill charge. That could be what he's waiting for.
Yeah, absolutely.
But with the
solid idea.
With the weird spawn committing to this upper ground fight, I think he might, at this point, just want to take the fight and win it rather than wait for all that stuff.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, like, these orcs aren't going to leave if the weird spawn are walking straight at the point. So now the ambush isn't really going to work. They might as well get out there. Would be my take.
Yeah, quite possibly.
All right, the green tide has started. We still have 1,300 supplies, so he's definitely saving up for Warzag. Warzag.
My big concern here is just the Tzeentch line has so many holes in it. It'll be very, very easy for cheap Tzeentch mobility. You know, Boar Boys, Spider Riders, Quick Hoppers just slip through the cracks and get around, start rear charging, get on the Soul Grinder, just disrupt your shooting.
We already have some Boar Boys all the way back in the trees.
Yeah, they're being hunted by Seekers. They're probably not long for this world.
Seeker's got a frontal charge.
Screamers.
Yeah, sorry, the Screamers. I think they should stop and just take this fight. Walking past them is just going to lead you to take more damage than you need to.
Joke's on you. He has no choice. They will go back for their remaining models regardless.
Oh, God. No, Boar Boys, just turn and take the fight. Boar Boys! All right, they're leaving. Anyway, Tzeentch took the middle point, and they are now bum rushing the top point. So I could be a little worried about Samurai Styles Greenskins here. This is a very different game than he played versus Hanadins, where like he pushed Hanadins back to his spawn. He's getting pushed back now. He doesn't enjoy it. And a huge Infernal Gateway.
Ooh, that's nasty.
Yeah, that's brutal. Lost the Morgrubs and a whole Orc Arboy to it. And a Chaos Spawn Summon on the other one. Tutorial's coming out
feels
swinging.
pretty bad. Yeah, Wa is popped, so the Greenskins should be grinding through all these blue horrors on the low ground, but on the high ground, they're taking a lot of hits really, really quickly. Skirmish getting in the back, just tearing them apart, even the big guns.
Somehow the Greenskins are up in the damage value, which I find very surprising, but... Oh, wow.
Tzeentch barrier inflates that a little bit. It just counts for a little more than it should a lot of times, it seems like. That's
true, but where did all of Tzeentch go? I blinked, and the middle is just gone.
The blue horror experience, my friend. His line was made up of blue horrors, and they disintegrate so quickly. They're very, very squishy.
That was sudden. All right, feeling a little bit better for the
that was a Wa, my friend.
That was a Wa. Chaos Spawn Summon in the back is going to go away soon, and then this will look a lot better for the Greenskins.
Yeah, the thing is, the Greenskins did lose the high ground, but now they are taking the low ground entirely. Forsaken coming in could be a problem. Greenskins don't have a lot of good answers to Tzeentch Forsaken.
Yeah, you'd need Black Orcs to beat them in melee.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty heavy cost investment to bait a unit that's like 850 gold.
Yeah, and they do a very, very good job of sharing through infantry very quickly.
Point 1 is still untaken. It looks like Greenskins are trying to change that, but other than that, we just have 1-to-1 on capture, and the Greenskins are actually a little behind on victory tickets, which is not what they want.
So Tutorial's making what I think is a big mistake. He's moved his entire force off of the high ground except for a single skirmish cav unit, which means the Greenskins can come and retake high ground objective number 3 very, very easily.
Yeah, and this is an Orc Big, and it's not even an Orc Boy, so the skirmish cav would lose to just them alone, but you also have Night Goblins coming. Which, the Night Goblins are stocked, so he doesn't know that, but he can see the Pig Cav. I agree, I think it's a mistake.
Yeah. But at the same time, what else does he do? He's lost his entire force on the low ground. He's trying to reinforce with Forsaken, and there's just so many Greenskins back here. So many boys, so many arrow boys. Like, how do you deal with this all? The Word Spot are taking a bunch of heavy hits from just this concave of Archer Fire. Nice. Blue Fire almost one-shots the Rusty Arrows. Well, what remained of them. They're down to 87 hit points and only 4 models. And they get the desummon with 4 models! Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Desummoning is very troll. It needs to be... Oh, that's a huge army ability! Oh, that could swing the entire thing!
Yeah.
That's a ton of damage.
Yep.
Ooh, that really, really hurts the Greenskins, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. So
it's still coming. Jesus.
I don't know if you know this, but that army ability is bugged, where it doesn't actually show up in the damage value.
No, it definitely doesn't. I made a video about it for FFA, because like it can actually lose you a whole FFA game if you cast it. Because you killed a ton of your opponent army and you got no points.
Yeah. No, it's really unfortunate. But yeah, that was...
This is the high tier analysis you need in the Warhammer World Championship. Free-for-all meta.
Yep.
Anyway.
Yeah, as I was saying, Greenskins did retake the high ground objective and currently are holding a 3-cap once again. That's it. That army ability seems to have really broken the back of the Greenskin force. Their melee infantry is routing, their ranges are in tatters, and the Tzeentch seems to be screaming into backline. They're not taking the objectives.
I think this is a decent position for Tzeentch. Now, I don't know about the whole game, but right now, I'm not super concerned about a Greenskin triple cap at this point, because if Tzeentch can successfully push the Greenskins back to their point, then they'll be fine taking the whole game from there. And I think that's what they're prioritizing. They're like, screw the points for now, I just really need to take control of this map and not let the Greenskins come back, which is fine. The Rusty Arrows are respawned, by the way.
I'm just really worried about like a big wave of greenskin mobility coming in. Things like Borkav and Swighoppers come in and just ruin these
What's that
Forsaken.
about Borkav?
What? Oh.
Is there a giant purple eye eating the most expensive Borkav that there possibly is?
It'll be fine. It's only lost 6 models, 7 models, 8 models.
It's taking a
10
ton of
models.
friendly fire right now. Is that helping? Is friendly fire helping Platypus?
Okay.
It's full.
I mean, it's still a big catch on the Soul Grinder, taking that much damage. There's no regrowth. It's got a lot of ammo.
So much friendly fire.
Yeah. Armored Cav has that problem. It's so big and bulky they take a lot of hits. But still, there's more cheap. I was suggesting cheap Armored Keystone Cav. 650 Boar Cav, 650 Squig Hoppers. He's just trying to make a play for the high ground objective, but those Murder Horsemen are not prepared to fight Boar Cav in melee, especially with Wiggins backing them up.
I'm super concerned about the Greenskin staying power at this point.
Yeah, it feels like we're having Greenskin syndrome, where they took the fight pretty decisively in the beginning, but now they're all low health and just terror routing. If they had,
sorry, you go.
I would say if they had actually managed to remove the Soul Grinder from the field and remove that Terror Swords, it would be huge for them. But with that thing still in the field, it'd be very hard for them to hold these objectives.
Yeah, I'm a little worried Tutorial's making a mistake by not like getting more shit out here more quickly. He has 1,500 supplies, and he has a lot of ground to cover. He needs to get out here.
Hey, geez, why are they both think? I wonder if they're just actually supply capped. There's nothing left for them to summon because everything's just routing so slowly.
I haven't seen Warzone,
Well,
so you're a liar.
Well, yeah, that for Samurai South. For Tutorial, I know for a fact he's got Blue Horus he could be summoning.
Samurai just lost a ton of tickets. Where did he summon? Black Orcs on the high ground.
Black Orcs on the high ground. Yeah, that'll be hard to remove. They will dominate those Forsaken in melee. And I think Samurai needs to start focusing on only 2 objectives, and I think that's what he's doing, going for 3 and 2. I think that's a very, very good play. You don't have a huge army, so just focus on 2 objectives. That's all you need.
A lot of Orc Boar Boys. Is that normal for domination?
Usually a lot of cheap mobility. In this matchup, I like Boar Boys for AP, but you also see some things like Squig Hoppers very often, so.
Ooh, we got a big sandwich coming in on point 1 to save it and catch some Screamers in Forsaken. That's a good play. I know he's supposed to focus on 2 points, but that, like, he saw a good opportunity and he took it.
Oh, no,
Another Tzeentch army ability on very wounded troops, but damage is damage.
Yeah, I'd really like to see the Soul Grinder like follow up on that and just start terror routing all these guys off as fast as they can.
Your auto loop on the Greenskin meta, wasn't it for the longest time just 4 million Spider Riders? What changed? If you're talking about domination mode, then I didn't know that it used to be a bunch of Spider Riders, but so far Samurai style has seemed to just be like massive infantry spam and Boar Cav spam.
In domination, you never really saw the Spider Rider spam or the Wolf Rider spam. You see it sometimes, but their damage output is very, very like slow. So if you're taking the time to skirmish with them very heavily, you're giving up a lot of objective tickets.
Another Shattered unit was desummoned, by the way.
Oh, nice. Love to see it.
That is a really weird feature. If something shatters, you shouldn't do that.
We've been asking CA to change that for a while, and well, still here.
Yeah.
But Greenskins are holding 3 caps. Oh, no, never mind. Tzeentch already took the high ground, but they're holding 2 caps, and they are going to be retaking the high ground with those Black Orcs very, very soon. And it's looking pretty dire for Tzeentch.
It is looking pretty dire for Tzeentch. Now we have a bunch of infantry getting spawned and running in now, but I think they need to be here sooner. Now, these are some low Greenskin health bars. So it's not like they're vibing, but I think they have enough to just throw at the point they'll probably be okay.
Yeah, and they've got more Orc Boys and Squiggers coming in to help them out. So I think Greenskins can probably hold this for a long time.
Yeah.
I think on the high ground, Tutor just took the Forsaken and just ran away from the Black Orcs.
I don't disagree with that decision.
Yeah, that's a very... I love the decision. Just collapse in the center, and then, let the Black Orcs sit there and cap for 30 seconds while you cap the center objective with that big collapse. That's actually a really, really good play. Yeah, there's just a massive amount of Tzeentch forces on the center objective. I'm not sure if Greenskins will be able to hold this, but I'm also not sure they need to. Tzeentch does need to 3-cap at this point, so... maybe again, Greenskins just take everything to the high ground.
Maybe, but it looks like they are throwing some low committal stuff like Orc Boys at point 1, where they're like, well, you got to commit something to go take this, so deal with it.
Yeah, not a bad idea. And while Tzeentch only looks like they have a slight value lead, thanks to those army abilities not counting, they have a huge value lead at this point. Yeah, Greenskins, and again, he's just committing heavily to the low ground, which I think is a mistake. The thing is, even with Black Orcs on the high ground, if 2 Forsaken come on the high ground and just like kite you around and don't fight you, they can still take the objective.
I think probably the strategy he's thinking is he doesn't want to blob up too much on one point because the only two spells the Tzeentch caster brought are blob punishment spells. So I think he's chucking cheap crap at point 1 just to waste more of Tzeentch's time and to have longer time where he's getting 2 points at once, like rather than just all blobbing up on one. Because I think he's worried about just making one mistake, having a mass route, and losing the game. This is like a safer play, if not like the most optimal. If that makes sense. And I can see the reasoning of just like harassing, buying time.
It's reasonable. The Soul Grinder is crumbling, which removing that Terror Source is pretty huge for the Greenskins. It'll give them a lot more staying power.
Greenskins pwned Tzeentch today. Woots indeed.
The Samurai style is a very, very good Greenskins player. He's practiced them for quite some time now.
Yeah. And Tzeentch is now just doing unfortunate infantry things, like spawning infantry, but we're so close to the end of the game, they're probably not going to reach this point. And it looks like the Greenskins know that. They're just throwing their cav at them to keep them off the point. Like, nah, let's go die away from the point rather than on it.
And I actually like what Samurai has done here. His opponent summoned a ton of infantry on the high ground, so he said, okay, you can have the high ground and just walk to the other side of the map, which he can get to much, much faster than those units on the high ground. And Tzeentch has the 3 caps, so it's a matter of like, where does Tzeentch allocate their resources? Just did a bit of a bait and switch, which I really, really like.
Yeah, Demonettes are... Exalted Demonettes are alright. Sorry, I'm talking to chat. Exalted Demonettes are alright. Basic Demonettes, they feel like they don't have the leadership or the stats to stay tanky long enough, and Demonic Instability is way better than Crumbling. Like,
Well,
sorry.
worse.
Yeah, but better for the game, but, like, worse for you.
Yeah.
But, like, yeah. So, it actually matters, and it feels like their low stats really lead them to start crumbling faster, and then they'll die pretty quickly. Whereas Exalted Demonettes at least have the leadership to not crumble so fast, and they have the stats to get the winning and melee leadership buffs. But I definitely agree. Both Demonette unit types really underperform compared to Exalted Plague Bearers or Bloodletters or Exalted Bloodletters. But I don't think those units are particularly impressive either.
I think Plague Bearers are fine, but Bloodletters are definitely underwhelming. But the big problem with those kinds of units is just their low armor and just low HP pools makes them so vulnerable to light missile fire, of which there's a very, very large amount in this game.
We have entered the end times. Tzeentch is not able to triple cap. They are going to take the top area and they will take the middle, but point 1 remains, and there is just too many unwashed greenskin bodies on that point. Tzeentch is really flooding in, and they're starting to take it, but I don't think they're going to take it before the ticker goes all the way up. And
they're losing the center objective at the same time.
Are they?
Which means, yeah, the Black Orcs are just fighting the Chaos Lord at the moment. Yeah. There are reinforcements coming, but they may not be there in time.
Oh, Tzeentch might take this point!
Tzeentch might.
They might take
Got
it!
40 seconds. 40 seconds. Yeah, I think Greenskins need to take whatever mobility they have, get Death Creepers over there onto the center objective, and cap as fast as you can. If you can cap that center objective, you win, because it'll take your opponent too long to flip it back, even if they get the capture rate advantage. So they need to be on objective 2 right now. If the Black Orcs can body block these Marauders off the objective, I think they win. If they can get to the edge of the objective and keep the Marauders from applying their capture rate, I think they can win this. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen. No, I think that's the game. I think Tzeentch takes it.
Yeah, the Green Beans are out of gas.
Yeah, and I think Samurai just split his focus too much. He tried to play all 3 objectives when he just didn't have the troops in the field to do it. And that's only 28 seconds. 28 more seconds, and he would have taken the game if he'd held any of the objectives just that little bit longer.
Yeah, Shiro, I'm saying that I would rather have demonic instability. Like, if there was only one type of crumbling, I would rather have everything have the demonic instability than have everything have the undead's crumbling. But I think the perfect thing is in the middle. So, like, your demon units don't lose leadership like frickin' Furies. Lose leadership and instantly die. But also, undead units don't crumble to the end of time. I think there's something in the middle.
This isn't over. There's a bunch of greenskins on the high ground coming. Yeah. There's not enough Tzeentch infantry in the vicinity. Nothing on the field for Tzeentch is very quick, aside from flying units.
Those flying units don't count as capture weights. This is 1.5 infantry versus none. And Spider Riders. I think this could be a sneaky little capture that will win the Greenskins the game.
Yeah, but I'd love to see those Orc Big Guns just stand on the far edge of the point and prevent the Forsaken from getting on. Just body block them off and say, if you want to touch this point, you have to walk over my cold dead body.
Spider Riders might do that after they rout off these Marauders. Yeah, and it looks like Tzeentch is coming up now, but it's too late. And they also can't even abandon the middle point or they'll start losing it too.
Exactly.
He desperately hung on to this game, and it was admirable play, but he was just at too much of a point deficit, unfortunately.
Hmm. Yeah, I think the mobility disadvantage really, really hurts Tzeentch in this matchup. Samurai's done an excellent job of using all of his mobility, his skirmish cav, his boar boys, and has played the objectives very effectively.
Demonettes being squishy isn't a problem. They're just too squishy, or they either need more damage or they need to be slightly less squishy, but like the end result is they're underperforming what they need to be doing. So
Hmm.
I think like you could make an argument that they should be squishy, but then they need a little bit more damage, in my opinion.
Or speed.
Or speed. Well, maybe. They have a lot of speed already, but
Sure.
yeah.
Like they need something more to compensate.
Yeah. The main problem is they hit a front line and then they'll get shot by archers and die on the front line before getting through it. Like, I don't know. Ideally, I think you would need like pretty elite infantry to hold demonettes back, but right now, Chaff does fine, and that's a problem. Now, Slaanesh is in a really good spot, but it's not because of demonettes. So, talking about the specific unit, yeah, they need buffs. Does Slaanesh need buffs? No. So, kind of.
Please buff Slaanesh. I like Slaanesh.
I know you like Slaanesh. I don't think they need buffs. I don't think they need hardcore nerfs right now. Like, I think Devoted Marauders just need to be a little bit less cost effective. I'm fine with Hellstriders being strong because that's kind of Slaanesh's whole thing. But the fact they can
that's what I've been saying. Thank you.
the fact that they can win the front line and the sides is really annoying to me. Where I'm like, all right, let's tone Devoted Marauders down a little bit and then like make them the flank faction because that's like their whole shtick.
It's like on 2.2, they nerfed Hellstriders a little bit, but they actually just buffed the Slaanesh frontline so much by buffing Hell Scourges.
Yeah.
The Slaanesh just actually got better this patch. Aside from losing the mortis engine damage, but generally they just got a lot better this patch.
Uh-oh. Razor doesn't like you. Razor's mad at you.
Oh well.
I
I
know.
like Slaanesh. I do wish Slaanesh leaned more to the glass cannon thing though. I really want my dream is that take away Fizz resist from Mark of Slaanesh, and makes Mark of Slaanesh actually reduce hit points. So that way it has the downside just like all the other marks, and it plays more in that style of actually being a glass cannon.
Inticity putting out a good point that like the problem with Hellstriders isn't how good they are for Slaanesh, it's how good they are for Chaos.
I also think so. My idea for Walk, well, not my idea. This idea I stole from I think Houseplants originally. Let Mark keep the mark system, but only let you apply marks to units you already have for Walk. Don't let them take entirely new units. Just say, you have this Marauder, now it's a better Marauder. It's a Corn Marauder, a Slash Marauder. Don't let them take entirely new units.
That could be interesting. I would also
That's
just
what I
say
would
like increase the cost on marked units or like units that don't exist on the roster or something. Like I'm fine with Hellstriders getting the Norska treatment where Norska and Warriors of Chaos had different cost Marauders and different cost Marauder Horsemen. And then it's
Well,
like,
yeah, but that's because Norsans were a little bit better because they had the rage mechanic.
I know, but I'm just saying the same thing on like the Warriors of Chaos roster. Just like for some reason they're 750 because this roster has a ton of stuff. It doesn't also need the best light cav in the game.
So yeah, I still don't like that because it kind of fills all the holes in Walk, and it just gives them too many options and just dilutes their identity. They aren't like like in Warhammer 2, they had a distinct identity. They played skirmish cav and they had good infantry, and occasionally they'd play some artillery, the hell cannons. Now it's like, well, they have the best skirmish cav in the game, they have the best infantry in the game, they have the best light cav in the game, they have good artillery, they have some of the best characters in the game. Just like what don't they have?
Yeah.
And I would very much like to see that roster trimmed down a little bit, so they do actually have those holes in their roster they used to.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and someone in the chat, Razor, is saying buff Nurgle before Slaanesh. Like, yeah, we're not talking about like Slaanesh needs buffs. We were just talking about like a unit in general, and the conversation moved from there.
I did say Slaanesh needs. I did say buff Slaanesh.
I was trying to save you from yourself, but all right.
No. I said I like Slaanesh, but yeah.
Buff
I want them to get back towards their identity.
Buff Dark Elves? Nah, Dark Elves
I'm also okay with that.
They're real strong right now in land battles.
They're pretty good in Dom too.
Gross.
Okay, what I want us to do with Dark Elves is just move the power away from Scourge Runners.
Dude, Scourge Runners are upsetting. I think like I would be fine with Dark Elf buffs if Soul Stealer and Scourge Runners took some hits at the same time. Because I like their power level. I don't like what they use to attain that power level.
I like Soul Stealer being strong because it lets me play with a dragon, and playing with dragons is fun.
Strong is fine. Oppressive is annoying. I don't think its healing is that strong. It's the damage that bothers me because
So in domination, it's only good with Malekith. Like you don't bring it unless you bring Malekith on a dragon. So I don't know if that's the same in land battles, but it's only it only works because it synergizes so well with what Malekith wants to do. And Malekith on a dragon is already strong. Is that the same way in land battles?
yeah.
Or do you bring it with things like Marathi or just a basic caster?
I haven't seen Marathi in a long time. Basic caster, you sometimes bring it, but not usually.
Okay.
It's usually just Malekith. But right now, the land battle meta is Malice and Malekith, and most of the time it's Malekith.
Yep.
Can we nerf War Wagons, please?
Please. Okay, I don't need them nerfed. I need their hitboxes to be fucking consistent. Please.
Exactly.
Please let me do damage to them in melee with Cav. Like when fucking AP anti-large Cav gets on them in melee, they should take damage.
Exactly.
Also, we have Cathay counts.
We do. I'm just ignoring it for a bit. Buff Saurus. I really like Saurus. I think they're fun.
I think Saurus are pretty good.
There was something in the chat I saw I wanted to comment on, but now I've forgotten it for a brief moment. Buff Dark Elves. Top 8 Grand Finals be streamed on CA's channel. So I swore there was like 13 qualifiers for this thing, and then Adelmo...
14.
Yeah, Adelmo might have Adelmo faxed me, and got me confused, so I just need to figure that out.
Adelmo with his alternate facts.
Yeah. Yeah, there's 14 qualifiers. So anybody asking that they missed this second one, yeah, you still have 12 more. And they're of all sorts of different time zones. We have another one we're hosting similar time to now. I think it's an hour later on November 10th, so next week. So don't worry about it if you missed them. They'll do hop in. Seems like a good time. A lot of people are signing up and stuff.
Yeah, pretty good turnout.
Cathay VC, is this a common matchup or not really?
This matchup is terrible for Cathay.
All right.
I assume for the same reason. I assume it's bad in land battles for the same reason. That's zombie summons. Just ruin Cathay.
Nope. It's OP in land battles.
Really?
Yeah, Cathay easy win. Easy W.
Oh.
I take Miao Ying, 3 Longma Riders, including the ROR, and then a Sky Junk.
I was afraid you were about to say that. Afraid you were about to say that. Okay.
Yeah,
that is the one strat that can be effective here as well.
Just out air cheese them. You know they're going to air cheese you. Air cheese harder. It's so stupid. It's a terrible matchup.
It's a very dumb matchup, I agree. Because, it's... Fuck Longmas. That's all I have to say is fuck Longmas. I hate that unit so goddamn much.
Well, dude, and I'm not pretending it's a fun or fair thing to do, but it's like, if they air cheese, you air cheese better, because your Longmas are better, and then Miao Ying could be up there giving them 24 melee attack and magic damage. So they're going to do fine. And if they don't air cheese, then your Sky Junk is just going to pew-pew at them with complete impunity, and Miao Ying and her Longma bros can cycle charge infinite amounts of Lord sniping, and if you just cluster up around your Lord, then you're not going to get through the front line of Jade Warriors, and the Sky Junk's going to keep going pew-pew, and it's just a horrible thing. But I generally don't feel bad, because also fuck vampire counts. So, I don't know. I'm conflicted, where total degeneracy makes me nauseous, but so do vampire counts. So, don't know what I would do about that.
I want vampire counts to not be so bullshit, because I love vampires, but they're just so bullshit in this game.
I used to actually really enjoy playing vampires towards the end of Warhammer 2. I thought they were very fun. Because I really liked Blood Dragon Lord, Blood Knight builds. Those are very cool. And right now it's just annoying that they're just stat sticks at the moment, and that's what really sucks. Is you don't have to play well. You can. I'm not saying every vampire counts player is unskilled. What sucks is even unskilled vampire counts players are almost indistinguishable from skilled ones at times, where it's like, yep, that is a blob on top of me, and it killed me.
And again, I don't know how it plays in land battles these days, but in domination these days, you bring infantry, you bring corpse threats to heal them, you bring crypt horrors to black them up. Whereas back when I played them in Warhammer 2 in land battles, it was like, well, you gotta bring some matchups. You bring Blood Knights, sometimes you have Cavs, you gotta bring Vargeist, some you bring single entities. There's variety, and you get to use the fun units, the cool single entities, the Blood Knights, that kind of thing. And Don was like, well, we have zombies and we have crypt horrors. What more do you need?
That's pretty much how it goes in land battles as well. Bobman's here. Hey, Bobman. I just have to hit you once, Dex nerd. It's me the first time I played Baldur's Gate, miss X10, get one hit in. Sorry, catching up with chat. Anything was balance. As a vampire counts, enjoy or nerf vampire counts. Yeah, that's how I feel right now about Skaven. Skaven aren't OP, but the things about them that are too strong make people hate Skaven, and I don't want people to hate playing against me. I would play Skaven if they were literally the worst roster in the entire game. I don't care, so I'd rather my opponents not, like, dodge me in quick battles or ban me in tournaments, like, you know, where they global ban Skaven, and it's like, come on. Come on. But I understand it because they're a strong faction, so I kind of want them to be a little weaker, so people... If they're going to global ban me just for the sake of banning my one trick, then it's like, at least they're hurting themselves in the term of the series. Because they're leaving up stronger picks for me to play. But right now, it's like, yeah, that is a pretty strong pick, and you know it's my favorite.
Yeah, that's what I've been with Dark Elves lately. Ever since I started playing Dark Elves a ton, everybody just perma-bans it against me because they're strong, and everybody knows I play them. It just doesn't feel good.
I feel like CA made a faction for people who don't like a brain. Vampire counts. Oh, you like that faction made? That faction is made for people who don't have a brain. Vampire counts are great. Big JP is after you again. Oh, you see him. Yeah.
I know. He's a big boy. He can take care of himself.
Why buff zombies? They're already a mainstay unit, maybe for campaign. I know CA was worried about vampire counts sucking in campaign, which to me is just wild. Because as I expressed at the start of the stream, my campaign opinion is pretty much like... And this might be an unpopular opinion, but this is my opinion. I don't really care about campaign balance at all. I just play campaign like a kid with his action figures, and like the stat changes don't matter to me. So when I'm playing Undead, I'm not like, I wish my zombies could hold more. I'm like, haha, look at Dragonlord go burr. Like, I don't care.
The thing is, like, even if you want those buffs, just slap it in the character's red tree, like, as the first thing.
Yeah.
Or like as an early tech. Like, it's so easy to move that power somewhere else that isn't just intrinsic to the unit, and so you still get it in campaign.
Because, like, I played Queek campaign, and I gotta say, playing against Undead with bullshit crumbling and high leadership is not a great time. It's a lot of grind fights until I get Poison Wing Globes or Rattling Guns or something to clear out massive amounts of infantry, and I'm like, who did this? Who did this fun gameplay experience?
So... You know how he said, you know, Sky Junk Air Cheese is really, really good for Cathay versus Counts? Guess what we don't have? Any ranged unit to proc Harmony.
None.
What we do have is an Astromancer on a War Wumpus.
The whole Necro spam meta is so boring. I mean, I just want to shank some people with Banshees. Yeah, ethereal units are still struggling a bit for the vampire count, which sucks.
They're so cool.
Orion literally gets free armies and there's no complaints. Yeah, like campaign's just for fun. Who gives a crap about balancing it?
And like, yeah, the people who are crying about balance are usually the ones who like to break it the most.
Yeah, the Orion campaign is a blast playing now. All right, I'm all caught up with chat, and we are going to focus on this game. So we have Baldy McBaldbald.
It's a pretty common choice for vampires these days because of his Sword of Unholy Power, allowing to farm effectively infinite WOM as long as he's melee. Which just translates into more invocations and more Winds of Death.
Follow-up. Why not Blood Dragon Vampire Lord with the Sword of Anti-Fun?
Do you see that unit of Flying Cav right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
Pretty hard to survive Storm of the Night. Just bring 2 Lords. Easy.
That's not a Blood Dragon. Oh, you said... Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just bring 2 Lords.
Except that ability sucks now.
This is why I'm a better player than you. Is because I have the big brain think.
When was the last time we played a land battle? Didn't I roll you?
Land battle? I don't know. Domination? Yeah, you did.
I distinctly remember a game of land battle that I rolled you in. Where I played the very balanced faction.
I don't disagree with that. I just literally don't remember it. But I do remember last time I played you in Dom, and I'm like, I feel like Brett wouldn't be that bad. And you're like, oh, trust me. And you just rolled me with Slanesh.
Yeah, Brett's really bad.
All right. The front lines have waddled into each other.
I want to see this War Wumpus.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one of these in months.
Oh, they're still very good. The bound spells are incredible.
Oh. Are you being serious?
Yes. Comet's very good, so is Lightning Bolt. They're both very good. Like, they're just good spells in general.
I will take your word for it.
Oh yeah, I love Uranus Thunderbolt. Whenever I take Heavens, I take that and Comet or that in Harmony, depending on what.
The spells are fine. Just paying as much as you do for a War Wumpus to have them is...
Okay, that I don't know the exact metrics on whether or not it's worth it. I was just saying the spells are really, really good.
Also, it's alone and it's dying to spears, so...
Yeah, that's not the unit's fault. Also, look at that Uranus Thunderbolt deleting an entire Graveguard. Look me in the eyes and say that wasn't worth the entire unit. It can die happy. Anyway, I digress.
Well, deleting the Sternsman and your own unit.
No.
And your Celestial Dragon Guard.
I refuse to see that. I only see what I want to see.
Uh-huh.
Also,
anyway,
the air blob fight is happening, and Longmas
it's going poorly for counts.
Yeah, 3v1ing these units. Now, sure, there's
I hate that unit so much.
This is why my build works
so much.
I
know. That unit enables Cathay to play so many different ways just by virtue of one unit. Like the ROR specifically just enables Cathay so much, and I hate it. Like I hate that they're that dependent on just one specific ROR. It's just too strong.
Yeah, it is too strong. I agree. But also, you mad, bro? You mad? Look at it. Look at it go in all of its glory.
I enjoyed Cathay before that unit.
I enjoyed Cathay before that unit as well. I enjoyed Cathay before a lot of things happened. Before Jade Warriors got chosen level melee defense.
Yeah. Anyway, to the great surprise of many, I'm sure counts are winning the frontline engagement. What? They're capping. They're actually kind of getting grinded down.
Yeah.
I feel like once...
Comet! Love Comet.
Yeah. But I feel like we need some Winds of Death over here. I feel like Baldy needs to stop tunnel visioning on the Longmas and start casting some Winds of Death on these halberds.
He's almost broken them, Copium. Also, Fellbats are doing their absolute best versus Jade Warriors, and that 90 armor has something to say about that attempt.
Cathay is up a ton of value, but that's kind of to be expected for both these factions. Cathay tends to farm value very effectively, and counts tend to feed it with all of their passive healing, so...
ASB, I just realized what your YouTube picture is, and I appreciate it. That's a good movie. And 2, to answer your question, no. Wait, not no. Yes, they are still unbreakable. Look at that. Look at that. They ain't gonna break. They ain't breaking for nothing.
They're -10 and still fighting.
There we go.
And they even have harmonic convergence while they run away. But Baldy has taken half his HP, and he needs to be careful, because Meow Ying could fuck him up very, very quickly.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Samurai Style. He's down 2-1 in damage value, which, like, I know counts are just going to do that, but not usually by this much.
Yeah, just allowing all of their enemies to shoot at them, just sit all those crossbows and shoot for so long is painful, as well as the spells have actually done a ton of work.
Yeah, and these corpse carts, one of them is almost heal capped. The other one can't be that far behind, because he's been sitting in Celestial Dragon Crossbowman for years, and Meow Ying's going to dive in here and do Meow Ying things. Cathay is even capping the point from under the vampire counts, and they hold point 1. So if counts fall behind on capture points, they're not going to have a good time, because it's not like they're buying time for their range units.
So, you know the discussion we had about whether the War Compass is worth the price? Do you want to guess what its value's at right now?
Not a lot, because you're bombing zombies? What?
Nope, 1,300.
1,300. Hey, let's go!
It's bombing Graveguard. But that Wind of Death does hurt, but I feel like it's just a little too late.
Yeah. It got 2 Celestial Dragon Guards, so I mean, good for them, but...
Yeah, like, it's a good value, but you needed that a lot sooner, so you could actually stream through the center and get on top of those crossbows. Those crossbows are tearing you apart.
It's good to see Wind of Death actually doing something, though. That was a meme spell for a really long time.
Oh yeah, it's so good. So good, but yeah. This is looking really rough for Samurai Styles counts.
Yeah. Counts need buffs, dude. Counts need buffs. This sucks.
Yeah, counts do. They really need buffs.
10 more.
No, I think he needs here honestly is just cavalry. I think he needs something like cavalry. Black Knights or Blood Knights, either one. Come in, could dominate Cathay and Cav and just get rid of all these crossbows for you.
Yeah. I mean, they tried to summon the Dire Pack, but now we have Jade Lancers sitting right outside the Count's summon, so they're not having a good time. One Jade Warrior's just vibing over on point 1, listening to some CCR.
Yeah, and if you're in a situation where Cathay is spawn camping vampire counts, probably a done deal. I'll be honest with you. Probably a done deal.
I wanna know, have you ever seen Cathay?
I don't know what song you're referencing.
It's Creedence Clearwater Revival. Have you ever seen The Rain? But I'm talking about that Jade Warrior over there, who's all alone.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
God damn it.
You'll very quickly that I understand zero pop culture references.
You're a zoomer, dude. That's from like
I am.
1950 51.
Yeah, that was... Oh, well, 50, yeah.
I don't know. I don't actually know when
That's
CCR was
before I was
popular. My mom loves
before.
CCR, and she's a little bit older than me. Being my mother
I would hope
and all.
so. Yeah.
My mother's actually younger than me. Get wrecked, noob.
That's... Okay. Can I please borrow your time machine?
It's out of gas.
Mm,
I came
shame.
from a time where gas is actually more expensive.
Yeah, there's no way you can afford to refuel that thing.
Tee. So, memes aside, Cathay is still holding the center point, but it looks like I got a little dicier for them. A little bit dicier. And Miao Yang took a very bad trade versus some Crypt Horrors. Is that enough to turn around this game? Platypus, go.
No.
All right, well...
This is looking really bad for Counts. Their entire mana blob has just been fallen to pieces. Their Graveguard has been punished very heavily by the spells. They don't have enough Crypt Horrors to actually chew through all of these elite infantry. And well, not even elite. They're just Cathay with Harmony, so they might as well be elite. Yeah, and the big problem is just Counts aren't holding the objective. Counts infantry do not have a whole lot of capture weight, except for 5 from Graveguard. Everything else is expendable, capture weight-wise. So they have a really hard time taking objectives back once they lose them.
Memes aside, no Humanoid, then we'd have no game at all.
Yeah. Also, JP in chat calling me out for not knowing references. He's corroborating my story. Like I don't understand pop culture references.
Dude, and I was actually a lot closer to the date on that song than I thought I would be. Is that another Wind of Death?
Yes, it is, but it's gonna whiff.
Yeah, it's gonna whiff.
And it's the spell resist. Well, it's only twice the spell resist. It's not bad. It just domes Miao Yang.
Yeah. She didn't die.
Yeah, the thing is, 2 Jade Warriors are outcapping 2 Skeleton Spears and a Crypt Horror and another Crypt Horror. I guess it's another Halberd point now.
And we're at like 14 units to 7, and Cathay has 2,000 in the bank while Samurai has 800. So the side with twice as many units on the field also has more money.
And objective number 3 is being held by a singular zombie, and it will not be for very long.
Terracotta Sentinel Platypus said we never get to see them, but he was wrong. But he was wrong. There is one on my screen. You were wrong. I was right. No, I don't.
You never said we were gonna see one. You asked if they are ever seen. Me being wrong does not imply that you are right.
I like changing history to make me right.
Nope. Yeah.
Are zombies expendable? Yeah.
Yes. Zombies and vampire skeletons are both expendable. Tomb King skeletons, however, are not expendable because reasons.
Very funny. It doesn't actually say expendable on their unit, but like they have the capture rate of expendable units. Yeah.
Yep.
Terracotta Sentinel's here. He is going to be decent against the Crypt Horrors. I found that like surrounding him with monstrous infantry doesn't do as much damage as one would think, and then he is just an unbreakable thing that stands there. I mean, it's fine. I don't think it's the best choice, but I think Tutorial was feeling himself a little bit.
Yeah, here's my general tactic when facing Terracotta Sentinel is exactly what Samurai is doing. He's going to walk past it and kill other things because it's not worth dealing with.
Yep.
It's not going to deal any damage. It's not going to die. Ignore it.
Yeah, I agree.
Its attack intervals are just so long. Like it doesn't put out damage, so you can just walk past it most of the time.
Complete
Counts
memes
are actually retaking this objective.
Yeah, I was going to say memes aside, I think if Cathay ends up losing this game, it was 100% because of the Terracotta Sentinel summon. Like,
yeah,
jokingly, like, haha, Platypus, you said it's not good. I legitimately think it was a huge mistake right here. Because it's got no capture weight. It doesn't clear out a lot of stuff. It's tanky, but like you said, you can just walk past it. So I think I honestly think that was a horrible summon.
You'd be much better with 3 Jade Warriors or like 12 Peasant Spears.
Yeah.
Or like anything else.
Because now he's lost the point, and his backline is defended by like nothing.
And these Crypt Horrors are so hard to remove. They're just so tanky. You just don't have infantry to come and contest his objective. Not much anyway. And Baldy is back. And the dogs are getting on your archers, which are low on ammo anyway, and low HP.
This Terracotta Sentinel could have been the Arwar Longmas summoned and a Peasant Spear. Like, you have to compare it to what wasn't summoned, rather than be like, is a Terracotta Sentinel bad? It's like, no, but 5 units that do this are better. Yeah. Now, the Arwar Longmas are also back, making Cathay extremely elite on the field, which could be a problem when they're currently losing control of the map.
Yeah, it's kind of a matter of can the Winds of Death actually remove the Dune Dragons and the Celestial Dragon Guard from the point in a reasonable amount of time. And I'm not hopeful, to be honest. I'm not optimistic.
Yeah, a Wind of Death does streak through the Dune Dragons, but doesn't seem to do too much damage, and honestly killed some undead units too. Yeah,
The
and the
thing is,
Longbows are clearing out the back line, but it's too late. Everything in the back line's already dead.
The other thing is Cathay is capturing objective number 3 at the moment, so I really feel like Counter's missing out on some cav. I
Yeah.
feel like if they had a couple of like Black Knights, they'd be in a really good spot.
Yeah, Cathay's looking back in control, and they look like they're going to win it, but I really don't think that this Terracotta Sentinel summon was the play.
I
think
mean,
that was...
it's half health and hasn't even gotten 400 value.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's got 400 value.
Yeah, I think Cathay was just in such a good position that that kind of throw doesn't matter. But if you're ever playing a game like this, don't summon that fucking thing.
Yeah,
You need to have a really good reason to summon it, and this was not one.
yeah.
But
Well, the Astromancer's finally going down after accruing a soft 2,000 value.
yeah, he's a good boy.
Yeah.
Can't believe you doubted him.
Well, he was. Now he's dead.
Yeah, we have some Jadeware Crossmen, but it's back triple cap time for Cathay. And
Phase
this
up.
time, I don't think they'll let go of it.
5,500 value.
Until the next Terracotta Sentinel comes in. Let's go! Summons a second one.
No, with the 3 cap coming in, I don't know that Count's going to retake these objectives anytime soon.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, all the Scriptors are about to get mega dunked on if the Righteous Lances just turn around. Which I think they should. They don't really need to chase Manfred. Miao Ying's doing it.
It's at the point like if they can do what they want. I don't think they can throw it from this point. Well, I say that. Maybe they can, but they shouldn't be able to throw it from here. They should be spamming out halberds.
Anticity, we'll be joining you next with the winner of this game. Are we just going to roll into that and watch Anticity play, or are we going to go do something else?
Works for me.
All right, we'll watch Anticity.
So, well, actually, we're gonna go to a game 3 after this, aren't we?
Oh yeah, because Tutorial's going to win.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I meant like in general, because otherwise I would message
Okay.
some other players and tell somebody to wait for us. But if we want to watch Anticity, we can.
Yeah.
Anticity is,
Fine by me.
to quote the Zoomers, poggers.
I mean, Anticity's gonna be playing the winner of this game anyway, so.
yeah, that's what I was saying. So we don't have to find a winner. We just know Anticity's waiting for us.
Terracotta is also dead, by the way, almost.
Nah,
So that's 700 value.
he's gonna see the end of this battle, dude. Terracotta Sentinels never die. But I agree with you that he was a bad summon, but
Yeah.
I also think you're a bad person, so it's fine.
Well, that's a given.
Yep, I just don't want to agree with you. Not a whole lot left to talk about at this point. I mean, we have some Graveguard that are going to try to take point 3, but they probably won't even take it before this game's over. Point 1 is still uncontested by the single Jade Warrior just listening to CCR in the distance. Or, I guess, what are you kids like? Nicki Minaj, he's over there just listening to WAP.
Listening to what now?
What? You don't even know Nicki Minaj? What?
I know the name. I've never listened to her music voluntarily.
What do you know about then? I don't know much about this, but what do you listen to? I need to know what references I can make around you.
Sabaton.
God damn it. What do I do with that?
Let's see. Green Day? I know Green Day.
Okay, Green Day actually got a bad rap. I think Green Day is pretty solid.
Yeah.
At the time, they were popular at a time that was easy to make fun of, so they dressed like idiots, but their music was pretty solid. I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
That was Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion. Fuck. All right, you win, JP. You win. We should have a TriCast with JP.
JP, why do you know these? Aren't these supposed to be Zoomer references, JP? Why do you know them?
JP's the youngest and hippest of us all.
Okay.
Bowman saying
think you're
Terracotta
right.
Sentinel carried. I'm saying Bowman carried.
Mm.
It didn't quite cap 700 value.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, the value it got was that it just tanked on the objective while the crossbows were firing. If Samurai just walked past it and gone and killed the crossbows, he might have been in a good spot.
See, I don't think Samurai's... what did he win on last series? He won on High Elves, and he won on
Greenskins.
Greenskins. And then he won on Greenskins, and he lost on Counts. So I think Samurai is just good with units that have more speed than 3.
Yeah, no, his mobility play with Greenskins is very, very solid. So, did his build actually have any cavalry? It had a Blood Knight that we never saw.
Yeah, I think he definitely needed some cav.
Yeah, I think he was expecting more of like the traditional Cathay box, which wasn't well equipped to just deal with a bunch of elite halberds.
Yeah, I guess. I drink and I know things. Dinklage. Peter Dinklage.
That's a Tyrion Lannister quote.
Yeah. I gotta catch up on chat. There was that we were banging too hard, and I lost the plot of chat. Hi Zero, it's good to see you. More elite fighting's PvP. CA, we have elite units fighting in PvP with Harmony. Harmony makes everyone a elite unit. Please put screen blocker in front of the ROR longbows. I don't want to see it. Oh. Sag. To be honest, the RR Longma shouldn't even be called Longma. Their league's better than base variant.
They're so much better.
They're so much better. Zero's asking you, is Cathay competitive in versus VC in domination now?
I've had mixed results in that matchup because the traditional Cathay style of boxing is very, very susceptible to zombie summons, but that kind of build that we just saw, usually compared with Skyjunk, is actually pretty potent and hard for counts to deal with because Cathay just dominates counts in the sky. So there's definitely play there. I'm not sure who it favors.
I need to start another very intellectual poll to keep chat happy so they don't riot. All right, which is the best meal of the day? Breakfast, lunch, dinner, or the midnight snack? What are the typical global bans in domination right now? As far as I understand, Tomb King's Warriors of Chaos are like the two freebies, and then aside from that, it's all over the place.
Banned more than Warriors of Chaos.
Why? Really? Okay.
Slaanesh is the best. Well, Tomb King's the best. Slaanesh is the second best faction. They're better than Walk.
I hate this game.
Slaanesh is insanely good. And counts are very common ban. They're not as powerful as they were, but they're still not fun to play against, in most people's opinion.
Getting messages about events that aren't this, and it's distracting, and I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
How dare people message me about not what I'm immediately doing?
Mm-hmm.
What about second breakfast? Anticity, why aren't you a mod? There you go, Anticity.
Oh, so speaking of messages that aren't about this, Anticity, I'll respond to you later.
Okay. Also, we're in another build phase, which you know what that means. Plug yourself. I'm going to the bathroom.
Oh, yeah. I am the Wild Platy, or RTK Platypus. I do YouTube content and Twitch. YouTube link is in the description below. I stream tournaments. I do ladder streams. I also put out a bunch of educational content, trying to teach people the game, specifically domination mode. So if any of that interests you, please check it out. What's the worst faction? Bretonnia. Or probably Bretonnia. In domination at the moment. Nurgle and Ogres? Yeah, they're not great either, but I think Bretonnia is worse than those two. Freestyle? No. How's ours used to be the worst? Now what else are real bad for sure? Cool. What else are okay? Corn got better. Corn is actually really good on this patch. Minotaur buffs really helped Corn, and that's why Samurai Style just picked it. Take that back. I will when you win an SFT with them, Bohemond. Okay. Win an SFT with Bretonnia, and then we'll talk. Oh yeah, Doc. Actually, it's probably just Doc. I forgot Doc existed. Actually, no, Doc isn't even that terrible. Am I gonna play one of these qualifiers? I don't know. Probably not. I don't really enjoy playing the top tier factions. I want to play low tier shit, and that's just not that good in competition. Brett is better than Dobby. No, Dwarves actually pretty good. Dwarves. Wheels, Wrath of the Dryads, and Glade Guard spam? Not in Domination. In Domination, they actually have some pretty good kite builds. Like Way Watchers and Deepwood Scouts are actually really solid. Um, Going from one of the worst to one of the best because cost changes. I wouldn't say Hile's one of the best. They're better.
I'm back.
So I wouldn't say they're one of the best. Hi, I'm answering chat's questions.
That is
So the route to good balance is not unit stat. I personally would prefer to see unit stat changes over cost change. Well, not necessarily prefer, but like I like to see a mix. We're only ever gonna see cost changes because that doesn't affect campaign. They CA is very reluctant to ever change stats because they want to. They would rather just have things that only affect multiplayer.
What is his YouTube? His or Inticities or his platypus? If you're referring to a platypus, it's in the description of the video. It's down there. My awesome co-host : and then just click that link. It'll take you right there.
Mm-hmm. How good are lizards in Dom? They're pretty hard to play, to be honest. They're not great because they rely on a lot of very, very high micro units, so they just require a lot more skill to execute than any other faction.
Mm. Did you tell them about all your new player tournaments, or did you neglect to?
Oh no, yeah, I do newbie player tournaments every weekend except this following one. Actually, I might end up doing it Sunday. I need to talk to people about scheduling. Um, Usually they're on Saturdays. They're a good place if you never played tournaments before, you never played Dom before, to just get your feet wet, try things out without running into Anticity first round and just getting pooped on.
That a lad.
Mm-hmm.
You are probably the most prolific domination host, and I think you and I are competing for the most tournaments hosted in Warhammer 3. I don't know which of us has the edge on that one, because you at sometimes like, well, okay, when I say host, I'm talking about casting it. Actually throwing something up on Total Tavern, I don't know, but like you cast all of yours, Subutais, some of Houseplants, like, so.
Yeah, but I also didn't start casting until like 2 months ago. You've been casting from the beginning.
True.
So, you're talking like since IE, maybe. Like since launch, not close.
Mm. Fair.
Lizardmen used to be top 3 before all Slanesh and Undead nonsense began. They were not. Lizardmen have never been top tier in domination. They were never good in domination.
Yeah, domination. I haven't really seen a Lizardman meta that existed. I've seen a couple games, but not like a meta.
There was like,
sorry,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say in land battles they were top tier at the end of Warhammer 2, but into Warhammer 3 they've been mid tier all the way through.
In like when we first got early access and for a little while after IE came out, there were a couple of top tier players who were really experimenting with lizards and trying things, and even some of them played at the summer finals, and they just did not perform. Like we had several Lizardman games in the summer championship, and they just got shit on. Like it didn't matter who was playing them; they just lost pretty hard.
How do you play rats in domination? Oh, I don't play them very well.
It's pretty similar. You're usually playing under weapon teams still. The big difference is that the way you play wolf rats and rat ogres is a little bit different because you can't use them just to peel. You have to get a little more aggressive with them. Because you can't just sit in your box and peel the entire time. You have to actually like try to contest space. So it's as far as like going from a different faction to playing Skaven, they play kind of the same way. As far as like transitioning them from land battle into Dom, we need to learn our Dom fundamentals, not anything unique to Skaven.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
I would say one thing I have noticed is theory crafting cheese for Skaven is generally not better than just playing them honestly. Like, and by honestly I mean correctly. Like full Death Runner stuff, and you're like, aha, you don't know what point I'm going to. It just like I tried it a couple times in quick battles, but it's like it fundamentally doesn't work because those units aren't any good at holding points, and they don't capture so fast. Depends on the map, but they don't capture so fast that the enemy can't be like, oh, okay, there's Death Runners over there, and sprint over some cav, and their armor sundering doesn't matter. They still get rolled over by any cav, so you're just losing on value trades.
Yeah, Death Runners get shit on by cav.
Yeah, so it's like, I don't know. And that was just one example, but I found like, oh, mass Molder Rush. Yeah, but then you have no holding power. Mass like Scryer, shoot them so much. It's like any kind of all-in cheese is just generally not as good as a balanced build, I've noticed. But I'm not a great Skaven player in Dom, so.
You know what unit has made quite a comeback in Dom lately? Plague Claw Catapults.
Really?
Yeah. The Discourage effect makes it a lot easier for them to hold objectives when their opponents are just routing as fast as they do.
Yeah, Plague Claws
as well as they just do a ton of damage, especially with the mortar nerfs coming to Armor 3.
This is an interesting question. Is there much divergence in faction balance between land battles and dom? And if so, which mode would you prefer CA use as a baseline for faction balance? So there's some differences. I'd say the top tiers in both modes are the same, but that's usually because those are factions that just their numbers are too high, so then they're going to be good. After that, I think the A and B tiers switch a lot between the two game modes, and I think that's kind of what makes them interesting. I'm fine with different factions performing differently in different modes. As far as balance, I think that they do need to keep both in mind, but balancing entirely around domination has proved tricky because campaign doesn't have a lot of domination in it. So you're isolating a large point of your player base where, like, let's say they balance for domination mode. Well, Undead need more leadership and capture weight to hold on in domination mode. Okay, but then in land battles and campaign, Undead are just really tanky and take forever to kill, and they aren't very fun to interact with. So it is tricky to balance all things. I think there are some ways you can balance for all game modes at the same time. Like, there's certain things that factions are annoying with in all three game modes that you can do. Like, if something's massively overpowered, like Tomb Kings right now, I mean, that's pretty easy to hit on all three things, but I think they have to be careful because domination and land battles are so fundamentally different that it's not super easy to balance perfectly with both of them in mind. Yeah. It's tricky. But I think one or the other mindset is a little detrimental because then it's like, why have it in the game if you're just not going to make it any good? I don't know.
The one point there I disagree with you on is about faction divergence or balance divergence. There are some factions that are very, very strong in Dom, like Slaanesh, that just aren't that good in land battles because they do different things. Like, they're very, very well suited to domination and taking space and being aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in land battles, well, it's like, well, they have a single empty blob and we can't deal with it.
Yeah. But I'm kind of fine. I'm not fine with, like, any faction being trash in either mode. But I'm fine with, like, oh man, Beastmen is top tier in land battles, and then they suck. Like, they're D tier in domination. I think that can be interesting.
Oh, I didn't say it's a bad thing. It's just I don't think it's like as one-to-one as you were implying.
But you're wrong and I'm right, so
let's continue this after the game.
Okay, that's fine.
So
High Elves and Khorne.
Yeah, High Elves and Khorne. Samurai came in with just a massive dude died, just as many dudes as he could bring, as well as Valkia.
It's kind of how he played Greenskins, to be honest.
Valkia, so Imrik is a really, really strong pick into Khorne because, like, all of Khorne's characters deal fire damage, and Imrik has a ton of fire resist. Which makes him very, very tanky.
Ooh, 40% fire resist, yeah. And then plus 25% missile resist, which means the Khorne Cav, the throwing axes,
do nothing.
they wouldn't do anything. That's pretty interesting. They lied to us.
So one thing,
except for stats for Canvas multiplayer. Oh, sorry, I was reading Big JP's thing.
Yeah. The one thing I really worry about for the side of High Elves is that they just don't have a lot of ways to deal with shielded Chaos Warriors. The only AP they have on the field is these Sisters of Avalorn, and against Silver Shields, they're not going to do a whole lot of damage. So I'm really worried about how they're going to actually chew through those Chaos Warriors. That said, the narrow pathways in this map allow High Elves to really just defend all of these missile units very, very easily, which make Khorne's life incredibly difficult, especially since Furies are going to get absolutely ruined by Sisters in melee.
Oh yeah, no, this is going to be a real bad time. As 3 archers are probably going to just pummel these Furies on their way in. I'm surprised that they're getting this far uncontested. I would have assumed they just flew into the meat grinder and got killed.
No, let's see how they do in melee in a 1v1. On the charts, they do a bit of damage, but, you know, they have 50 melee defense on a missile unit, so...
Yeah. We have
Sisters
Phoenix Guard.
Quite durable in melee.
Are Phoenix Guard normal here?
Phoenix Guard are really good into Khorne. I mean, how does Khorne deal with Phoenix Guard? None of their stuff beats it in melee. Khorne doesn't have good AP infantry options. Their only option is Bloodletters, which you can't bring into all these cheap archers. Phoenix Guard are very, very good here.
That's fair. I guess
they just need to make sure they stick with. They need to make sure they stick with their archers so that the Bloodletter that did get summoned gets punished. Especially with the Spear of Sleipnir going down and actually punishing Lothar Sea Guard elsewhere. It's not even available to kill the Phoenix Guard.
That is the most damage I've ever seen Valkyria's ability do, by the way. It just it one-shot a whole Lothar Sea Guard unit.
Yeah. Well, they're very. I mean, elves aren't that tanky, so that was a good cast, but elves are still pretty squishy.
Yeah,
The sloppy toppy does a number to them.
this is about the best thing I could see Khorne doing. They took point 3, and now they're just walking at the Elven spawn just to stop some of this madness from occurring.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious what they're doing with these Chaos Warriors and Marauders of Khorne just standing looking at Silverin Guard, and it's like, well, either get in there and fight the Silverin Guard, or why are these units here?
Mm-hmm.
Or do something.
Well, the answer is there's not a lot of flankers for them to actually take. They kind of only have room for one unit to funnel down the middle, and they've already got units on the sides. There's just not a lot of space for them to use their extra width. So I also would have preferred to see some of these units be turned into things like Minotaurs that can be layered on top of your infantry.
Mm. PG...
Yeah, this
Phoenix Guard even has the melee attack to beat most infantry. It's hilarious. Yeah, I'm fine with them being good. I'm just like a little surprised, but I guess Khorne not having spells really makes elite units possible versus them, because spells are the reason elite units are not usually meta.
Yeah, like if there's a bit of shades, well, suddenly you can't bring Phoenix Guard on the battlefield ever. But when Khorne doesn't have that kind of thing, very, very good.
Do Phoenix Guard beat Dual Axe Chosen though? Probably not.
No, but Dwellers Below does.
Yeah, probably not, but they have support in range and spells, so I doubt they're fighting alone.
Yeah, there will never be Dual Axe Chosen, is the thing.
I feel like it's the Fellowship of the Ring meme where, like, I can't beat Dual Axe Chosen alone, but you have my bow and my axe and fucking Gandalf. Sorry, I watched a different version of the movie. I think it was bootlegged.
Okay. Yeah, this map seems to be very, very heavily favoring the High Elves. There's so many safe positions for their archers. They can just hide behind a single Silverin, which are very, very tanky, and just fire for free for a very long time.
What are you talking about? We love choke point battles.
I mean, I'll be perfectly honest, I'm not sure why this map was included. This map has not seen competitive play for about 3-4 months.
I'm also confused why this map is here. Oh god.
This map has not been used in months.
Samurai Styles just waddling through bottleneck after bottleneck, trying to get anywhere.
Yeah, like this map's a pretty... If you don't like choky maps, well, this map's a pretty bad offender in that regard.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's Dwellers Below taking down the Bloodletters with the one answer to the Phoenix Guard, though they did do some pretty respectable damage.
Yeah. And memes aside, this is getting a little dicey for the High Elves. Khorne does have a double cap, while as much as we're talking shit about what's going on, and they have mucked up the High Elf spawn. Some of the High Elf Alten Seaguard is under threat, and anything they spawn here is going to have to be able to hold its own against these Chaos Warriors. And Khorne's just relentlessly slogging into these archers, and eventually they will get there. And eventually has come, as the sisters aren't looking so hot. They're surrounded by Furies right now, and very low in health. While the Seaguard are very low in health. So, like, all memes about it aside, Samurai Style just caught up in damage value, which is terrifying considering the amount of archer damage he's taken. Really nice charge from the Fireborn.
Yeah,
Bails out the Phoenix Guard.
The Dragonhorn going down, trying to salvage things, but looks like Khorne is doing pretty well, just fighting into the High Elf Infantry. The Archers have spent most of their ammo and haven't actually done a whole lot of damage to these Chaos Warriors. And Khorne is equalizing the value trade as well as pressuring a 3-cap.
Yeah.
So things could go very poorly for High Elves very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Fireborn. So now the Phoenix Guard are on objective number 2.
Yeah, memes aside, Khorne is rather tenacious, apparently, and just eventually the rock and the hard place will find you, and they will smash you, apparently. Imric's trying to peel for his archers and save his back line, which is going okay for him, but it's buying Khorne a bunch of time to take more territory on the map and, like, control the choke points so that never happens to him again.
Yeah, the problem is now these Phoenix Guard are on objective number 2. I don't know how Khorne is really going to contest that again, other than just throwing things into the meat grinder. And with the Fireborn on the field, High Elves have a very, very strong tool to just dominate the mobility game. They just destroy Fleshhounds 1-to-1. Their heavy armor means they barely take any damage, as well as, you know, physical resist do quite well. Sorry, they've magic attacks, but still, they're very, very tanky.
Galleon's Cove was on the first round of maps. Is that a bad one?
It's not as bad as this, but it also hasn't seen competitive play in a long time, since IE. Yeah.
Hay is for horses. Dual axes might win that. I'm not used to having a chat that moves this fast. I'm used to being able to look away for a second and not be pages behind.
Khorne does have a 3-cap and a pretty hefty point lead. If High Elves aren't careful, they'll be forced into a 3-cap scenario pretty quickly, and that could be one way for Khorne to actually snake this match out.
Yeah.
They can just force a 3-cap and then just start spamming out Chaos Warriors on objective number 3. They could definitely tank for quite a while back there.
Mana battery number 5 is getting pushed off the map by Chaos Furies, and she actually has a crap ton of health, so that is a pretty big loss.
And she still has one use of her mana battery ability, so
yeah, but you want to desummon her rather than
if you can, yes.
Get her run off.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's a pretty big win for Khorne.
Yeah.
I think Khorne just wants to spam crap at this point. Just keep the High Elves under pressure, because the High Elves are right now super indexed into ranged units and elite units. They don't have much frontline. They don't have much width. So it's not like they can walk over to 3 and take it. It's not like they can walk over to 2 and take it if you're taking 1. So I think Khorne is now just in my opinion, should probably play this like just bodies. Bodies on points, lads. Bodies on points.
Honestly, I think the High Elves should just take the Fireboard and cap objective number 3 right now. If it'll just buy them a ton of time, like what's Khorne going to summon to stop the Fireborn? So I think they just need that little bit of time added to the clock to give them time to secure their backfield. Because as I said before, like if Khorne's taking a fight in like practically on top of the High Elf spawn, they're going to lose it sooner or later just by virtue of reinforcement timers.
Yeah. Also, Cosmo, to answer you, are any of the new Waka or Chroma maps allowed in the Warhammer World Cup? So far, no. Not that I saw. As far as I know, they didn't. Like, they were relatively new when this was all being designed and that kind of stuff. But I don't think... it might show up in a future event, but don't hold your breath.
Yeah, I believe I mentioned earlier. They're good maps. The modders putting a lot of work into them, but they need a lot of QA testing still.
Yeah.
They still have, we're finding a lot of bugs, so we just want to make sure they're, ironed out before they're in, premier tournaments. But at this point, I would love to see Khorne just commit everything to objective number 3. The High Elves do have to 3 cap, so there's not a lot of point to try and hold objective 2, and this is the same mistake we saw Samurai making in prior games. Although it did work out for him before, but I've never been a fan of it.
Yeah, he's still technically holding point 2, and it's now ticking over.
Yeah.
But Valkyria got dove by
is on top of Valkyria, yeah.
Yeah.
And like you're saying, because that fire is, despite Valkyria being an anti-large duelist, she will not do much to Imric at all.
Nope. And now the High Elves have enough lads that are finally pouring out of their spawn that they can finally take the points. They have point 1, they have point 2, and we even have some large Guard marching for point 3. So Khorne does need to turtle up on point 3 and just hope they can last it out, but I really don't think that they have enough meat left in the tank. Like, this very sudden High Elf wave just appeared and really changed my opinion on how this was going to go, because it's like, what are you going to put on the point that can withstand this many unwashed, filthy elves?
Yeah, Khorne has really petered out. Their infantry is just in tatters and routing and not able to be resummoned. And High Elves have really run away with the value lead. But if they can get some reinforcements onto objective 3 and just hold for a minute or two, they could still just squeak out this game with objective tickets.
What is it? A point a second, and they need 300 points? He needs to last for 5 minutes on point 3. That feels like you're asking a lot out of him.
Yep, but that's his one route back in this game, so I don't think there's any way he retakes objective 2 or 3 in this instance. There's just too many elves.
I agree. Also, Manuel, I think. Great shared cast, guys. Good job. Yeah, we're having a real good time. Yep, really happy I had to invite Platypus. Just to secure this gig. Listen, Cuban boy, we want you to host the World Cup, but you are shit at casting domination games. We are assigning you babysitter.
I mean, to be fair, there are a lot of other casters that haven't done a lot of domination content that are hosting World Cups, so it's really just you they hate.
Yar. No,
well,
it's just
I don't know if hate's the right word. Don't trust is probably more applicable.
I just invited you because I liked hanging out. It was funny that, like, the Warhammer World Cup people were like, just to make sure what's going on, are there 2 streams or 1 stream? And I'm like, just 1 stream. He's just hanging out with me. I'm like, okay, we don't really get it, but sure. Like, seems like a lot of fuss for another person, but I'm like, I don't know.
I feel like having multiple casters is kind of the standard in most, like, video games and, like, esports.
Yeah. Dude, Khorne might do it.
Khorne might do it. Like I said, this objective is just so far away from High Elf's respawns, and their infantry, well, they're just relying mostly on infantry. So the time it takes them to get here, on top of the time it takes them to remove Chaos Warriors from an objective, could, like I said, it could turn things in Khorne's favor.
Like, 5 minutes sounds like a long time, and it normally is, but, like, it's taking the Elves 3 minutes to even get over here.
Exactly. I also think like Valkia, you should probably desummon her at this point. She's used both her spears. She's low health. Like, what's she's gonna do at this point? Just refund or get whatever money you can and turn that into more bodies on the objective. But yeah, Khorne is
Ooh, that's gonna be a big
still pretty
bonus.
dark. Yeah, that is the chaos, the one chaos warrior. Yeah, that's nasty.
He's trying to dodge it, but
nasty.
he can't.
No, the fact that spell doesn't friendly fire is such bullshit, dude.
It should friendly fire. It should.
Yeah.
But hey, more marauders.
Khorne is still holding the objective for the time being, and more chaos warrior halberds coming in too.
Yeah.
If they can get on that objective, if that halberd gets there before the cap point gets slipped, they might be able to hold it. Although the capture point does seem to be going pretty heavily in High Elf's favor, especially with these sisters sneaking on the objective.
Yeah, High Elves are just pouring everybody they have onto the points. And they have the other points very well in hand, so it's not like you can just spawn a dog and real quick run over there and do something. So it's all about point 3. The entire game is coming down to point 3. You have Marauders terror routing, Chaos Warriors taking so much damage.
Terror route. And as soon as they terror out, they stop holding any capture rate, so that's going to be High Elf's capping.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, and the fact that, I don't know if Samurai's going to be able to pull off a cheeky back cap this time like he did before, because, he had to hold it for over 2 minutes, so, yeah, he realized he can't retake. What a banger of a series, though. That was really close.
That was a good series. That was a real good series. I like Samurai a lot. I hope to see more of him. I like his style. It's not super conventional. I like seeing the Greenskins. He was 2-0 on the Greenskins, which you fucking love to see because you just don't, It's like back in the Warhammer 2 days before Beastmen got their update, man, picking Beastmen on Turin stream was the easiest way to get fans. And I just love that stuff, when someone just picks a faction they like and plays the shit out of it.
Oh, yeah.
You love to see it, so. I wish him the best. Tutorial came out on top. Honestly, after game 1, I was a little sketched out. I was a little... I thought Tutorial... in my head, I'm like, okay, this is like a 6 or 7 out of 10 player, but Samurai Style is like 8 or 9 out of 10, so he's probably going to win, and then... I don't know. He just played game 2 and 3 way better than game 1, so...
Yeah. Look at the Fireboard value. They got almost 2,700 value.
They're good lads.
They are very good lads.
All right, Anticity, if you're here...
He says, GG on my way already?
Yeah.
He's on top of things, which I appreciate.
Yeah. I asked him to host because Tutorial's not the host, Samurai Style is, so if Samurai leaves, again, the host is going to switch, and I've had a lot of bug experiences if you switch hosts, so... I'm back with Chinese food takeout. Welcome, Rusky Jim. Valkia broke, yeah. Including Platt was very smart. Thanks, Big JP. I was getting real worried, as you saw, where I was like, wait, they can't kill all these Khorne warriors. And then Imric and Dwellers Below said, hold my beer.
Yeah.
Just smashed through them.
Yeah, that was brutal.
All right. So you look for Anticity's game while I start this new poll that people want, apparently. Well, Zero wants, but I'm also very curious. Best popsicle flavor.
I think the actual flavors, the colors.
I mean...
There is a correct answer to this question.
The colors.
Good.
Best popsicle flavor. Perp. Red. Orange. Banana. Fireborn get an extra serving of grilled vegetables for dinner tonight. Hell yeah. Alright, you find Anticity's game?
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, hey, look, I refreshed and there it is.
Ent versus TTR? Alright, I'm on my way.
Mm-hmm.
I see it.
Why? Where's blue?
Banana.
Banana is not blue!
Banana.
Chat, please roast him for me.
Banana. Blue is actually the best color.
Yeah.
100%. All right. Did Anticity invite TTR? Otherwise, I'm gonna go look for him just in case.
Or Chosen should be immune to sociology. I think everything's immune to sociology in the Warhammer, isn't it?
All right. I sent Tutorial the thing.
One last game, Tutorial 1. 2-0 over Samurai Style.
Our friendly neighborhood admin Jay Phoenix is going to bed, so we're on our own balance and stuff wise.
Oh, we're in charge now. The lunatics are running the asylum.
Yeah, pretty much. Um,
Lovely. I mean, it is probably like what, like 4 a.m. for.
I just sent Tutorial a DM of the stream, like the stream link.
Good job.
I sent him the code now.
Plugging your shit even in people's DMs.
Well, I hit invite player, but I never went over to copy, so I just hit invite player, and then like it copied, and then the last thing I had copied was the stream.
Good job. Shameless plugs. Truly shameless plugs.
All right, Three's messaging me. Popsicles, ice pops, 9.99. Ice pops are pretty good. Ice pops are pretty good. The greens are probably the best flavor because they're the best color.
No, blue is the best color. Take that propaganda of yours and get it out of here.
All right. So tutorial needs a minute.
Okay.
Which is fine. Probably have to go to the bathroom or something. But by the time we
play it, so now we play a dwarf mirror, right?
Oh, of course. I mean, by the time we find a different lobby and get in there and stuff, they would have been here. So it's fine. We'll just hang up for a second. I have to change the names on the thing anyway. So Anticity's probably one of the tourney favorites.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. Anticity's been kind of washed lately. He bombed out first round of the last two tournaments he played.
Anticity was born washed. It doesn't stop him. No, I expect Anticity versus Void finals.
Void.
What? Sorry.
Looking at the bracket, Void's already made the semis on the other side, so he has qualified.
I wonder if he just qualifies and goes to bed.
Well, getting a higher seed is advantageous, isn't it?
I know, but I could totally not that he would do this. I'm just memeing. But anyway, Void gets to the semifinals,
the power move,
and he's like, "Game 1, Beastmen. His starting army is just Torox. He sprints at your army. As soon as Torox dies, he forfeits. He's like, nothing I could do. Game 2, Greenskins. Picks Wurzag. Wurzag runs straight at your army, dies. 2-0-2. Anyway, I'm going to bed. See you guys at the World Cup." Because
power play.
I was typing to him a bit before the tournament even started, and he's like, "It's 1 a.m. here now." Before the tournament started, and he's like, "This sucks."
Man, I know for the semifinals, we had people playing starting at for the qualifiers, people were playing starting at 2 a.m. and going all night. Starting a 9-hour tournament at 2 a.m. and just going. Just takes a ton of commitment. I would just go to bed halfway through.
Yeah. Who won that last game? Tutorial did. Yeah. He's going up to face Anticity, which is why I put him at the top now. I'll catch up with chat in a second, but there was something I did want to say. Oh yeah, on that point before I totally forget. So I think Tutorial surprised me beating Samurai Style. After that game 1, again, I kind of got a mental okay, they're about this good, and they surprised that. If they beat Anticity, I think that would solidly put them in my okay, watch this player.
It'd be quite an upset, yes.
Yeah. So we'll see how they do. I do think this is kind of the Void territory again, where I was talking at the very start of the stream, where I'm usually when players go to fight Void laws, I'm if they take a game that's pretty good. I think we're in the same thing here. Tutorial's already shown themselves to be a pretty good player, but I think if they take Anticity to 3 games, they're a great player.
Yeah, definitely.
But my predictions going into this after watching that best of 3 is probably 2-0 Anticity.
Most likely.
And it's not unheard of that Tutorial could take a game, but I don't know. I've seen some Anticity games, and it's usually pretty one-sided.
Seen some Anticity games, and Anticity always has the wildest builds.
Yeah.
He's very entertaining to watch. He has a very unique style that makes it always exciting to watch.
Anticity's so washed right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chat's just Chat's talking about orange popsicle flavor and Anticity being washed. Those are the two things.
Disney can't even beat campaigns anymore. Surprised he got this far.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Oh, that's amazing.
Is that banter? Do you mean it, Andrew? Yeah. He's very smart, but he's reckless in campaign for fun. Oh yeah, yeah, Limstel, we're memeing on him, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fan of Anticity.
Who in the Warhammer 2 ever chosen? It was Evenstar, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Anticity won. It was Alfredino Anticity. Sorry.
Alfredino Evenstar.
Yeah, Evenstar. Alfredino Evenstar finals. I think it went the whole distance, and it was really good.
Mm-hmm.
It was really good. I remember a Count's Coast game that was actually super interesting at the time.
Yeah. Just he was very innovative with Coast in Warhammer 2.
Sorry, Jay's messaging me some stuff.
Mm. Anything I need to be aware of?
No.
Okay.
Just like watch out for blank, not blank already happened.
So
All right.
anybody taking more than 30 seconds to make a build.
Got him. I mean, we're kind of trucking for a domination tournament, honestly.
Yeah, no,
We're doing okay.
Pretty good speed.
Because Void's in the semis. There's Kark versus Ulrich Rahl. I brought you guys with me, right? Yes, I did. Kark versus Ulrich Rahl. Winner of that fights Drakens. Winner of that fights Void. So we have 4 best of 3s left from that point, and that one's hopefully on its way. On the bottom side of the bracket, we also have 4 best of 3 left, but it's Sandwich versus Maiden has been going for a bit. So I'd hope they're maybe not almost done, but getting close. So in reality, we have probably like 3 best of 3s left, time-wise. So that's not bad. I mean, you and I are probably still going to be here till midnight or 1 in the morning, but it could be worse.
Yeah.
Because what is that, 7 hour? A 7-hour stream is pretty good.
Yeah. For a dump term this size, that's not that bad.
Yeah. This is going a lot better than certain events. Like, there was, again, I was talking to you about it off stream, but it's not a secret. It's just public knowledge. But Logic's the Warhammer World Cup Logic was hosting, there was a best of 3 at the start that took like an hour and a half to an hour and 45 minutes. It was getting close to 2 hours. And it's like, I haven't heard of anything like that happening. I'm not seeing it in any of the chats.
Yeah.
But like, so far that's going smooth.
Usually when that kind of thing's happening, it's usually just supreme technical difficulties.
Yeah. Hasn't Mofet showed up? No.
Nope. He hasn't played Warhammer World Cup yet.
I imagine he will soon. But this is
Possibly.
only the second qualifier, and this one, for people in that time zone, this one starts at 1 in the morning, so Void is extra special here. Not a ton of people willing to start at 1 in the morning. Hey Melonhead, did I see you in the bracket, or are you a different Melonhead? How'd your games versus Maiden go? And going extreme meta try hard in this one. That's more
Is he now?
campaigns. Pick ogres in the finals, become a legend. Alfred already got his high elf. Alfred got his high elf mage sniped, yeah. Want to see Voidlaws versus Mofet game? Just see what someone playing with 2 keyboards at once looks like. Yeah, that is like, it was a fun. Oh my god, Anticity went Lizardman. That was like an interesting bit of drama, but and not even drama. It's more like community speculation. If Mofet and Void are the same person, and like there's a lot of weird stuff that would make you think maybe, but personally, from having given both of them prize money, they talk very differently. Like,
They also play pretty differently.
yeah. So either Void has put a lot of thought into this, or they're not the same person.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know, Void has a certain cadence to how he types that Mofet just has an entirely different way of structuring sentences. I don't know.
This is flicking back and forth between the Tzeentch and Lizardmen. He's baiting us with the lizards that we all so desperately want to see.
You're right. He is that sort of maniacal that he would do that to us. Oh, now he switched to Cathay.
Why does he have... Oh,
Yeah, that's me. Pretty fun, great player. I lost my Lizardman against his High Elves in my first time as Brett against Lizardman. Yeah, Maiden's a good dude. He's a good guy. He's a really good player, so you probably weren't going to win, but, like, he's a nice guy at least. There are some people who just smash you into the dirt and then, like, say BG and leave, but Maiden's a nice guy.
Or not say anything, just leave.
Yeah. Tinfoil hat right there. Falcon doesn't play much anymore. Yeah, it's a shame.
You brought up Maiden, said he was a great player, and then he immediately lost. The loss got reported onto the bracket.
Okay. Is Dante a bad player?
If I was saying it to his face, I would say yes, because he's not here. No, he's pretty good.
Yeah, then I think it's fine. I think it's fine that Maiden lost to him. Ulrich Rahl also advanced over Kark, so now he's fighting Drakens. So yeah, we have the furthest we are from the
RTK
finals.
Quarterfinals, baby.
Let's go. Subutai and Sandwich gotta knock each other out, though. So
Well,
do
not
Drakens
that
and
much.
Rahl.
Yeah.
So that's guaranteed 2 RTK semis. That's pretty good. Anyway.
So RTK qualifiers.
Hey, let's go. True. But yeah, the final is maximum 3 best of 3s away. So we're on a pretty good pace to finish by midnight.
This is a matchup I haven't seen at all.
Lizardmen versus Empire.
Yeah. This matchup was pretty Empire favored back in the day, was it not?
Lizardmen versus Empire was Lizardmen favored back in the day. Yes, but after Warhammer 3, I have been feeling pretty strong about it in, again, land battles as Empire. It feels like 55-45. But
What changed?
War Wagons got some buffs. Lizardmen got some buffs too, to be fair, but Empire's just been feeling really good in Warhammer 3 because Cav feels really good. Like, Cav dominates the land battle meta right now.
Yeah. But you were saying it got better for lizards.
Did I?
Yeah, you said it got better for lizards.
No, sorry. Then that was a misspeak. In Warhammer 2, it was Lizardman favored. But in Warhammer 3...
No, it was Empire favored, I thought.
Depends on who you talk to.
Okay.
Bob Tresh
In my experience. Bob Tresh insisted everything was Lizardman favorite. Bob Tresh doesn't count.
But I learned most Lizardman matchups from him. So,
okay.
Anyway, in Warhammer 3, Empire has been winning it more often than not, I think. And War Wagons are a big part of it, especially because... You know, it sounds like a good thing for Lizardmen that Feral Cold Ones, armor-piercing 450 dog units, essentially. Cold One Spear Riders. We have a ton of stuff to shut War Wagons down. Hey, Platypus, what do you know about Warhammer 3's War Wagons? What happens in melee?
Literally fuck all.
Literally fuck all. Okay, what ranged assets do the Lizardmen have to take them out then?
Razordons and Salamanders.
Huh, weird. Those both get outranged by War Wagons, and they get fucked by Huntsmen, which are also super common. So the Lizardmen don't have a good ranged artillery piece to take out War Wagons. They rely super heavily on melee, and that's like melee isn't working appropriately versus War Wagons in Warhammer 3. So the matchup got really good for Empire all of a sudden. Now it's not unwinnable. It's 55-45, but it's like
Bowstags do into War Wagons.
Not really good. Bowstags
haven't.
Bowstags DPS is super low.
Okay,
Like
use them.
they're one of those things that on paper they look good, and whenever you use them, they're like, oh, this is pretty.
I regret this.
Yeah, they're good melee units. Like Bowstags are a good unit. They're just not good as an artillery piece. They're like the bow is a nice touch, but you abandon it as soon as the melee fight starts. Where it's just like, all right, this is just a Stegodon that doesn't rampage now.
Fair enough.
Anyway, Raflon is the only player who smashed me every single time we meet up in tourneys. It always feels terrible. Warriors of Chaos is the flexibility of the roster and something's being undercosted. Yeah. Warriors of Chaos is strong by their unit diversity, not super strong by like X unit is too good. It's the fact that they can bring so many different units and so many different play styles that you have to kind of prepare for all of them.
the thing with Walk is they have some of the best infantry in the game. So the best light cav in the game, the best skirmish cav in the game, the best monstrous infantry in the game, the best characters in the game.
Mm-hmm.
One of the better, like a really solid artillery piece. It's like, well, what don't they have? They have good chariots. Like they're good at everything basically.
Bowstags are super strong versus Cav. I'll have to try that, Loopy. I haven't tried them versus Cav. I usually took Bowstags to counter like chariots, and they just don't do crazy damage. But yeah. As for the Warriors Chaos stuff, they do have a lot of that stuff. I should say that like their diversity is what makes them strong. But it's like if a faction has one thing that they're the best at, then at least you know that that thing's coming. But as Platypus just listed off, like Warriors of Chaos have so many things that they're the strongest at. It's hard to like. I'm going to get cav rushed, or I'm going to get kited, or I'm going to get heavy infantry rushed. And it's like, no. And then a domination, especially, they just have a really killer combination of great holding infantry and great light cav supremacy. So, yeah. Chaos is just, they're just too good at too many things.
Pistons light cav is just probably the best unit in domination at the moment.
Samurai style hopping in chat and being toxic about his loss. Wow. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Jesus Christ. Anticity asked me a question. I entirely ignored him because I'm a bad person. No. Samurai Style was being... For anybody who's watching the VOD and they're like, wow, that guy sucks. He popped in and gave me a nice comment, so I had to be shitty. It's the law.
It is the human boy law.
Thanks for casting this. Nice to see you still active, human boy. Good to see you too, Samurai Style. You played great, man. You played great. I really, like, I talked about it. If you end up rewatching the VOD of your series, I have some nice comments for you at the end, even though you lost, so.
I don't. I think you're shit and you should have played better.
You're shit. You should have played better.
Yeah. we're bad people.
A little bit. I'm just ricocheting off the fact that it sounds like you know him and hang out with him in chat, but watch this, like, you're gonna be like, I don't know that guy. And I'm like, oh, well then we just bully him for no reason.
Here's my advice for you, Samurai. It's that when you're imposter, you need to not sound like you're lying, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Samurai is a very bad Among Us player.
Among Us.
Anyway, it's a lot of chameleon skinks.
Yeah. Real quick before we do that, Harmony and Formation Attack or Grenade Launches with 360-degree firing arc would make Empire S tier. I really don't want Empire to have Harmony. Okay, let's do this.
Yeah. I see a character I haven't seen in many a year.
Toddy!
Krokgar. No, Krokgar. Toddy's amazing.
Toddy's amazing.
Krokgar. Like Krokgar on his Carnosaur.
Oh, why is he on his Carnosaur? Anticity.
Why is he in the game? His Hand of the Gods damage didn't really scale up from Warhammer 3, so it just doesn't kill anything anymore. And that he's just a massive target for shooting, which, you know, there's plenty of on that Empire roster, so.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing here.
No, I think Toddy's a really, really good choice. Between Blood Roar, Fear and Terror, and, well, he doesn't have the other abilities. He's just a really solid terror piece. He can beat on big dinos, the Stags, the Bastildons, anything like that. I think Toddy's a really, really strong pick.
Yeah, Toddy's great. I generally prefer him over Franz in Game 3.
Oh, I would never consider Franz in Domination, honestly. I would only ever consider Toddy. That said, if you're just going to take a bunch of chameleon skink poke with him, he's not going to perform very well.
Yeah, you should back off, but...
Mm-hmm.
Oh well. I guess his tutorial's trying to waste some of Anticity's ammo. We do have War Wagons. War Wagons should not take a straight-up trade with chameleon skinks. Armor's fine, but when you get hit with a million things, it doesn't really matter, so they should just back off.
On top of the fact chameleon skinks have heavy missile resist and not pretty spread models, they don't take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Hey, look, even more War Wagons being summoned in. And we have a Life Caster to heal them. Oh, no, Life Caster only has Dwellers. Okay.
Also, there's a Sunmaker, but it's trying to fire at the chameleon skinks and really having a hard time actually
I feel like you probably just save your ammo for the Saurus, because, yeah, that did nothing. Anticity's, first of all, Anticity's micro isn't going to let you get a solid shot. Second of all, they have spread formation 40% missile resist, so you're not going to do a whole lot of damage even if you hit. I feel like just waiting for Saurus or a more efficient target would be much, much better there.
Toddy full LL when? Full Legendary Lord? Oh, I don't know why he's not playable, dude. I would play as Midland all day.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun. Toddy is really good though. Yeah. And look, a fourth War Wagon. Okay, the Sunmaker's starting to get some good damage on those Chameleon Skinks.
Too much convo and no talk about battle/players. I mean, we're literally talking about the War Wagons and Chameleon Skinks, so I feel like we're talking about the game. Intensity is playing the Lizardmen and Tutorial's playing the Empire. I feel like that's in the top left corner. I don't know what you want from me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe skirmishing coming in, but I mean they're just poking away at shielded spearmen, so it's not very efficient target selection for Anticity. They're just getting hammered by the Sunmakers. These trades are always going to go in favor of the Empire. And now that the Saurus have left the trees, they're going to be just easy targets for the Sunmaker.
Yeah. And the Saurus are now starting to come out of the trees because they don't want to get bombed by the Sunmaker, which is a pretty good play from Anticity. It does give the Empire pretty solid middle ground positioning, but just getting shot by the Sunmaker for free until this point would have been a mistake, so it's good of him to hide them. That was solid. The Chameleon Skinks are looking a little worse for wear, but how are they doing on models? 70, 68, 86. So they their health bars are really low, but their model count is fine.
And they've taxed the Sunmaker's ammo a lot. It's down to like half its ammo, so
it's
maybe
down
that
to
was worth it for Anticity. Maybe it's a situation where you're going to have to let the Sunmaker hit something. Just get a very inefficient target in those Chameleons. Maybe it's not a bad idea.
Yeah. I like it. Now the Saurus push is coming up. Saurus will destroy all these state troops pretty effectively as long as they don't take a ton of Sunmaker fire. Because War Wagons aren't really good at clearing out Saurus. Boris isn't either. And the Sunmaker isn't once you get into melee, so it's all about getting into that melee and stop taking damage. Empire can kill Saurus with greatswords, but I don't see any right now, so they can't.
Empire Cav can also do quite well against Saurus. Just King, Empire Knights, Blades of Blazing Sun, those will kill Saurus reasonably well. As will a fatty Dwellers Below on 2 Chameleons and a Saurus Spear. The ROR, no less.
Yeah.
Kroq-Gar
They seem okay, though. They dodged a lot of it.
Yeah, we do have a Manticore summon coming.
That's interesting.
Where did I hear that?
It's on the middle point. It's going after a Jade Wizard, but it's about to get Gatling gunned down by these War Wagons. It rampages into
spears. Rampaged. Yep, and Boris is going to finish it off.
20 wins of magic well spent.
Yep.
Oh well. It's distracting the War Wagons, but... Now,
Manticore summon ain't what it used to be.
Dude, War Wagons are also running a little bit low on ammo, like, comparatively, right? And Kroq-Gar... Oh god, Kroq-Gar's getting gunned down now. I was going to say, he's so far kept his distance.
Hand of the Gods... That's half health off Boris, who's already showing his heal cap. Boris could be in a lot of trouble here. He's almost routing. If Kroq-Gar can get in there and mess him up, he can actually finish off Boris for good.
He's just sitting in ROR spears.
And a Manticore.
They're whooping his ass.
Which
but
ended up
Kroq-Gar's
paying for itself.
Intensity's making the mistake of trying to play the game in front of War Wagons.
Yeah.
Kroq-Gar's out of here.
Classic mistake. I feel like, you could chase Boris, or you could just wait for your next Hand of the Gods and probably finish him off. Honestly, I don't think you need to chase him. Sunmaker has just about spent all of its ammo, which means that most of these Saurus you see on the map are going to be really, really difficult for the Empire to remove. Until they get some grenade launcher on the field, which I assume Tutorial has. They're a very, very popular pick these days. Is that a Flock of Doom?
Yeah, Flock of Doom's good.
Yeah, it's alright.
I like it if you're going to spam.
Feral Cold Ones on the high ground are winning at 1v1 versus Empire Knights.
Oh boy.
I think Tutorial missed the charge, but still, that's amazing.
Yeah, definitely missed the charge, otherwise he'd be destroying them.
Feral Cold Ones are a good unit. They're very, very solid.
Oh yeah.
Still Done is trying to chase down the War Wagons, which I think is a death sentence, personally. It's rampaging, chasing War Wagons. It is not going to last very long. That said, it is basically just drawing all the aggro from the War Wagons and keeping your infantry alive, which maybe isn't the worst plan. So the Empire is up a ton of value already, 2,200. But Anticity is starting to take back objectives. He's got 2 cap and working on a 3rd cap already. So the Empire needs to start translating this value lead into actual presence on the map, which is what the Empire always struggles with.
Yeah, now they're getting a little bit harangued into their spawn. So even if they throw out an Outrider grenade launchers right now, where are they going to put it? Does it have Vanguard? I forget if that unit has Vanguard.
I think so.
Okay, that's a little better, but you do have Saurus pushing in on all of your main normal spawn points, which just makes it harder to spawn a ranged unit effectively. And Empire state troops are not going to clear this out quickly at all.
Yeah, I feel like you just need more cavalry in the field as Empire. Just Empire Knights, Knights of Blazing Sun, Reichsguard, whatever you can get. Or, that's not a bad idea. Sterling's Revenge, you'll do a number on the dinos, do good work against the Saurus. There's just a lot of lizards here.
There's a
lot of bodies to be cleared out, and they do have a 3 cap already, but they are up a ton of value in favor of the Empire.
Yeah. The problem with that value is, when you get it off of ranged units, it is hard to translate it into victory sometimes because the units become so terrible afterwards that they're just waiting for Anticity to get value back on them. So it's a little one-sided because it's like if you have a 1,000 gold value unit that gets 1,000 gold value, but the enemy hasn't hit it yet, it looks like you have 1,000 gold lead, but really you have a useless ass unit sitting next to something they already killed.
You would be correct if this was a land battle. However, you can desummon that ranged unit for a 50% refund.
True.
And not give your opponent that value.
Yeah.
So it just gives you even more of a value lead, effectively, because you just get resources back.
That is fair, but I think we're running into the exact issue that I worry about with that sort of thing, is that shooting your opponent to death is great, but eventually you have to get in there.
I think is the Empire's biggest weakness right now. Is like their infantry is just doesn't trade effectively. You can't even summon in flagellants because they're bugged and they just don't get their frenzy if you summon them in. So you're really just relying on Empire State troops and Cav, and I think your Cav has to do a lot of heavy lifting. So Empire State troops are just not very good for their price point. They're just paper thin. So that's why I am saying I would love to see more Cav coming, even if Outer Gate Launchers, Empire Knights, Knights of the Blazing Sun, any of those things.
Yeah.
Free Company Militia are all right, but they're not going to deal with Saurus for you.
That was what I was going to say, is what are the Free Company Militia here for? I mean, shoot at skinks?
They're popular as just a late game Vanguard summon because they're like self-sufficient, but I am really not a fan of this unit personally. They're not great in range, they're not great in melee.
Yeah. Certain matchups they're good, but not this one, because the Saurus are what you need to clear out. The Saurus are shielded and they'll beat you in melee, so it's like, well, what was the point of this?
Yeah. It's also the situation where you already have a lot of shooting. You don't need more shooting. You need things that can come and take an objective, which is what the Empire's really struggling with right now. They're up almost 2-1 in value, and they cannot get on these objectives. They got so much value tied up in these war wagons that are just, I mean, they're incrementally getting value.
Are you saying I was right?
About what?
Remember when I said that it's cool these guys have shot a lot of stuff, but if you can't follow up on it, then it doesn't matter?
Oh, yeah.
God, I love being right all the time.
I wasn't saying you're wrong. I was just not sure which point you were trying to make.
Platypus says Human Boys wrong 2022.
I mean, I did in one of my YouTube videos.
Yeah, I'm wrong about stuff sometimes. It's all right. Also, Sipe, I'm sorry your friend got shit on by a bird, but I'm also very confused where that segue came from. Like, everybody else is talking about, like, war wagons and Flock of Doom, and in the middle of it, you just pop up and you're like, my friend got shit on by a bird. Which is fine, I just don't know where it came from. Anyway.
So, the problem Antissi's facing now is a very common among lizards, where your Saurus have just gotten worn out. They're all low health, they're all routing away, and the Empire is just starting to clear the board. There's not a lot of lizards left on. Antissi's committing a lot of forces to try and recapture Objective 1, which I think is a mistake. You don't need it anymore. You'd be better off just trying to pull back and play 2 objectives rather than trying to split the map against a faction with superior cavalry and mobility. So the war wagons are almost out of ammo. So the Empire has lost most of their value generation tools. But now it's can they push back on the point? And without any source to stop them, I think the answer is yes. Said I do believe the Empire has a 3 cap at this point, but it's pretty close. Antissi is actually recapping objective number 1 at the moment.
Yeah. He's doing all right, but now what you were talking about is coming in, that like the Empire's crazy value lead is just so high that soon they're gonna desummon these war wagons, get a bunch of money back, and probably invest it into fingers crossed cavalry to sweep up the map, get rid of all of these super wounded units, and capture the points. And it looks like the Empire has not taken any points. Technically, we're at a triple cap right now for Lizardmen still.
Yeah, which is good. Antissi needs all the point lead he can get to try and just hold on as long as possible. If he can survive long enough to get to resummoning his Saurus and shoving them out onto one of these side objectives, he could actually pull this off. Problem is, all of his Saurus, this map is so big, the Saurus are still routing. They're not desummoned yet, most of them.
Yeah.
Just routing in the corners.
Now, is desummon value based off HP pool or models?
Yes, HP pool.
Okay, so these like super dead Saurus on the bridge getting desummoned aren't going to give back like anything.
No. Next to nothing.
Mark, who am I co-casting with? It is RTK's Menacing Platypus. He hosts a ton of tournaments around the community that are dumb, and his YouTube is in the description, and you should go subscribe to that because he's a good dude. Yee.
Empire hesitating back to the center 2 objectives, and now really Antissi only has 1 foothold left on the high ground, which he can win off of just that one, but now he's committing several resources just to try and retake the center objective, which I think is a mistake. It's almost always a better idea to try and commit to defend the objective you already have rather than retake an objective that your opponent controls. Especially since most of what he's summoning in are committed skinks, which don't do a good job holding space. They're a value trading unit in a stage of the game where you're so far behind in value, it's hardly going to matter. And they don't hold space, and I wonder if he just doesn't have anything else to summon. I wonder if everything's just routing off or in tatters. I don't understand these committed skink summons.
Yeah, I could see the appeal of going for point 3 because you have 3 extremely dead spearmen that'll route off pretty quickly. Maybe he sneaks something over there and does that, but I also agree that like this kind of weird middle push just feels awkward.
And I don't think command skinks are the unit to do it. I'd love to see, yeah, even just basic skinks, Saurus, anything like that. That's what you need on the objectives. And the Empire is taking objective number 1, and I fear that Antici won't be able to retake. War Wagon resummon for the Empire is a bit odd. War Wagons take several, like, upwards of 5 to 7 minutes to get their value, so they're not really going to do a whole lot here. I'd much rather see that be like an Empire, an outright grenade launcher that could kill skinks in like a single volley, or as I've mentioned many times at this point, cavalry.
Yeah. Triple cap for the Empire. Anticity is out of money. He's currently out of troops. Because it says he has 10 on the field, but if you look around, 4 of them are routing, so he has 6 on the field. The Empire, they have a War Wagon back with full ammunition that you mentioned. Some Empire Knights coming in, Halberdiers. Like, the Empire has more troops. They have healthier troops. They have the equal amounts of money. Like, yeah. The value... It got scary for a bit as the Empire had an awkward transition from damage value into field domination. But once they made that transition, the Lizards are just completely out of gas.
Yeah. We do have some more source coming in, but like, okay, Lizardmen are trying to squeak the cap on objective number 3, but they have to do it pretty soon to avoid being forced into a multi-cap again. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it. They are down the cap strength at the moment, and once the War Wagon comes, it's on. I think Antici's out of this. I don't think see a way from to come back. He's still down 2-1 in value. He's down 2-1 in value almost this entire game.
Yeah.
Without any points on the field, I don't see a way from him to retake, really.
He's got 2 healthy infantry and a full cav unit up at 1. He's got 2 healthy infantry at 2. And 3, as you said, is a giant clustered mess, but there's plenty of Empire support, and we're even going to get a Lizardman route coming in here. And then, like, what reinforcements do you have versus all that? Not a lot, and he does back out, so...
Yeah?
Game 1 goes to tutorial.
So yeah, for anybody who was asking earlier about how strong Lizards are in domination, there's your answer. Once their Saurus are gone, they really, really struggle to hold space.
Yeah. Was it Cosmo or Cody? One of you two was asking me for the next poll about like dinner or something, like burritos or sushi, whatever. If you remind me of that poll, I'll start that poll.
Oh my god, Dwellers is disgusting.
Is it? Ooh, 2,900 value. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
The Manticore summons were interesting, but I think a different Lord of Magic could have been better, though Lizardmen also struggle with that their Lord would have to be their caster. Like, because your Skinks can only give you Beasts or Heavens, and then if you get a Skink Oracle, that's just a huge target for War Wagons. And Heavens isn't that great versus Empire. It's okay, but you really don't need Thunderbolt or Comet to clear out state troops. Like, it's overkill. So I understood why Anticity took Beasts. I just think, like, that's the magic mismatches. You're facing an S tier Lore of Magic in the Lore of Life with B tier Lore of Beasts. So it's tricky.
Yeah. I honestly, the big change I would like to see is to take Oxyodal over Krokgar. It puts down a lot of nice poke onto things like War Wagons, Boris, Cav, that kind of thing, and it's just very slippery. And then you can still bring a cheap caster. And honestly, I probably would have taken something like Amber Spear. Does a good job killing infantry, does alright to Cav, does good damage to War Wagons.
I could see Oxy being a good shout out. I know he's been struggling in Warhammer 3, but like in the exact perfect situation for him, then
I quite like Oxy. I
Yeah.
quite like Oxy in Domination. He's very good.
He struggles if anybody dives on him right now. And that he has that, I don't know if it's a bug or a balance change, but his abilities don't recharge if he's in his stock snipe mode.
Oh, I don't take his abilities. I just take his stock snipe mode.
Alright.
But I've had good luck with Oxy. He tends to pay for himself over the course of the game if he's just allowed to sit around and shoot at monsters, monster infantry, anything like that. Other than Mazda, he's probably the best lord for Lizards in Domination, I'd say.
Alright, let's see how the poll went. Red won for the best popsicle flavor in a very balanced poll that had blue in it.
Yep. Yeah.
And then Cody said tacos, burritos, tacos, or burger. Tacos in there twice, you cheater. Sushi or burger. Okay, I'll start that poll. Tacos, burgers. It sucks that I get to make the poll, but I don't get to vote. That's a bull.
I mean, you can just influence the vote with your power of being a content creator.
Dude,
Tell people what to vote for.
burritos is by far the best out of these because like it is a taco but bigger.
That is objectively false. Burritos are awful.
What?
Burgers.
Tacos are overrated.
Tacos are okay. I actually just I can't eat tortillas. My taste buds refuse to eat those things.
Oh, I love tortillas, so.
They make me want to vomit. I can't eat them.
All right. Do you like taco salad?
Yes.
Yeah, you just don't have tortillas.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you get the flavor palette at least.
To some extent. I'm not huge on Mexican. It's fine.
I'm a big fan of Mexican Italian. Those are my two.
Italian I like.
Italian's real nice. Saurus with Curse of the Midnight
Yes, it
Wind,
is.
roll over state troops in a flash, to be honest. Yeah, but Saurus already roll over state troops in a
I mean,
flash.
yeah, state troops aren't what you're worried about. They never have been.
Yeah. Poor Way Watchers aren't even the boss of the WW acronym anymore. That's true, it is War Wagons.
Yeah. At least they're faring better than war dancers.
Oh, we've started a whole thing. Street tacos are trash or street tacos are greater than all.
What is a street taco?
It's like you take like I mean, there's a lot of ways to do it, but the main way is just take a bag of Doritos, open it.
Oh, I call that a walking taco.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, those are pretty good.
Or depends. I don't know. Someone in chat's going to be like, my street taco's different. It's like, all right, it's a
Okay,
loose term
same
that's been
concept.
bastardized over everybody who does it, so
Mm-hmm.
rip in peace. All right. I'll take you guys over to the bracket while these guys do their pick and bans real quick. So we have Subutai versus Sandwich, Troil versus Anticity, which we're watching right now, Drakens versus Ulrich Rahl, and Voidlaws awaits in the semifinals already. So 3 best of 3s left for the night. This one we're in, one of the semis, and then finals. I say one of the semis, and I highlighted the bottom one. With 4 people in there, trying to connect with Void, who's across the ocean, and maybe Ulrich Rahl, who's also across the ocean. I don't know where Drakens is from. We're probably going to get a lag fest if we go up there. So for down here, at least, I don't know where Tutorial's based, but so far we have had no lag issues with them at all. Anticity's on this side of the pond, and Subu and Sandwich, I think, are also both over here. So it's just less laggy. Sorry, you go.
Subutai, Sandwich, and Drakens are all U.S. West.
Yeah, so then it's, less laggy, keep things moving, because it's getting pretty late. I mean, it started out late for Void and them, so I'm pretty sure they don't want us sitting in there slowing their game down. So that's been one of the things we've considered when we picked which games to watch. It's like connection stuff with 4 people. And if we get to finals and we get some lag, then we have some things we can do, but that one's unavoidable. You can't just not watch finals. What is this? What is this, soccer? I'm convinced nobody actually watches soccer. I think it's a government conspiracy to make Americans feel bad.
Yeah, quite possibly.
You live in
Really
Alaska?
say, 'cause I don't.
Sorry, you.
I just don't watch any traditional sports. I only watch esports.
Yee. I live in Alaska, a lot of sushi pho and ramen up here. Dude, I love ramen, but we don't have any good shops for it in Minnesota. Good is the keyword. Oregon's good. Never thought it was the other day. State trips are there to hold, however. Awesome stream. You two should co-host more often. Thanks, whatever, dude. Platty's pretty great.
Should do some more variety content together, boy.
I should. I've been real stupid busy, but I'm hoping to I'm hoping things will calm down because we're starting the Vermin League playoffs in November, and then the second half of November we're probably doing Faction War.
Okay.
And then December I have nothing planned yet.
Just been ignoring me every time I tell you to do variety content.
I know. I've been so busy. Get more people to cast land battle content so I'm not one of like
Not the only one.
Yeah, like one of, because there's other people but they cast inconsistently.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I'm the one consistent one, and it's like if I wasn't needed to run all these damn tournaments, then it's like I could do more things.
Fair enough. So looks like we got Dark Elves Cathay. So I assume in land battles this is very, very Cathay favored, because everything's Cathay favored in land battles. Yes?
Yeah, your armor-piercing missiles don't matter too much when everything you're shooting at is shielded anyway.
Mm-hmm. In my experience, in domination, this matchup is the same. It is terrible for Dark Elves.
But Anticity is picking into it.
Yeah, which I question heavily.
But he's picking into it.
It's also Eye in the North, which is probably the best Cathay map in the game.
Voidlaws is saying Tutorial is actually like a super good player from the old times.
Is he? Interesting.
Yeah. Interesting indeed. Is Eye in the North the one with all the things that the High Elves and Khorne fought on?
Yes.
Okay. Because
So
that little mini picture up in the top left does not look like that map.
Yeah. You know, you can go to Map Setup and see a smaller version of it, right?
Yeah, that's where I went and looked. But like, it's just funny how red that picture is. And I remember this map being gray and white.
Well, the sky is red.
Yeah, but I can't see the sky. Big's upset if Ent loses any chance of that. There's a pretty solid chance of that. I mean, he's down 0-1. He's in a matchup that's not favored.
It's a bad matchup. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at Ent's build, and it does not inspire a lot of confidence.
I think you're a hater.
I have been a Dark Elf connoisseur for like the past several months. I've been practically one-tricking them. This is a bad matchup, and this is nothing close to how I would go about doing it, especially on this map. Yeah.
Alright, sorry, just dealing with the chat thing. Because I'm pretty sure that person's joking, but I just gotta... You gotta do your due diligence and throw it out there. Yeah, you said you don't watch traditional sports, you watch esports. I also don't really watch traditional sports too much. I do watch esports. I watch League of Douchebags. I watch Total War, which isn't like a huge esport, but it's like, I mean, I don't know. I've watched tournaments before I was hosting them, obviously. So, those are the two I pay attention to. I thought about branching out, but then it's hard to get invested in a community if you're not sure if the game's going to live long enough. You know, like Overwatch League got discontinued. Oh, wait, no, not that. Heroes of the Storm League. Yeah, that one. That got discontinued, and it's like, oh, so it's just hard. League of Legends was at least around long enough that it was easy to get into, and it's still going. And it's kind of like viewership's dropping, but it's still there.
League is really nice because it's just very consistent. It's been around for ages. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah. And Cody Horn,
like, you know
Cody Horn, what you said was fine. I was just saying, like, make sure you keep it a joke and don't go from that to be like, you know, like America should go to war with Russia or like something about like guns or anything. It was just like, just making sure this doesn't take a turn. But you're fine, dude. I could just see that going badly.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Oh, I saw we were waiting for Tutorial Menacing Platypus, and I legit thought for a second that you were one of the players, and I had a mini heart attack of like, Platty, you can't be co-casting.
Well, like, why not? I don't see the conflict of interest there. If I can only see my army,
it's literally in the rules. A caster can't play in their own tournament. Platty.
I haven't seen these rules. I genuinely haven't seen these rules. So.
Oh, yeah. When the hosts are told, like, you can participate in any tournament that you aren't hosting.
Fair enough. That makes sense.
It's a shocker that Heroes of the Storm was straight up abandoned. I know. I kind of liked that game because I was a super tryhard in League, but then I'd play Heroes of the Storm with my friends because it just had a more casual feel. I don't need war in my life. Cody Horn, good. You never know, man. Sometimes people pick the strangest time to start a fight on the internet. Like, I swear that if there was a Care Bear live stream, someone in there would try to start some shit. It's just the internet. It's how it do. I don't do a ton
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I don't do a ton of Twitch, but I do watch some Tyler 1, and Tyler 1's chat is completely wild.
I believe it.
Anyway, complete side from Tyler 1's chat. Speaking of wild, we have cannons on this map. Can they see anything?
Oh, this is the best map for cannons. They can see everything.
Okay, they can even shoot down into the gully?
There's like no protection from cannons on this map.
Alright, good.
Except for like right up against the side, the near side, they can see pretty much everything from spawn. But Anticity's gone for like a heavy rush build with almost no armor piercing. and with Malekith, which I find kind of odd against a faction with that much gunpowder.
Yeah. Anticity went straight for infantry spam. Just that is the whole tactic. I don't see anything else. Just hey, you want some infantry? How about some infantry? There's infantry over there.
Dark Elf infantry is pretty efficient. Corsairs got buffed coming into Warhammer 3. Bleak Swords got buffed coming into Warhammer 3. They're very good, especially with the Silver Shields to mitigate all the Cathay gunfire, but they don't have AP, and Jade Warriors are kind of world beaters, especially with Harmony.
Yeah. I don't think it's a bad build from it. It's just really easy to talk about what it is. It's just a bunch of melee units.
Yeah.
Looks like he's avoiding the center point.
I think he's trying to avoid the cannon line of fire until he's ready to rush. He's trying to get around the sides as far as he can. Just avoid cannon lines of sight. Which is pretty classic on this map. You used to, if you're putting out artillery, you play like way in the back for as long as you can, and then when you actually are forced to fight, you go in all at once. So they can only shoot so many things at once. But yeah, now that the cannons are in range, you make sure you face them so they don't get envoyed shots. They go right down the side. They do a lot more damage. But yeah, now that the cannons are getting shots off, all of the other units are moving at the same time.
Yeah. Who's favored in this matchup? Platypus was strongly in favor of Cathay. Yeah, so I trust him on his emotion alone. We do have some Harpies getting summoned that are beelining straight for the ranged units. Oh, but the RR Longmas are here to end all that fun.
I don't even think they're necessary. Harpies are really bad units, especially compared to Furies.
Dude, you're the only other person I've talked to that hates Harpies.
The ROR Harpy is amazing. The ROR is like the best unit on the roster. Every other Harpy is useless.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But like, it's
Look at it die!
Yeah. Whenever I bring up Harpies are trash, Chad gets real mad at me. So I'm glad to have you here. So that somebody can just affirm my beliefs that Harpies are trash.
You know a really a really weird fact about Harpies in this match in particular? Fire Rain Rockets one-shot Harpies.
I don't
know why.
I do.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the matchup. Cannons are firing away and just chunking away at infantry, and there's not a lot Darkness to do about it. There's forced to run into the pits and fight against the super tanky Celestial Dragon Guard.
Yeah. Where's Malekith? I swore he was the Lord. There he is.
He went around the left side and came around the back to avoid lines of sight, which is probably a good play.
Yeah.
Now he's getting in the back.
He's helping rat off these peasant horsemen, so now we have Dark Riders.
He needs to move. He needs to move, and there's Iron Hail's coming.
Anticity's got the guns defended by guns against him. No! He can only attack one thing. Manticore is also diving in onto a desummoning cannon. 2 desummoning cannons.
God damn it, that's so troll. I hate that so much. But honestly, that does remove a lot of the killing power for Cathay, and now Cathay has nothing to proc Harmony except having one crane gun deep in the backfield. The Cathay's front line is fighting entirely without Harmony, and there's Dark Rider Peters coming to actually start providing that AP damage. So this could actually go out pretty well for Anticity, but he is still down a lot of value. That said, Malekith is firmly in the cookie jar. He's back in here, and there's a lot of forces that need to be dedicated to deal with him.
ROR Longmas
go burr.
Yeah, now thankfully they're pretty bad at hitting single entities. Like, it's just an animation thing, not a stat thing. So Malekith should be fine, but it does mean he can't just sit here anymore. He needs to leave.
Yeah, but because he has Malekith and a Manticore, they can only lock down one, and the Manticore's going nuts on the Crane Gunners. It did a really good job killing those guys off very, very quickly. Anticity's just overloading with a lot of cheap threats, aside from Malekith, it's expensive, but mostly cheap threats and saying, okay, you have 1 hour Longbow, which one are you going to stop? Which is very, very effective, and he's winning the melee grind in the middle thanks to those Dark Rider Peters, doing pretty well.
Dark Arpedos, Dark Elves in general have never had an issue clearing out armored infantry with their ranged tools. Repeater crossbows are very good if they can just sit and shoot. But these guys are shielded, so it'll take them a little bit to die, and we do have 3 Jade Warriors hitting point 1. So that'll soon be Cathay's. The middle point currently belongs to the Dark Elves, if the color is to be believed. Yep. And Anticity has brought the damage value back to much more reasonable of a difference rather than the abysmal start when he was getting murdered by cannons.
Yeah, and the real problem here is that, you know, the front line is going okay for Cathay, but they can't reinforce it because they're forced to just commit their resources to defending their backfield against Malekith and the Manticore and the Dark Riders and the Harpies. And now Anticity actually done a really good job of luring those Aura Longmas into the line of fire of the Dark Rider Peters, which is the one thing that can actually probably take care of them, as well as a big old Soul Stealer on several units.
Which they have an attack order to shoot the Longmas, and they refuse.
They're
There they go. They got some shots.
firing.
Oh, they're shooting at this.
They're not all the Longmas. Yeah, they're Celestial Dragon Guards.
I see. We have a
Like,
Blackheart
this got-
Corsair that tried to take point 3, but Cavalry caught it, and now Jade Warriors are running in to support the point 2. So point 2 is quickly becoming a giant blob fight between the melee infantry that's not going to do very much to each other.
And one of these factions has brought up blob punishing spells, and one of them didn't. Cathay has only brought Ancestral Warriors to summon. They don't have Towns of the Night, so Malekith the Soulsuit should be able to dominate this blob fight. A supplier for his breath attacks, which can also do really, really good number against these Celestial Dragon Guard. I think the real problem for Cathay is just they don't have anything to proc Harmony, so their infantry is not trading nearly as efficiently as it usually does.
They just desummoned a full health lord.
They dropped both summons. There was no other purpose for it.
I suppose.
Yeah, they have to resummon it if you want to get any more summons off, but that's still, like, that feels really bad.
This cav flank feels really good, though. Peasant Horsemen just coming in. They're not going to do that much damage, but they will shut down the Dark Riders from getting free shots off, and rear charging still lowers leadership. But another Soul Stealer is going to punch this blob. Now, it doesn't do that much damage. It's mostly for healing, so I think it's a little ambitious to use it on Malekith when he's, full HP. But damage is damage.
Just fine, yeah. I'd really love to see Malekith get in the air and start using some of his breath attacks. I think he is. Okay, he has used one, but some Jade Warriors second melee are an excellent target.
Yeah.
So there are Crane Gunners back on the field, which Dark Elves will probably need to address fairly soon. But Tizzy's actually equalized the damage value somehow.
He has.
As well.
And Cathay's been doing so much desummoning and stuff that they really don't have a great presence on the map right now. They have 15 units, but look at all the routing units, and you get a real picture of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 healthy units versus Anticity's 16. Now again, Anticity also has some low health units, but I definitely think the Dark Elves have much more battlefield presence at this point.
Oh, I wholeheartedly agree. And the Crane Gunners are a threat, but what do they target? There's so many things they need to shoot. They need to shoot Cav, Malekith, Dark Repeaters, Corsairs. They just can't do everything at once. Now, I also think at this point in the game, you just ignore Malekith. Like, you can't kill him, you can't prioritize damaging him. You gotta shoot something that'll give you quicker results. So Malekith is just gonna be free to do whatever he wants. And Anticity does manage to take objective number 1 back. Should be giving him point lead here very, very soon. And point number 3 is entirely undefended, so we could try to sneak that very soon as well.
Yeah, he tried a little bit with these Dark Riders, but then some Jade Lancers respawned, and as soon as the Dark Riders ran away, the Jade Lancers ran down to the middle to route off some stuff. This should be a good route for Cathay in the middle, but it looks like these Bleak Swords are actually barely going to hold on to life. Barely. Yeah,
the Dark Elf infantry does seem to be largely dying out in the middle, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for Cathay to retake, as they don't have a whole lot here either.
No, Cathay's running on fumes.
Yeah.
They just don't have anything on the map, like, at all. They have 10 total units, and I can see 4 routing. So they have,
okay, so that's why he desummoned his Lord. He resummoned it to get 2 more summons, which I find to be a highly questionable decision.
Because summons don't capture, for anybody who didn't know that.
Yeah. They also are halberd summons, which do okay against all this infantry here, but not phenomenally. Malekith is taking a massive volume from the Crane Gunners and the Iron Hails. He needs to get the heck out of there very, very quickly.
Yeah, it looks like he will. We have some Dark Riders hitting the Iron Hails, so they're not really going to do that.
Yeah. But now the Dark Elves are actually streaming up onto the Cathay backfield from objective number 1 and just getting all up in the backfield, which means they can disrupt the Crane Gunners, get in the back of these Iron Hail Gunners, and just tear Cathay apart.
I think this is GG.
I agree. I think Dark Elves are in a very commanding position, and without Cathay having a safe backfield to actually summon in missile units, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. I mean, right now Cathay is trying to capture point 2, and they might do it for a hot second, but what's the end game here, right?
Yeah. The thing is, with Malekith still on the field, still high health, just be able to run around and tear out all these low health Cathay units, it's going to be very, very hard for them to hold space. In spite of their usually excellent leadership. Should these Corsairs come down from behind, I think Anticity's in a very dominant position.
Yeah. Elf Lanteans claim to be high, but the Wood Elves of the trees, so who's really high? These are the questions we do need to ask ourselves, though, Beast Chicken. You're right.
I must say, I've not been a huge fan of Tutorial's generally very melee-focused Cathay builds. It just seemed like they're missing something. They don't have a ton of damage output.
He did have 2 cannons at the start. I think, like, the desummon was very cheeky and very fun, but it did, like... Now, whether or not it was the right decision to desummon them, I don't know. Tutorial's clearly a better player than me. But it felt like when you desummon both your cannons like that, you still have your Crane Gunners that you didn't desummon, and then you got rid of 2 targets, so it's like, well, Malekith and the Manticore now have an easier time picking what they're supposed to be doing. So it wasn't like, aha, we deny you any target, we just picked your target for you. And it wasn't like anything was summoned as a trap. Like, oh, you thought you were attacking cannons, but now you're attacking armor-piercing Cold One Knights. It's like, no, they just kind of spawned some Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen, which then Malekith and the Manticore fucked off, But they achieved their goal. Their goal was to get the cannons to stop shooting, which
They did.
unsummoned cannons aren't shooting anymore.
Yeah.
So
To be honest, I'm not a fan of the cannons in this matchup in the first place. Like, the only things they're really good against are, Cav, Scourge Runners, maybe Malekith, but Crane Gunners do that job just as well. I feel like you really could have used a Fire Rain Rocket here, too, to just deal with all this infantry, because Dark Elf infantry can be very scary.
yeah,
Since it's all been buffed quite a bit, their weapon strength is phenomenal, and they're very, very good for their price.
and I mean, you've mentioned it a million times, but just to reiterate, it's like, yeah, that extra money from the cannons you desummoned went into shitty cav and some infantry, but you just said it yourself. Dark Elf infantry will win the fight with you. The only thing they were scared of is getting shot.
If you don't have Harmony.
If you don't have Harmony.
Which you don't have anything to proc Harmony if you don't have any range units on the field.
Yes. Dude, if Cathay ever gets a skirmish cav, rest in peace, everybody
Please,
else.
CA, no. Please. That's the last thing we need. That's literally the last thing we need.
Yeah. They would just throw them into melee just to give everybody Harmony.
Yeah.
Because even routing, they give Harmony, by the way.
I know. It'd be one thing if they gave, like a Grail Rate kind of unit that would give Harmony. But if it's a Skirmish Cat that's already a good unit type on its own, that's just not something we need, please.
I am shocked Cathay hasn't FF'd. Not to be a dick, but
Oh yeah, no, this is pretty over.
I don't see where this is going to go.
Yeah, Cathay's very little left on the field.
Skirmish Longmas, yeah! 360 Skirmish Longmas.
Give us Longmas with bomb drops, please.
Yeah, that's a good call. There we go.
There we go.
Tutorial FFs. 1-1.
Very, very well played from Matissi. Like I said, that matchup is not good for Dark Elves. I think Tutorial's build definitely could have been optimized a little better, but still, it's no mean feat chewing through that many Jade Warriors and showing how shooting very effectively.
Yeah.
Alright, this Manticore only got 700 value, but that Manticore was such an MVP. It shut down the shooting,
definitely.
it was alive the entire game, it was terrorizing. That Manticore was such a massive disruption piece, like the value does not reflect that.
It's funny how hard it is to lock down any flying unit, but like Longmas don't need any more buffs, definitely. But it is funny to see them like, I don't know, like those memes about like all this power, but I still can't blank. That's a little bit how I feel about the Aurora Longmas versus that Malekith. Like all this power, and I still can't connect any melee attacks on a single entity because I'm a flying unit. They like had him legit surrounded in the sky once, and he went well anyway, and walked away at full HP.
Lol, nope.
And it's like, again, Longmas don't need a buff, but that is a general flying unit problem. It's why Pegasus Knights are generally considered trash. It's just like, I mean, cool, you surrounded a flying unit, it's just gonna leave now. Maybe Wonky Warriors give no harmony and ranged cavalry could be part of them. Maybe, but I feel like that's like CA's built this whole faction around the concept of harmony. I don't think they'll take it out of their DLC.
Yeah.
I think that would be I think your idea is a good one, but I don't think it's one that's going to happen.
I don't dislike Harmony as a mechanic. It's kind of neat. It gives you a unique flavor. It just does way too much for them.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather see it be like very minor advantages. At the moment, it's like, well, either you have it and you're a god, or you don't have it and you're a potato.
Yee. I like potatoes. Cathay Skirmish Cav isn't real, it can't hurt you. Fucking Loopy. Trolling me.
What did Loopy say?
He sent me a picture of Cathay Skirmish Cav from a mod.
Oh.
But he tagged it with Cathay Skirmish Cav isn't real, it can't hurt you. Do you like drink anything while you're streaming or what? Because I have to go to the bathroom again. The fact that you've never left makes me awkward.
Usually I do. Today I haven't been much. I have a water ball right here, and it's actually still much fuller. When I'm streaming by myself, I'll empty this thing like every match.
Yeah, because I had a non-alcoholic beer. I had tea with caffeine. I had tea without caffeine. I had a caffeine-free Diet Coke, and now I have a giant bottle, like a giant jar of water, and I'm down to just the giant jar of water. And of course, I have to pee for like the 9th time. But you just haven't left, and it makes me self-conscious.
It's usually me during streams and tournaments. I just need something to do with my hands, but I've actually just been doing stuff. Just, just actually spectating.
I just need to keep wetting the old whistle. Otherwise, I get
Yeah.
really dry throat because I'm constantly jammering about nothing.
Fair enough.
At least my heavy cab doesn't form up in circles running against each other anymore. Shiro, you know what? Yeah. Yeah. I want Cathay to get an orangutan unit, but doesn't do anything. It just sits at the back on a cushion. It looks wise. That's good. That's good, ASP. A jar? Yeah, Cosmo, a jar. I just have this big ass jar. For comparison of how big it
Like a
is,
mason
there's
jar?
a can next to it. Yeah. It's a big mason jar.
Hold on, let me open stream. Must open stream.
Big jar. There's the jar. All right, I'm gonna take a leak and fetch the puppy to distract the stream. Maybe.
Enjoy. Oh, that is a big mason jar, yeah. Okay. Alright, chat, who are you backing in this one? Are you backing Anticity, the heavy favorite, the legend of the game himself? Or the underdog, Totoro, who's apparently a veteran of Warhammer 2, but hasn't been around lately? Who are you guys backing? Who's your money on? Mason jars make fine cups, JP. Don't judge his cups. On orangutan. Got Anticity, ASP? That's fair. Mine is literally on Anticity. It's your member of his channel. Fair enough. He's just sleep all day and forgot this tourney. That's why he threw the first match. That wasn't his first match, though.
We're back with the pup.
He played several games before that. Okay. You got some wholesome puppy content?
Yeah. Oh, there's the pup. Oh. Hi, pup. She's like, I was napping upstairs with mom. What do you want?
You kidnapped the pup? Is that what I'm hearing?
I did. I called her down. And she's like, something exciting must be going on.
You're milking the pup for content.
Of course. We have
Yeah.
100 or so viewers, and we're in a build phase. You gotta keep them somehow. Oh, hey, Mukau's also here. We have kitty and puppy time.
JP, you have a new cat. Can I see?
JP is a new cat.
Yeah. DM me pictures, JP.
JP loves cats. How's chat doing? I'm not on that screen, so I can't see them.
Oh, I asked them who they thought were going to win the next game. Enter tutorial, and it's mostly Ent.
Yeah, I still think it's Ent. Toro's been playing good, but Ent's pretty wild when he wants to be.
Mm-hmm. There's also a cat behind you.
There is a cat behind me. Kitty cat.
There's been this stray cat hanging around my house, like the outside of my house, that my cat just absolutely hates.
Oh.
Several times I woke up in the morning and just see my cat staring daggers out the window. It's like, the kitty's visiting. Good by JP indeed.
Oh. Oh, we love this pup in this house.
I would hope so.
She's a good lady. Look at her. She's just so limp. She's like, you know what? This is happening, and I'm okay with it.
You have turned that pup into a lapdog.
Yeah, she's a good lady. She's just used to me fucking around. I don't know.
Yep.
We wrestle a lot, so she's used to being flipped. Oi, down you go. Down you go. I do have to catch up with chat at some point. There's a cat behind me.
Anyway, plug time.
Do it.
I am the Wild Vladdy. I do content on YouTube and Twitch. I stream tournaments. I do ladder streams, all that kind of stuff. And then I also make videos explaining basics of how the game is played, domination, how units are used, that kind of thing. So if you're interested in that, please check it out. Link is in the description.
All right, there you go.
And we're adding McRae face is adding to the dog treat fund.
Thanks, McRightface. You're the best. Also, Ed. Yes, my cat's name is Ed. He's a good boy. And our pup's name is Hazel.
Amazing.
How are Hazel's allergies these days? Really good. She's big chillin'. I'm thinking of Jack Sparrow's jar of sand. I've got a jar of dirt. I've got a jar of dirt. And look what's inside it.
Did I reach out to Meow Meow? Why? About what?
I think, did you reach out to the kitty outside your house? I think. But I don't know.
Maybe there's also somebody who frequents my streams whose username is Meow Meow Meow. So that's a very confusing question.
Oh. Then no idea.
Yeah. What unit archetype is struggling the most in Warhammer 3?
Artillery.
Elite infantry.
Ooh. Hard to disagree. But
Well, in domination, artillery is pretty good.
yeah, without being able to unsummon it, it's been having a hard time in land battles. Because, like, Cathay cannons are the only cannons that can hit anything. They can't. No other cannons can hit the blind side of a barn. Bolt throwers are pretty bad outside of super niche things.
Bolt throwers are amazing in Dom.
Again, you can desummon them.
Well, it's not about desummoning. That's not what makes artillery good. It's a matter of you can have them sitting on top of a respawn point. So you can't really compromise them because you'll just summon Cav on top of them.
Yeah.
Or Slayers or what have you. They are not taking a break. They are making their picks and bans.
Yeah. It's game 3, and whoever wins this is qualified for the next stage of the tournament. So, like, low-key, this is more important than winning the whole thing to these players. So I'm sure they're doing everything to make it right. SCMs don't see much use either. I tried so hard to make RO Sentinel work. In Dom, not really. SCMs aren't super big in Dom, but land battles... Depends on matchup, obviously, but SCMs in general are pretty strong in land battles because of compromising ranged units and getting through a front line, which is super important. So, I don't know. Because, like, High Elves into Ogres is almost unplayable without Stonehorns.
Why would you bring Stonehorns into High Elves?
Constantly charge their backline and just disrupt everything. Same reason Ogre double Stonehorn was so annoying into Cathay.
Let me rephrase that. Have you seen the Fireborn fight a Stonehorn?
I have not. Have you seen the Iron Blaster shoot the Fireborn?
I guess, yeah. Okay, in Domination, like, the Fireborn are, for me, an upbridge auto-include for High Elves and reinforcements, but, yeah. In land battles, things are different. And Tisney's on his signature coast against Tutorial's Vampire Counts. Ooh, we got a banger for the finals. Well, not the finals, but the ace match.
Yeah, that is... The Sunmaker would disagree with you. One artillery piece doing well does not a whole unit archetype make.
Yeah, the Sunmaker is pretty overtuned.
Yeah.
It's not good because of like how it's designed. It's good because it's just insane stats and damage output.
Again, I don't know if I'm saying your name wrong, but I'm going to assume that the extra P and the E are pronounced. So, Sipe, I drink out of a jar. I'm in Minnesota, though, so I'm in the northern U.S.
But is your family from the South?
No, not at all.
Were you raised this way? Okay.
No, I wasn't.
JP.
I just got mason jars because they're gigantic, and I wanted as much liquid as possible in one quantity.
JP just sent me a video of his cat. He's adorable. He or she is adorable.
Mm-hmm. JP is a master of good content.
Mm-hmm.
We love Big JP.
We do love Big JP.
Airnessa and Gorst could die, I guess.
Huh?
All right, Long Paul. Oh, well, at least no one will die in this battle. You're saying no one's actually alive. I see.
Oh.
Okay. The first comment was needed there. Yeah.
Yeah. Kemmler's mortal, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's lived for an unnaturally long time, but he is alive.
So are necromancers, which are far more common than any of those things.
Big JP says he hates us. That's really fucking rude, man.
That is rude.
Yeah.
Well, JP has good reason to hate me. We played a multiplayer campaign, and then he gave me a bunch of money, and then I stabbed him in the back.
Oh God. So, do you play a lot of board games, my friend?
Not these days. I did when I was younger and had friends in the same vicinity that I live.
So, there's a board game called Rune Wars. Just
Okay.
make sure the cat left this room before I shut the door on him. Anyway, and essentially, you generate a map with your friends, yada yada, and then you play a faction, and you have various goals to achieve. And you try to build a civilization in a certain amount of turns, and like having the biggest building will get you points, and having like the most food will get you points. Whatever.
Yeah.
So, I was the undead. Our friend was men, which is just normal people, and then our other friend was demons. And our demon friend was winning too much. He had everything. We didn't like him. We hated his guts. So me and the human shook hands like, if we don't do anything about Josh, he's going to win this game. And then I send essentially Heinrich Kemmler into the human lands to complete a quest. It was completely innocent. I just had to go get this treasure, but like, I'm not taking it from her. It was just a quest that was just for me. And she was like, I'll not attack. Whatever, dude, Rune War is your favorite board game. All right, you know what I'm talking about. So like, I didn't explain the win conditions super perfectly. I was just setting up a thing. I know. But anyway, I send this guy into her lands to collect a token. And I collect that token. And it says, it's this scroll of scrolly scroll. And what you can do is you can bring any number of units to where you're currently standing. And I'm standing in the human capital with the front line very far away as they're holding back the demons with my undead horde. And I'm like, I bring all my undead here. And then Sarah, the human player, is like, you what? And I just like take her uninhabited capital. I take all of her lands, and then like she gets sandwiched between Josh and I. And then Josh, seeing my lands are uncontested, take all of my lands. So Sarah like almost dies. Almost. She had a couple like little forts left or whatever. Josh's land doubles in size, and I just take Sarah's land. And she's like, you've doomed us all. And I'm like, I had to for the meme. It was so good.
In RTK, we've been doing multiplayer campaigns like every Sunday. They've been a ton of fun for that kind of reason.
Yeah.
Because like our first one, we had Rusty, well, your admin. He was playing as Warzag, and dude, campaign Greenskins busted.
Campaign Greenskins are busted.
So he like immediately just skyrocketed to strength rank 1, and it's just like, well, everybody needs to worry about him. So I was Malagor, and JP was just funneling me money to try and help backstab him. And I was just like, nope, you can fight him on your own.
Oh.
And I just kind of fucked off.
Yeah, I did some co-op campaigns. I don't have a ton of people I like to do competitive campaigns against, because a lot of my friends like pop in and out of Total War for fun, and I obviously just live here. So competitive wouldn't be super fun. And then like as far as campaign content goes, I mean, Anticity does those streams, so that content already exists. But like you and I just talked about, I feel like all the content I do is Total War, because it's just like I'm filling a void, and that void is so gigantic right now because the scene lost a lot of streamers. And then the new ones that popped up came to domination mode, but like Land Battles has been missing a lot of tournaments, so I'm doing all those. So it's like I also don't have time to really do campaign stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't really have that much of a desire to do it. The strongest faction in campaign for co-op, assuming no human players nearby. Co-op? Or competitive? I think either of those answers is probably green beans, like Platypus said. Was stupid. Also,
Specifically Warzag.
yeah. Does anybody... He doesn't get Rogue Idol turn 2 anymore.
No, but he's really needed a lot of confederatable factions.
Yeah. AC Maiden, yes. Yes, I will stream Dark Tide again when it comes out. It doesn't get great viewership, but it's good, different content. Anyway, what was I saying? Crap. Greenskins. Wow. Oh yeah. Platypus and or chat, does anybody else think that there's a bug with the AI that they constantly have WA on?
No, that happened when Rusty was playing Greenskins too, is that he just constantly had WA on.
It is just constant. There's
Yeah, he
no
had like
cooldown.
so he had like a 4 or 5 turn downtime on that shit.
It's actually insane. I was playing my Empire
It is
campaign,
crazy.
and Ground the Paunch, like, the first time I met him, he had WA, and I'm now on turn 35, and we've been at war, and he has never turned it off. And it's like, just, what? It's been 32 turns!
Yeah, and if you see the stats Greenskins can get too to go with that shit. Like I've seen Savage Orc Big Guns with like 70 weapon strength, 70 charge bonus. So it's like it's just a 40 stack of those bad boys. It's like, what do you do about this?
It's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
Alright, checking over on tutorial. His builds look ready. I think there's just some chevrons to be distributed, or just call it. So hopefully we won't be in this build phase too much longer. And there we go. I was running out of fill. What up, Knighthood? Thanks for popping in. Hello. In campaign, any Skaven, the stab, kill, skitter, flee better than the rest. I mean, I think Skaven's my favorite campaign for sure, but he was asking about strength. Strength, I think, is Greenskins.
Skaven are a lot of fun in single player. In multiplayer, they take so long to get going.
Oh yeah.
Multiplayer campaigns. It's like when you have just clan rats, copious amounts of clan rats. If your opponent wants to kill you, they just kind of can.
Mm-hmm.
And your garrisons are trash.
I played a 1v1 against Anticity's Vampire Coast with Ikit Claw, and I could build Warp Fire Throwers, Skaven Slave Slingers, Skaven Slaves of both varieties, and Clan Rats of both varieties. Anticity could build everything, because Undead can just pull that shit out of the ground. And I was like, oh god. He has a real army with variety. I have clan rats and slings. Shit. And I lost very badly.
I was playing one of Noctilus versus High Elves. And it's like, well, they have Spearmen and Archers. I have multiple Necrofex Colossus and Queen Bess. Alright, anyway, into this game.
Game 3 of Tutorial and Anticity.
It's like, and has a pretty melee-focused build. A bunch of depth guard, melee zombies, and then bombers. Very, very melee focused. Doesn't want to have anything that can be really disrupted by the counts and the zombie summons and that kind of thing.
The melee vampire fleet admiral with only invocation of Neck.
Oh yeah, that's the melee one. Usually you see the pistol one because it has the black periap, which is a very, very strong cast in him.
That's why I'm wondering why he went for the melee one.
I'm wondering if that was an accident. It's like, that's very odd. It's not like he brought any other item to make up for it.
I don't know. On the other side for tutorial, Cryptors, skeletons, zombies. I don't know what you were expecting, but you get this. And Manfred with double battery.
It's a very thin infantry line. It's just 5 zombies and the Kongstein Stalkers.
He'll summon more. I think he just wanted to get his Cryptors out first.
I'm not going to say I could see his build this entire time, but we'll see. Manfred notably has Gaze and Nagash. I might go for a snipe on that caster, who is very squishy.
Yeah, she is a foot character though, so he's gonna have to get right above her before he does it.
Yeah, but there's not much to stop him from doing it.
Of course, I was just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just providing content. I do have to give it to Human Boy and Platy though. Greenskins are probably the way to go. Well, thank you. We are always right. A Rat Horde or Rhydon sign here. I'm fine with Queek being an infantry lord. I just wish he had more crowd clear, so people couldn't just put like a single zombie in between him and his target, and he's completely boned. I also want Ska Bloodtail Sippe. Sorry.
Who's Skull Blood? Like, okay, we'll get to that. We'll worry about that later.
In Lawrence's bodyguard. That's it.
Ah, cool. That'd be a nice legendary hero. That'd be cool. But yeah, this is gonna be a meat grinder. This is gonna look a lot like a Counts mirror, I feel like.
Yeah. Did the Counts bring a Mortis engine in their backup? Because they might want it.
I don't recall.
Hi,
they are just
Turin.
furiously stroking. Oh, hey, Turin. We do have Wind of Death, though, which I think is going to be the big difference maker.
Turin, how did we arrive on this map?
That's what Turin, we just came off of Eye in the North, and now we're on this map. Yeah, I'm going to talk to the World Cup committee after this game, after this tournament.
What up,
like, those maps should not be seeing competitive play.
Turin, I'm pretty sure you're hosting some of the Warhammer World Cup stuff, too. So far, it's been a banger. A lot of really good games.
Yeah. Even if they are pretty bad maps.
Oh, I should thank Turin for sending the horde. I'm not going to because I'm a bad person, but I should.
Understandable.
No, thanks,
Turin
Turin.
seems a little indecisive about which side he wants to go on. He initially deployed left, and now he looked at Anticity's army and said, "Nope, I'll go right."
I think that's fine. Not opting into this melee grind if you can. Just get something up there and capture point 1.
I think you'd be better off just taking the melee grind like as far away from the objective as possible, so you can like body block your opponent off the objective. That said, counts aren't exactly the fastest. They might not be able to manage that.
Yeah, but he has some cav. If he spawns more cav, if he's just delaying for cav so he can get around those bombers, that'd be fine. Because you don't want to take the melee grind against triple bomber. That'd be bad time. 5 bomber.
Yes, you're correct, but this map makes it very, very hard to get around those bombers. There's not a lot of paths for cav to take to get on top of them.
Never doubt Anticity's ability to get his bombers to fire.
That's also true.
Anticity can make any unit work anywhere. When I swear the pathing won't allow it, he's like, watch me. I used to host, I'll keep it short, I used to host speedruns where like, beat this army as quickly as you can, and Anticity would show me the exact limits of pathing. The exact limits of how to move around a map as effectively as possible and do anything. So
Very good at that kind of thing, yeah.
yeah.
Coast taking objective 3. Looks like there's just a handshake saying Coast has the low ground, counts on the high ground if they ever decide to go take it, and we're going to fight here in the middle.
I'm a little concerned that the Counts is just not taking their free point at all.
Yeah, I'd like to see a dog or something go up there and take it and then come back down, or maybe even the Varix Reavers can run up there and grab it. But I'm very concerned with...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say Footlords in general should be better. I don't know, man. You seen Sigvald these days?
Sigvald's nuts. But Sigvald's always been nuts.
Yeah.
There's the Mortis engine you wanted.
There it is.
But
yeah.
I worry about being able to actually compromise this backfield for the coast, because there's just so few paths on this map to actually get on top of them. They're going to be very, very safe. They'll have to bring flyers or something in to actually get on top of them.
Man,
and let the melee blob commence. Oh, I really wish Anticity had a Wind of Death right now. Look at all those zombies blobbed up.
I mean,
you get so many kills.
Bombers are a Wind of Death with
That's
reload.
Also true. Bombers do exist. I forgot about that. I'm not the biggest coast player.
That was a lot of damage for one volley, and they have 4 more. Oh, no.
Yep. So those are mostly zombies, which are getting healed up by the necromancers, so it still might not be enough.
It is enough.
Okay, the animated hulks are coming in, the wave animated hulks. It's like, okay, I see your zombies, you see my zombies, you have AP monster infantry, now I also have AP monsters infantry.
Where are the Varix Reavers? They're going for point 1 right now? Right now? We need you to do something about these guns!
I mean, how do they do anything about these guns? He has bats instead coming and do that, but how do the Varix Reavers get into this backline? There's just literally no space for them to walk around unless they go all the way around to point 3.
Yeah, I guess, but I feel like this is something that needed to be decided upon before the blob happened, because now you said the bombs couldn't shoot, Platty. I see the bombs. They look like they're shooting.
I didn't say the bombs couldn't shoot. I said the bombs couldn't be shut down.
I like lying about what you said, so I look smarter.
Okay. The Mortis engine is in melee, but now it's just getting hammered by gunnery mobs.
Yeah, this is looking real bad.
Yeah.
Anticity's skyrocketing on the damage value.
Oh, yeah. And where's the Wind of Death? Manfred has it. What's he using his Blob on? I'm very concerned about that.
I don't
like,
know.
Wind of Death should have knocked out this front line a long time ago, and he should be on top of Anticity's gun line already. He's got an invocation coming down, I think I heard, but I don't know. I really wish you'd see, some kind of, damaging spells.
Bloat spam with all that chaff. You don't. Yeah, look at the coast. The bombers are doing it. They don't need anything.
Yes, if they didn't explode immediately upon summoning, which is what they usually do.
Oh yeah, I mean the bloated are bugged, but I was just saying that like, where's the Count's army? I don't see it anymore. Do you?
I mean, I see a large pile of completely dead zombies, inanimate, I believe would be the proper term.
Yep.
And that Mortis is getting hammered. Okay, here comes the Wind of Death, but it's a bit of an odd angle. It's gonna be enough. Nope. That looks like an undercast as well, so that's not doing a ton of damage.
That was a really good angle.
Yeah, I really wish that had been overcast, to be honest.
Yeah. Blob.
Various Reavers are just still chilling on the high ground. They need to get down here, but I think it might just be too little too late.
That might be too little too late, yeah.
Like I said, Anticity's got zombies blocking every possible flank route, so like, how do you get on top of all of these handgun or pistol mobs? Like, what do you do about this?
They needed Vargeist in their second army. I don't know if they have any, but Vargeist actually did pretty good work against infantry.
Oh yeah, Vargeist are excellent.
I don't think that would have, like... If he had Vargeist, this is GG, but it, like, would have been better than what's going on.
But I think this is an instance of like Anticity knew the map he was playing on. He catered his build very heavily towards the map. It's paying dividends.
Yeah, like Chad is saying, just one choke point and map's not good. While I do agree, I think there's a pretty significant misplay to talk about with the Varix Reavers, where they're chilling at point 1 forever. They could have gone through Anticity's spawn and then at least harassed the stuff in the back, stopped things from reinforcing. Like, yes, bad map, but there has been some misplays. I just don't want to say like, oh, GG, shit map. It's like, I mean,
I think if the Varix Reavers try to go through Anticity spawn, Anticity summons animate Hulks on top of them, and they get beaten to a pulp very, very quickly. So I think it's a little harder than they make it out to be.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that would have instantly won the game. I'm just saying there's other things. Like, I really didn't like all-inning on a blob in front of bombers. Like, I think that was a pretty crucial mistake.
Yeah, I think the build was not optimized. The Count's build was not optimized for this map. Like I said, you need more flyers because there's so much impassable terrain. You just needed flyers to get it around because you can't really flank with cavalry effectively. On a more open map, Cav would just do a number against all this backline. It'd be very hard for Coast to defend, but with all this impassable terrain to protect their flanks, you need something that can fly and actually get in the backline and deal damage. Bats can get in the backline, but they don't deal a whole lot of damage, so... Like, there have been bats sitting in this backline the entire time, and the guns are still firing.
Yeah, you can just ignore fell bats. They don't do anything. They have 24 melee attacks.
Exactly.
Pretty bad, and then 26 weapons.
Yeah.
Another Wind of Death was undercasted, but it's not even going to finish off the gunnery mobs.
I think, yeah, it's that classic mistake of, like, when you're trying to rush a gun line, you don't drop spells on the guns, you drop spells on the infantry so that your infantry can get to the guns. Because your infantry can stop them from firing for a whole lot longer.
This is looking like GG. Counts are down to 11 units, 3 of which aren't even in the fight. Yeah.
Mortis Engine has been just chased away this entire time as well.
It was well played by Tutorial overall. I mean, he came back against Samurai Style in a very, very close series, and then he took a game off Anticity. Game 2 was well. Game 2 wasn't that close, and then Game 3 was unfortunately a slaughter for him. But he played well today, and I imagine with like some of these, world beater players out of the way, I really hope to see him in the next qualifier because I'm pretty sure Tutorial will get top 4 in that one.
Yeah, probably.
If Anticity and Void are out, then he might be my favorite to win the next tournament. He was really
possible. He haven't played well.
He was really good. But this one is over.
Yes, it is. Winds of Death are getting good value, but it's just too late. Like, you needed them so much earlier.
Yeah. Counts are down to 8 units, and 4 of them aren't even to the point. 2 of them are just mana batteries.
And some of them are zombies. I see. Oh, that's the Sterns, but not zombies. There's this, but they're just stuck fighting in an irrelevant part of the map, and
Anticity's 22 out of 31 units out.
Yep.
That's a lot of bodies.
Mm-hmm.
One does not simply beat Anticity with a Vampire Coast. That's, you know what? You win this round.
One does not simply leave a Vampire Coast unbanned against Anticity.
Yeah, you should probably global ban that.
Yeah, that's what I've done when I've played him.
I mean, this was a pretty painless Undead mirror, to be fair.
Yeah.
Like, it was quick, to the point. Not too bad of a slog.
Clean. Yeah. No, I think Tutorial should probably concede here pretty soon.
Yeah, I'll message Subutai and see how their series is coming along to plan our next move.
Yeah. Go for it.
Yep, I'm just getting some prep work.
Yep.
Done, but...
Yeah, the problem is now, with Anticity controlling the center, he can just station zombies in the pathways to the objectives, and while the counts may even kill the zombies, it'll take them several minutes to do so, and so they'll never touch these objectives again if Anticity positions his units in the right spots.
Mm-hmm. We have some Necromancers fading. Sternsmen are pushing through. Mortis Engine is fading and gone.
And more Black Knights from Tutorial. I think that's a big mistake. Possibly just not familiar with the map, as I don't know he's a huge domination player, but just bringing Cow on this map has always felt rough. Like, even from the earliest days of domination, Cow on this map has always felt very, very bad.
Yeah. I think you're right. Because the chat, too, when I was talking about what he could have done to go up and through the enemy spawn, they were just like, I mean, you can immediately summon halberds right on top of them and just muck them up, so. Yeah.
They summon in dogs and recharge them as well. Okay, more Black Knights. Backcapping objective number 1. Just he's sending a halberd up there, but at this point, Counts would have to 3-cap, and I'd be surprised if he can take back a second objective. And like, I mean, even these bombers and guns all still have so much ammo. It'd be very, very hard.
The map discussion is interesting because it's weird because I like maps like this that are creative and interesting, but then like they're very choke pointy. So then my brain would say, well, just make the corridors wider so they're not as choke pointy. But then like the maps would get huge and it would take you forever to get from a point to a point. So it is a tricky thing of like, how do we not make maps that are just a bland ass square, but also not, you know?
Maps have been a hot topic of discussion for Domination since it came out because they have such a heavy effect on the game. To a much greater extent than they used to in land battles. So it's a very tricky situation. Like, how do you balance that? What does peak map design look like?
Yeah. Do you know that map? I haven't seen it for a long time. So, well, Silver Spire on a different note. I like it conceptually, but it usually ends up pretty poor. But conceptually, I like Silver Spire. But there's this map that's snowy, and in the middle there's these 4 giant pillars. There's kind of
more.
Yeah, that one. That's the one I got the most on Quick Battle when I was starting out Warhammer 3. It was an interesting map, but it felt a little janky. Like I wish the spawns didn't have those weird hills on them, and if it was just flat, then I think the map might be better. Because I remember a lot of times trying to get any infantry to the side points, I'd have to filter through these tiny little crevices.
Yeah, when I've talked about the map, my suggestion was always just make all the walkways a little wider, so it's just very, very narrow.
Turin is promoting his tournament map pack. Amazing maps, way better than this map.
Some of them are.
I don't know if I believe you, Turin.
There are a couple that are.
But how do we trust Turin? What if he's not even Turin? What if he's he's an imposter?
You have the next lobby?
No, I messaged Super Chat to see where they are. No, Turin, more seriously, memeing aside, your map pack looks pretty cool. A lot of people working really hard on it. It's nice. It's good. I know CA, like, in their top 3 priorities has to be more maps. Like, there has to be more maps, but who knows when that's coming out.
The Battalion Sandwich are 1-1 right now.
Okay.
Do you want to get a code and join?
Yeah, sure. I messaged Subi, but he didn't answer.
Yeah, I messaged Sandwich because he responds to my DMs much faster.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you got a code for me? Go look. It's not my maps. That's fair. Yeah, they're your community maps, and there's a lot of people working very hard on them because they're great. Do you have a place?
Sandwich.
Sorry.
Sandwich is refusing to send us a code. He doesn't want the game spectated.
Yeah, Turin, do you have like an easy way for me to plug those maps? Not that, I mean, like, obviously if people are watching me, then they know about you and they know about your maps. But is there an easy place for people to go and look at that stuff on your Discord?
I think there's a whole cartography section dedicated to map making. This entire section of channels dedicated to it.
Yeah, I spend most of my time on my own Discord, then I can barely keep up with that crap. Looks like we have cartography. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's cartography. It's this whole section. Yeah, so if you're interested in any of that stuff, I mean, I'll do a plug for Turin, but God knows he doesn't need it. You can go to this cartography section. They have a lot of chats about that kind of stuff. They have contests, map creations, map feedback, and there's a ton of helpful people in there that love talking. Bob That Builder is usually around. Umayus is usually around. So, it's a good community. People having fun with some mods. Doing the work of the gods. So yeah. Go do some of that if you're interested in trying it out for yourself, or just seeing what maps are coming up the pipe. Turn's also been doing a lot of streams of like, you know, check out these new maps. So, boom. I did the best plug I could. Don't hurt me.
Nice.
Steam Workshop Total Tavern will pull it up. It adds like 21 plus new maps, 10 or so, which are amazing. and the other 11.
Don't worry about it. The other 11 were proofs of concept.
I know. I just like the concept there. 21
Like I said,
maps.
some of
10
them
are
are
good.
Yeah.
What about the other 11? All right, let's see if we can.
They were testing. The map was testing out a lot of different mechanics, things like capture objectives that don't give victory tickets but give supply, or unlock new Vanguard summoning positions and that kind of thing. So a lot of that is testing grounds for those kinds of mechanics.
I see. Browse all workshops. That's right. This doesn't always work. Total tavern. Eh? What did he tell me to type in? Oh, I have to browse for this specific game. Crap.
I could give you a link. I have the link.
It's fine. Yeah, I'm trying to like show people how to get to it rather than everybody message you.
So if you go to your library,
Okay.
and then go to Warhammer 3.
Okay. Community hub.
1 second. I need to actually look at my Steam so I can tell you. I was looking at your stream. I was like, why is nothing changing? No, go to the ... on the right, and to the right of Community Hub, and Workshop is one of the options.
Yeah. All right, so just go to workshop, and then you get a black screen for a bit, and that's pretty fun.
Well, yeah.
Total tavern map.
Maybe a search bar, center right.
Total tavern map thing, and it has Turin symbol on it. I don't think that's him. That's probably not.
That's probably wrong. Yeah, probably the wrong one.
Wow, Waka Waka 3000 made a crap ton of maps.
He's been making maps since at least Warhammer 2, maybe not, maybe Warhammer 1.
Hell yeah. And there you go. That's how you get to it. I knew what was going on. I'm good at finding things on Steam. I'm so bad at finding things on Steam.
I gathered that.
I am so bad at finding things on Steam. I am not a modder. The maps are now standard in your events? Yeah. Versus Street Suspense Roulette. Yeah,
that's that one.
All right. Did Sandwich ever give you a code, or what are we doing here?
No, he said he doesn't want the game to be spectated, so he didn't give me a code.
Oh, and he was serious about that?
Yes.
Does he know what we're gonna do in the meantime?
I don't know what we're gonna do in the meantime.
Yeah. That's
all right, human boy. Dwarf mirror, 1v1 me.
Okay. But I didn't think you were allowed to just say no to the hosts.
I don't know. That's up to you if you want to do that.
I'm gonna call him a dick.
Be my guest.
Damn it, Dante.
Yeah.
All right, are we doing domination or what?
Up to you. Which do you want? Take your pick.
Dwarf mirror or domination? Easy.
All right.
I have a code.
All right.
So we're waiting for them to finish their game 3, apparently. Everybody. So sorry about the sudden silliness, but they apparently don't want us spectating their game, which I guess is fine. So whoever wins that'll go fight Anticity, and Voidlaws has already... He's awaiting in the finals, so we're gonna watch Anticity versus Blank, best of 3, watch Blank versus Voidlaws, best of 3, and we're gonna call it a night, right? Right. Alright, domination. Let's go Grove of Slaughter.
Oh God, why? Why? Why are you like this?
Because I don't have any friends. All right, let's do it.
Hey, wait a second. First of all, unit caps should probably be on.
Oh yeah, you're running this round. Land battles. It's a domination stream.
Oh, hey, I didn't notice that.
Carrick Zorn has a really cool color scheme.
They took the ghost hero out of the heroes and put him in the extended roster. He wasn't there previously.
Oh, who's in the extended roster?
The ghost hero. He used to be just allowed in unit caps.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Rescue Jim. We're doing our best out here. It's against the law. Yeah. Well, we can play one. They're on their 3rd game, so I'd rather them keep this tournament moving along than really cause a fuss about, like, no, come back and let us in. Where it's like, should they have let us in? Yeah. Do I really care? No. It's fine. It's RTK versus RTK. I would have more issue with it if it was like two people from different clans, and one of them was like, no, don't spectate our game. The other one was like, yes, spectate our game. I'd be like, all right, what's going on here? But I'm pretty sure two of the same clan are not gonna. They're not gonna cheat against each other. That would just be stupid.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, whatever.
I think it's a nerves thing.
Yeah. Which we're watching is frickin' Games versus Anticity, so.
If he wins this one.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, we are not skipping those. Crap. Oh yeah, domination, not land battles. What am I building? So how are the sight lines on Grove of Slaughter?
Bad.
Okay.
It's a forest. It's the free for all map from Warhammer 2.
Okay. Do you have any constructive criticism, or are you just gonna be platypus?
Get rid of the trees. What are you talking about for your build?
I was talking about like what I should do for this map, and you're just over here being all like, "Oh, there's trees."
I mean, I could tell you, but what you should do, in my mind, is what I am doing. So I'm not going to tell you.
I have a good build. I think you're in trouble. Yeah.
I haven't played this matchup, to be perfectly honest. I haven't played this ever. No cheaters in RTKJB? Totally.
That seems like a good idea. Oh wait, those aren't what I wanted. These are. Hooray. Alright, prepare to get dunked on, nerd.
Okay. So here's my question for you, which I probably have a bit of an answer for because you're a streamer, but how good are you at talking while you play games?
Very good.
Okay, dang it. That's my big advantage in RTK is I just keep talking and everybody gets distracted.
No.
Doesn't work with streamers. Everybody's practiced.
I annoy my friends because I want to keep talking about whatever we were talking about while we're playing, and they completely shut down
And like focus on the game.
Yep. That's how I used to win games as a kid.
What time is it for you anyway? It's Tuesday night, and you just reached Wednesday in Argentina. For me, it's 10 p.m. So 2 hours.
11 for me.
You ready for hammers, bro?
Sure. That's definitely the thing to be worried about in this matchup.
You ready for hammers?
I do actually have a solution to hammers, yes. Do you have a solution to hammers?
It's called more hammers. Get good. in land battles, the way to go with this is just a bunch of rangers with great weapons, but I didn't take those because I'm.
That is an option.
Human Boy is amazing at talking while playing. You kidding me, Platt? Midwest baby.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm
It's
always
negating my advantage. That's true. But I also see you lose on stream a lot, so.
Never said I was good at anything. People keep
Said you're
assuming
good at
that.
talking.
Oh, I'm
you're good
at
at talking while playing.
Yeah, I'm good at talking while playing, but like a lot of people will watch me and then be like, "This guy's not even good," and it's like, nope.
That is correct.
I didn't sell you a bill of goods saying I was good. I am loud. I am sometimes funny, and I am here. Those are my that's my traits.
That's my sales pitch. I am here. I exist. Did you actually bring hammers, by the way?
Nah, dude.
And why is your build so small? Where are your units?
Why don't you not worry about where my units are, and why don't you worry about where your units are? Mass Vanguard isn't real, Pletty. It can't hurt you.
Mass Slayers isn't real. It can't hurt you.
Miners, Dwarf Royals, great weapons. Miners.
Chat says where box. Where's your box?
Why is the reinforcement just one unit of miners? Because it's the only Vanguard units I don't already have deployed.
Yeah, that's how that works. I'd love to know where your army is, personally.
That's where I feel like it.
Okay, well, that's good for you.
Why don't you mind your own business?
Yeah, I feel like it is my business. I mean, I know where that miner is right now.
Hey, my full Vanguard army is gonna get behind you and do lots of good stuff, and they're definitely not just sitting in the corner, and I'm gonna let you just triple cap, and that's the whole meme. That's the whole bit. We did the whole thing.
Okay.
I do want more troll hammers, but I don't have enough troll hammers.
I love troll hammers. Troll hammers are so much fun.
They're very fun. Oh, hey, a gyrocopter. That's not gonna be good for me. Why is the middle point just in trees?
Yeah, that's why I hate this map. That's why I hate this map.
That is just stupid. That is just the dumbest thing.
Yeah, it is.
Is this the final game of the stream? No. We're just waiting on our next best of 3, and the person of Authenticity is in game 3 of their series right now, so Platty and I are killing time instead of just like sitting for the duration of an entire Dom game in the menus.
Talking about League.
Yeah. We do like talking about League. It is true. Hey, why don't you get out of here with that nonsense?
Why don't you get good?
I refuse. Joke's on you, I have Dwarf Cav.
Me too. Oh, you actually brought troll hammers?
Let's go, dude!
That's gonna be a problem for this gyro.
Bring me that gyro's head!
The gyro itself doesn't have a head. Pilot might.
Yeah. Why don't you have anything in your spawn for me to shoot?
No reason.
That's mean. You should have things in your spawn for me to shoot.
Maybe I do and they're just stalked.
No, you don't. I can see all your units. Don't lie to me.
You cannot see all my units?
Yes, I can.
You're cheating.
Lines for bullies. Of course I'm cheating. You knew who I was when you married me.
That's true. I did.
No, that's Murph's whole thing. I don't steal Murph's whole thing.
Oh, fuck. I just gyro bumped my own shit.
Good! Good! More! More! I don't know if I can even hit the gyro in those trees. So I got sick of waiting for you.
You got sick of waiting?
You're taking too long to move.
Me?
Yes.
Sounds like a personal problem.
What are those, Slayers? Alright, good joke.
Oh shit, you have rangers. Oh shit, bye. I'll be back in the trees. If you need me, I'll be in the trees. Oh shit, you're on the left side. I didn't see you. Fuck boy. Oh, they're actual hammers! You fuck boy!
I've been sitting here since the start, waiting for you to get bored and move, but you just didn't move. So come here!
There's no reason to move.
Because I wanted the point, so move! This is mine! Come here!
Oh, you can't make me.
I'm flash bombing you, come here. Ooh, sucks to be those Althar's Raiders, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Well, that's the Pete Gate guard too. That's just not just any fucking. God damn it! Why are you the way you are?
You thought
Why are
you
you
had
the way
it
you
all
are?
figured out, didn't you? You thought you were real clever.
I am real clever.
You're a very clever boy.
I have an answer to that.
No, you don't. You ain't got shit. You ain't got nothing. Who's up in damage value? Yeah! Hammers! Into the trees, lads. Into the trees.
You also actually have troll hammers.
Into the trees, lads. I will troll hammer the shit out of that sky hammer.
You'll try, bitch boy. You'll try.
You can't stop me. Run! Run, Rangers! Holy crap, these longbeards are still here. Why are all my units so slow? Why?
You have longbeards? Where the hell are your longbeards?
Walking into the trees now. Juke! Juke, my little dwarves! Juke! Juke, my little dwarves!
I need to juke. My gyro bomber got stuck on a fucking tree.
Trollhammers, get him! Trollhammers, stop him! He's hurting me! All right, hot take. Trollhammers might not be the best choice here.
In a dwarf matchup with nothing large, they seem pretty good. I'll be honest, they seem pretty fucking good.
1, I don't appreciate your attitude. 2, I don't appreciate your attitude. 3, fine, you win this round. All right, it turns out that trees might be a bit of a problem for my line of sight grenades.
Almost like one of us knew what this map looked like.
Hey, I'm still winning. I'm up on damage value, and that's all that matters.
Let me yeet these gyro bombs, and then we'll talk.
Dodge!
How to dodge when I'm not even looking at the gyro bomb. Looking at other shit.
That's illegal. I'm spawning some cav right now.
See, if I kill all of my quarrelers, then you won't get the value from them. It's that
Ow! Grombrindle just took a lot of damage from your thunderers.
simple. Yeah, they do that.
Quick question. Can Trollhammers literally not hit this guy in the frickin' trees? They can't. They just can't hit him. Oh, we got a couple in! He was sitting completely still, and we got a couple in. It took us a year. Hey, you spawned someone on my Giant Slayers at last. Take that. Oh, I have 2 minus blasting charges just on .1. Nice. Oh, how does that feel, little dwarf lord? Oh, did you just get Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoed? Wow, that sucks for you. I don't know why I'm this toxic. I just am. I think someone hurt me.
Sounds like it.
You having troubles getting past these troll hammers, bro?
Not really. I don't even know where they are.
The ones helping Grombrindle kill your entire army, because he's such a cool guy.
Oh, neat.
Yeah. I have other troll hammers trying to shoot at your lord, and they are doing really great.
My infantry-sized lord?
They're just doing really great.
Seems like it.
They're doing fine. Platy. They're
Sounds
doing
like it.
fine.
Uh-huh. Certainly seems that way.
Look at all the damage they haven't done to him. Look at it. Look at all of it.
I see it.
You know what's funny? For all the shit we're talking, this is actually pretty close.
Yeah, no, you're actually doing it really fucking well.
I think you're gonna win if I had to call it, but like memes aside, this wasn't as bad of a slap as I thought it might be.
No, it's not a slap at all. How long were those giant slayers sitting in my fucking vanguard?
They've been there for a while. Emphasis on still there.
Oh, I know they're still there. I'm coming for them.
Good. Good. They were getting bored. Get over here. I love how I hover over the point thing to show me how many points there are or whatever, and it says controlled by dwarfs, and I'm like, real helpful there, guy. Like,
It's even better when we take the same banner.
yeah, just super helpful.
All of my Thunderers are shooting one Trollhammer model, as they are wont to do.
Let's go.
How are those hammers doing for you?
Really good.
That's so.
Yeah, I mean, they're killing some stuff. Oh, are those basic slayers to fight my giant slayers? You think
Yeah.
basic can beat giant of anything?
They actually do it.
Have you seen giant-sized Doritos? Have you seen giant-sized Kool-Aid pouches? Have you seen a giant-sized?
I actually haven't.
This is America. Get your shit together.
Mm.
Minor
Okay,
Vanguard.
what if Grombrindle were to just like fuck off and die? What do you think would happen then?
He's literally unbreakable, so good luck.
If only I had a war machine that was specifically good at killing single entities.
That would be a bit of a problem now, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it would be.
I have a follow-up question for you. What if you're a bully?
There's no if about that, I just am.
Sounds about right.
can ask
I have a quick,
anybody who's recently squired in RTK.
I have a quick follow-up question. You said Slayers beat Giant Slayers. You want to take a look at your?
I was lied to by Killing Smalls.
Yeah, because my Giant Slayers just 1v1 the crap out of your regular Slayers.
Yeah, there were definitely no blasting charges involved in that engagement.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You're full of shit, Platty.
Be that as it may.
I grouped up all your Slayers and just bombed the shit out of them.
Yeah, I noticed. I noticed.
Platty, am I gonna win?
Yes, you are. I haven't played dwarves, like, ever.
Platty, you're talking a lot of shit at the start of this. You were doubting my hammers for quite a while.
Uh-huh.
Triple cap, triple cap, triple cap. Oh wait, you guys just chill out. Hammer is unsummoned so I can resummon you somewhere else because I have so much money right now. Oh yes, my cav is back. Let's go, triple cap. Hang in there. Alright, I gotta listen to all the Platty advice from the stream. Focus on what you already have. Subscribe to the Menacing Platypus channel to learn all the tools and tricks of being a pro. Do it! Go.
Correct.
Alright, I think I could just spam points at this point.
Oh yeah, no, I think this game is over.
Let's go, dude. Oh crap, you're taking point one. No. Stop him! Stop him! Stop it. Just regenerate capture weight, please. Come on, guys. Let's go.
I know. I can't do shit.
Intensity, is your opponent ready? Dude, Gromby's still back there?
Yeah. I look forward to seeing you in the World Cup finals.
Let's go, dude. Grumpy didn't do anything. He was just there.
Yeah, he's just like my shit kept getting stuck on him.
Yeah.
But look at that Skyhammer value.
I don't know if I want to know.
No, I think you do.
3,200. Let's go.
See that hammer, that fat hammer value, huh, bud?
They did what they had to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, they didn't trade up, but they are 1,100.
Yeah.
And they were doing fine until Vietnam happened to them.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, Trollhammers did less than I thought. Rangers were really good. Miners of Blasting Charge was really good.
Mm-hmm. So do you want to know a secret?
I love secrets. We're definitely in a safe space right now. It's not being recorded.
One of the people that we're waiting on is sitting in an RTK Discord channel streaming. And you go, oh no, the game just ended. Nice, they just stopped streaming.
Nice. Then that's good time.
Yeah.
All right. I think that Dwarf Mirror was better than any World Cup content could ever be. I think I might be biased because I won, but nope, it's a fact. It was in fact the best.
Yeah.
All right, I'm rejoining Ents game.
Okay.
Oh, he just shut it down.
And why would you do this to us?
I think because it was Ent versus TTS, which isn't true anymore.
Hmm.
Opponent fell asleep, Intensity wins by default.
Why was Ent fighting text-to-speech?
Don't we all fight text-to-speech from time to time?
Can't say I have, no.
Alright. Who did win? Do you know yet?
No, I just saw that they stopped streaming. So.
Without being able to see yet, I'm gonna guess on... Who was it?
I know they were playing... It was... One of them was playing Coast on Cove. It was Sandwich and Subutai.
Sandwich and Subutai? Okay, then I'm going with Dante. Dante's my lad.
Okay.
Even though Dante never showed up for the board game nights he kept promising me to show up for. Both times he signed up, he had to cancel last second.
Okay. I'm just refreshing the bracket.
I'm also just constantly refreshing the bracket.
It was Sandwich, yeah. Dante Sandwich won, 2-1.
It says, "Come to me, human boy." All right, I will. I will just listen. It is Sandwich.
Not human boy, but I'll also do it. Yeah, it was Sandwich.
We believed in the right one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the scorecard's back. Blocker's black. Well, the blocker's not black. The blocker is purple. But saying two B words in a row, they kind of blurred into each other.
This is semis, yes. So okay, all these guys have already qualified.
Yep.
Just map seeding, and
Anticity-
we have better maps.
Anticity, Oliver Crawl, Void Lulls, and
Sandwich
have all qualified for the next stage. And now we have this best of 3, and whoever wins this is going to go fight Void Lulls. I personally predict Anticity wins this one. I predict Void wins the finals. That would be my guess. It is 10:24 here, so this best of 3 is probably going to take probably going to go about 12:30, which isn't that bad for me. But you're in a different time zone, so you might be a little sadder.
I don't sleep. It's fine.
Need more Skaven games? That's true, Cody Horn. I don't think you're going to get them.
Sandwich is a Skaven player. He does play some Skaven.
That is good to know. But Dante/Sandwich always knows how to disappoint me and make me sad, so I think... Like I said, dude, he signed up for multiple tabletop nights, and then both times one time he forgot it was happening, and the other time he got busy, but didn't tell me ahead of time. So Dante's a bully.
Yeah.
It was the tabletop thing you played in, that like...
Oh, the tabletop RPG thing.
Yeah, like the space thingy.
Yeah.
Dante never showed up, man.
Yeah.
I was left waiting on the altar.
What a nerd.
Wicked, you will have superpowers. Confirmed.
Is that how that works?
Apparently. He goes from a high elevation to a low elevation. Superpowers. Easy.
Didn't know that's how it works.
I thought you said we had good maps. Why are we still in Galleon's Cove?
They haven't changed it yet.
Okay.
They being Anticity.
Well, at least Anticity's washed, so he'll lose fast.
True.
It's confirmed. Chat said he was washed, so he is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh! I'm looking at his build from last time he played, so we're both being idiots. It's not the melee lord. That was a hero. The vampire fleet captain caster he had was a hero. He had Luther Harkon in his backup.
I wonder if that's... Hold on, let me right back. Let's see if that's cheaper. Is that why he took it?
Might be. All right, I'm going to go say goodnight to Grace, because it's about her bedtime.
Okay.
So
We'll educate chat.
Yeah, I'm also going to grab a snack and something.
Okay, so
Virtual Magi just woke up. Welcome to stream, man. We've been going for about 5 hours. We have probably about 2 hours left in us, so get comfy.
Oh yeah, it's way cheaper. It's like 250 gold cheaper. Interesting. And you think that's worth more than the Black Perry app? Interesting. Huh. That's really interesting. So how are you doing, chat? We're not playing Britannia versus Counts. Anticity is lingering on Coast because he just played it, and you get autoed. Sandwich got autoed on to Britannia because he just joined the lobby. How are you doing, chat? What, JP? What? Also, while we're waiting, shameless plug. I'm the Wild Platy. I do Twitch and YouTube content. I cast newbie tournaments every weekend. I do a bunch of educational content, teach people the game, how units work, how domination works. A link to all that is in the description. Check it out, please. Thanks, JP. This has been a fun stream so far. So, what are you guys up to? I think Sandwich. I think Sandwich would beat Subutai? I didn't think about it a whole lot, to be honest. Maybe.
I'm back. Grace has been said good night. Grace has been given a good night.
Mm-hmm.
Still 0-0 after I checked 45 minutes ago? 45 minutes ago? If I rewind to 45 minutes ago, it was Anticity and Tutorial at 1-1. And if you're talking about the game before, the game after that, that was just Platypus and I playing a Dwarven 1v1 while we waited for our next matchup. So no, we've only been in this lobby for 5 minutes.
I think JP wants to do a poll about what he's drinking. I think he should do a poll about how much he's drinking. He's drunken because words are hard because he seems JP is being very silly.
All right. I got it. Boom. There's no bias in that poll whatsoever.
I mean, I think I know this answer. Okay, so Sanchez informed me of the global bans, which are Tomb Kings, Dark Elves, Vampire Coast, and Warriors of Chaos.
Sorry, can you run through that again? Tomb Kings, Vampire Counts, Warriors of Chaos, and what?
Vampire Coast.
So we've lost all three Undead.
No. Coast counts are not banned. Coast is.
Coast, Tomb Kings, Warriors of Chaos, and what? Dark Elves.
And Dark Elves.
Really? Dark Elves? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, probably watching NC play on stream earlier.
That's fine. But I wouldn't want to face Intensity Counts either.
I don't know. Dark Elves are definitely really strong as well. They're pretty strong in domination. That's, I think, what we're very likely to see is a lot of Slaanesh this series. These are both very skilled Slaanesh games.
This is the first series we haven't seen a band. Yes, I did crack a beer, though it's a non-alcoholic beer. It's Bush NA, because normally I have Coors Edge, which is also non-alcoholic, but the store I was at was all out of Coors Edge, so I got this. And this is actually doing all right, so good on you, Bush. Platy, every time I've gone on a break, I'm like, oh, because I passed the Halloween candy. And I'm like, I should ask Platy how his Halloween was. And then I've forgotten. But I won't this time. How's your Halloween?
I didn't do anything for it.
Neither did Grace and I. We just answered the door for like 5 groups of kids, and that was it.
I looked outside last night, and there was nobody. Which is surprising, because, like, growing up, our neighborhood was always like the hub for Like all our friends come over trick or treat from here, but like these days there's just nobody around. Yeah.
Sorry,
Not a lot going on.
I'm typing to all the people left in the tournament that let's try to keep build phases to about 10 minutes per round. And the first pick and ban, because there's the ban. Let's keep that one to 15 or yeah, 15's
Okay.
fine. I'm just telling him because it's getting late for a lot of people, and
Yeah.
like I feel like 10 minutes, 15 minutes in the one where you have to pick and ban,
Yeah.
like the global bans.
And these are the ones where people tend to take a long time because it's higher stakes.
Yeah. So I feel like 10 minutes to build your build is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, that's fine. Gives them time to consult their clanmates and get the hive minds going, the ODM and the OTK hive mind, respectively.
Yeah, and then the VM hive mind. A lot of good hive
Yep.
minds going on.
Well, assuming there are other VM players that are awake to help avoid.
Yeah.
It's the downside of playing in tournaments outside your time zone, is that usually your support group isn't going to be around.
All right. So I said pick band to 5 minutes, army build to 10. So 15 minutes between each game. That should be plenty. Late, what are you talking about? It's 4:35 a.m. for me. So I already entered the early territory. Nobody gets to play anything. People can only play Skaven. Why does it take so long to pick a build anyway? They sit there with head calculations all the time. I mean, Platypus would be a good person to ask for this, but we have seen a couple builds today, a couple games today decided by less or more efficient builds. So builds are important. I'm not a person that takes very long to build my builds, but some people are. And like, it's about the pressure you're under, and you're second guessing yourself a lot. Do I think you should take 10 minutes? No, that's why I put it as the limit. I don't think 10 minutes is the average, or I wouldn't have put it as that, right? I think an average is probably about 5 minutes. But when the stakes are high, some people can kind of debate for a long time, and you want to give them the space to be able to do their best and not like, because like, imagine Sandwich loses an intense game 3 to Anticity because he took a stupid unit, but we were like, come on, hurry up, finish your build, finish your build, finish your build. That feels bad, right? And you're going to blame the tournament host for just rushing you, and it's like, you want to feel like you won or lost under your own steam. So we try to give them time to build builds, but there's a compromise to be made. There's a show to do. People got to go to bed, so.
Yeah, within reason.
Yeah.
We give them time within reason. But guess what? After all this time of picking and banning, we've got a counts mirror.
Hey, did I mention something about counts not being banned? And I would also fear Anticity's counts, and now we have a counts mirror, maybe. God, being a genius is just so hard. I'm kidding. Sorry.
No, I love watching Anticity because he very rarely brings typical builds. He has very inventive builds, which sometimes go very well and sometimes go very poorly, but it's always exciting to see how it goes.
Crabling's like that too. Crabling's really fun to watch. He also streams.
I haven't seen a lot of Crabling. He doesn't play Dom, so I haven't encountered him personally that much.
I thought he only plays Dom now. I don't know. He used to play my battle events, and after the last one, he was like, he didn't say it with rage or anything, but he's like, I'm probably going to stick to Dom. Land's just boring. And I was like, that's
I encountered him at a tournament once. I've ever seen him otherwise.
I don't know. He streams a lot. He brings pretty fun builds. The last time I saw, now to be fair, the last time I saw him in land battles was before Immortal Empires, and before Immortal Empires, land battles were boring as shit.
Well, yeah,
but like post IE,
yeah,
I think they slap. But of course, I think that bias source. Rusky Jim VM is wide awake. You're doing great, Rusky. You're doing great.
Maintain the land battles are a lot of fun when you're just playing with friends. As soon as you add stakes to it, people kind of get scummy. Generally, I mean, it depends if you play with the right crowd. But like, you're in open tournament with stakes, you invite problems.
Kiro with the bruh at what?
Koi does bring the best builds.
Oh. Oh, Koi.
Koi. He was playing the qualifiers the last time.
I saw that.
I saw some of his builds, and they were indeed quite wild.
McRae faces the finals? Nope. It's a semifinal. So it's Intensity versus Sandwich, and whoever wins this will go face Void.
Yep.
We have accounts, Mirror.
Yes, we do.
Behind the blocker.
On Arnheim.
Yeah. Sandwich's build is finishing up. Intensity still has a lot of gold to go.
Intensity seems to have his main army ready. Just working on reinforcements.
VC
So
mirrors.
here's that brings to an extra question: are VC mirrors better or worse than they were in Warhammer 2?
Better.
Not that they're good. Not they're good, but yeah, I think they actually are better.
It feels like damage has been ramped up a bit. So
Yeah.
they actually die quicker. Warhammer 2, it felt like they were pretty sloggy. I mean,
Yeah.
they're still pretty sloggy, but like... Because Crypto... I mean, like, think of all the damage buffs you got, right? Vargeists, Crypt Horrors, wait, Crypt Ghouls also, but you don't really take those too much. Cavalry got better at charging. Charge damage in general is more applicable and better. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord got a damage increase.
Wind of Death got damage increase.
Oh, and Death got a damage increase. Pit of Shades has been doing pretty well, and they could technically take that. So it's just like a lot of key damaging units. And like, again, that wasn't a huge expansive list, but if you think about an actual Vampire Counts Blob fight, what's doing all the damage? The Crypt Horrors, which we said got buffed. The Vargeists, which we said got buffed. The Winds of Death, which we said got buffed. So it's like all the things that actually deal any damage in this matchup got buffed.
Except Mortis Engines.
Except Mortis Engines, which they already did plenty.
Yeah, like they were. Yeah.
This is the exciting gameplay I'm here for. Oh, God.
I am actually genuinely very excited for these builds, looking at them. My secret peeking behind the curtain abilities.
I will say, as far as Undead Mirrors go, this is going to be a banger.
Yeah, it will.
I am very confused about one of these builds.
I am too, yeah. You see it too. There's something behind the curtain, chat, that we can't leak just yet, but it's going to be exciting one way or the other.
I will be 100% honest with you. This will be interesting.
Yeah.
That is not just me saying, hey, please don't leave. That is legitimately, I have no idea how this is going to go.
Yeah. Like, I see the thought behind it, I think. I'm just not sure if it's going to do that well.
They have always disappointed me. Always.
Maybe. I don't know. It's one of those things, like, if this was the first round of a tournament and it was a couple of, like, beginners playing big, yeah, they're probably out of luck. But, like, these are two top-tier players. Like, they know what they're doing, I assume. Like,
Yeah.
there's a reason they're bringing it. The sun is rising for Void.
Rip Void, dude.
That sucks.
Red wine like a classy gent is winning it. JP, you know what to do.
I don't think that's JP's actually drinking. I'm pretty sure he's drinking whiskey.
I like how Sandwich readied up and then unreadied to change nothing about their build and just sit here.
Yep.
All right, there we go. Maybe they were checking, like, oh crap, did I not bring this item or whatever? All right, don't tell chat yet. Let's see if they can figure it out from this screen. Hey, what on
How
this?
much can they see? I don't know how much they can see.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we might have a
What?
crash. Hang on. Okay, good. We made it. I got the blue spinning wheel of Windows death.
I do too.
Yeah. So what about the Helm and Gorst build looks a little strange, chat? Also, Intensity, just making sure I have that right. Gorst has a different Mortis engine from the Mortis engine, right?
That's a good question. I think so. I think Antissi's run this build before on stream.
Yeah.
Or not this build, but like the double Mortis build.
I think they stack.
I'll have to double check. I think so, but I'm not 100%.
No, not the Necromancer meta. Antissi brought 2 fucking Terrorgeists.
Yeah. Did you not get it?
The first comment was Necromancer meta. Yeah. Now they're getting it because there's a delay.
Yeah.
But I just love how the first comment was Necromancer meta. And I'm like, yeah,
Yeah,
that's not what we're fucking talking about.
There's a goddamn Terrorgeist.
There's 2 of them.
Yeah. You almost never see one. So yeah, the Mortis engines for Reliquary Corruption. And, oh no, it's the same Mortis. They do not stack. Interesting. So yeah,
Okay.
for the side of Sandwich, we have a pretty standard Counts build, Blood Dragon Lord, Necromancers, Infantry, Cryptors. And then we have whatever the hell Anticity has. He has 6 single entities. That's his entire army.
That's his entire army.
That's literally his entire army.
Yep.
Gorst, a Mortis engine, double Necromancer on Corpse Carts, double Terrorgeist.
This is kind of how I felt about fighting Kislev and Dom the couple times I got to fight them. It was just like, snow leopards and chariots, perfect.
Yeah, so my thought for like why he brings the Terrorgeist is to ward off the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. So that Gorst can actually like survive and do his thing with the Mortis engines.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hate it because like if you have double Mortis engines, you're probably gonna win the Blob fight. So I assume he's gonna summon in a ton of chaff. So I don't hate it. But
All
we're
right.
gonna have to see how it does because I assume they'll together beat the Blood Dragon Lord, right? Probably.
Dude, Terrorgeists have always disappointed me, but we'll see. Like, Anticity had them
Animation's gonna be wonky.
on Vampire Coast, so I assume he knows what the freaking unit does.
Are there any actual differences between a Terrorgeist and a Deathstreak Terrorgeist?
No.
I don't think so.
They're the
Anyway,
same
the
unit.
Forbidden Rods are being furiously stroked
Classic.
across the board.
Chat, I turned Platypus down a little bit. Let me know if he's too quiet now.
Platypus has been known to be very loud.
Which is fine. I have to speak softer because Grace is going to bed, so I'm trying to turn you down to match my new volume, but you can speak at your normal volume.
Okay.
But yeah, hey,
Okay.
I'm transitioning to quiet boy. Yes, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very, very jarring transition.
Well, Grace got to sleep.
Understandable.
Alright.
I love this just pile of zombies.
Sandwich, that is in fact a pile. Sandwich does own the bottom ground. That is my...
So, what Antissi's doing here is, by taking the high ground, he's going to try to force Sandwich to fight on the ramp, which is a very narrow engagement, which means the entire fight will happen within range of his Mortises. Because it's very, very hard to transition between the low ground and the high ground, which means Sandwich can't really pressure 3 very easily with his Blob down here, so either he has to just give Antissi 2 for free, and try to summon in things so he can test 3, or he has to just fight for 2. That's the plan here for Anticity, which is a pretty classic strategy. Like, people have been doing this almost since Arnhem launched. So, Sam just has some Vargas coming in, a little more insurance into the Air Force.
You're right there, Spellbound. Deathstreak Terrorgeists do not have anti-large. I just checked.
Oh, you know that.
Yeah. I mean, I knew that the whole time. I was testing you. Haha. All right.
Yeah.
Sandwich is off to an early 2-cap. Anticity is moseying his way down.
I was drifting down the hill.
Now,
Anticity's
I mean,
some more infantry on the below ground.
you say he can force it to be a hill fight, but technically, Sandwich doesn't have to do shit. Sandwich can just sit down here.
This is true, until Antissi starts to cap the point. And then, I mean, if you're fighting on the point with 2 Mortis engines, you can still have 2 Mortis engines cover the entire single objective.
Yeah.
It's more a matter of you can't really take this force and go behind Anticity and actually like try to play 2 of the side objectives. You kind of have to fight into the double Mortis. That's the plan here with this build. The Blood Dragon Lord is going after the Terrorgeist. They do have regen, so it should be able to shake off that damage. It's not going to pressure very heavily.
I worry Anticity doesn't have any Vargeist, though, so the double Terrorgeist is just going to be pretty meh.
That's possible. Yeah, having like bats or Vargeist to support them would definitely go a long way to keep them alive just with that little chaff. Yeah, Sam has more Vargeist coming in, and that's Helm of Discord going down, as well as all the buffs popped. but the Vargas moving away means the Terrorgeist moving away means it's very hard to actually connect with damage.
Yeah.
But look at that Blood Dragon Lord's weapon strength. It's over 1k.
Oh, he's crushing it. He's doing great.
But he's not actually making attack animation because this game is buggy.
It is very buggy. Look at this epic chase.
Mm-hmm.
Neither of them are slowed, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I noticed.
I need to make a video about that. That was just dumb.
Yep.
All right. Anyway, I think
The other Vargas is caught over Terrorgeist.
it's flying units. They can't hold anything in place. I think
That's true.
the archers are really going to do a number here on Gorst and
That's
the
true.
Mortis
The
engine.
Sylvanian handgunners are a real big threat to all these Terrorgeists. The Mortis engines have begun. The Blob fight commences. Wounded Death coming down does a good number on those guys. Almost one-shots the skeletons and your own zombies.
Yeah, it did equal damage to both sides. I don't think we can call that a win.
One was a zombie, one was a skeleton, so it was a win.
I don't.
Gorst
think we can
is
call
a
that
bit alone and a bit separated, so if he's not careful, he could get killed off real quickly. The Terrorgeists have to kind of peel for him very quickly.
Shiro, I agree. What good is massive damage if it doesn't hit?
Yeah.
Hey, counter
Nice
wind
wind
of
of
death.
death from That's a huge wind of death from Anticity.
Yep.
That's a ton of damage. That hurts really, really badly.
Yep.
But
Yep,
Gorst
yep.
is taking a beating. Absolute beating.
Gorst is in fact getting the slap hammer straight on his slap hammer face.
Yeah. Their guys are coming in to try and counterpunch the Blood Dragon Lord. They're not doing a lot of damage, and I see why they're disappointing to you. Yeah, this Blood Dragon is showing them who's boss. It's got Van Hell's Dance Macabre upgraded on this entire blob as well. So it's, let's say it's 80 melee attack, just about.
Yep. Well, Terrorgeists, like, their animations are really what hurt them. Their stats are fine, but they just can't ever bring them to
Yeah.
bear.
Yeah, that's another nice wind of death from Sandwich, and he's up a ton of value. But he needs to be very careful of fighting into this double Mortis engine. He's back on top of Gorst, the Blood Dragon Lord.
Gorst healing cap is already in sight.
Yeah, Hell of Discord is active, so Gorst's melee defense is very, very low. So Gorst's in a lot of trouble here. If Gorst dies off, that could be game in favor of Anticity. Breath Attack from the Terrorgeist does some good damage. Another Wind of Death coming in does lots and lots of damage, but Anticity's down about 1,000 damage value.
Your game says Terrorgeist 25. Yeah, they're talking about the Deathstreak Terrorgeist on the Vampire Coast. Doesn't have anti-large, while the Vampire Counts one does.
Yep.
Glad to see Wind of Death back in multiplayer. Haven't seen it since Warhammer 1. Yeah.
Even though Gorst is still alive, just having him out of this melee fight, because he's being forced around for his life, means he's not applying his Mortis Engine effect. So he's not really gaining the advantage of having Gorst, if he's just forced to retreat the entire time.
Yeah, Sandwich needs to spread out these Vargeist, though. He keeps sending both of them to do the same thing, and they're just getting in each other's way as much as they already do. So they need to go attack different targets, or come from different angles or something. But right now, they're just kind of blobbing harder,
Yeah.
which they're not going to do.
Anticity's running very, very thin on Chaff. He doesn't have a lot of infantry left here. He's lost all the zombies to Wind of Death. And the
Gorst
Mortis Engine of
is just
Sandwich.
dead.
Gorst is, yep, he very much is. Van Hell's Death Macabre upgraded as well as Heart Piercing. That is one dangerous dragon. That is one dead necromancer.
Yeah. Gorst is crumbling a little bit.
Yeah, he's at his heal cap, so he'll crumble away regardless.
That was
on
a
his mid-
pretty huge double breath attack from Anticity though onto the Blood Dragon Lord, so it might be a Lord for a Lord, but we have Vargeist support coming in. I think
Yeah,
that'll be
and
okay.
the Blood Dragon still has a very hefty healing cap remaining, so...
Yeah. He just doesn't have as strong of regen as, like, Gorst does.
Yeah, but Gorst is dead, and he does have the regen from the Mortis and the Corpse Carts as well, so...
Yeah, it is Mortis
He should be
versus
just
Mortis.
fine. I think without Gorst, that's going to be looking really, really rough for Anticity.
Yeah, and the Terrorgeists are doing Terrorgeist things.
Yeah,
Like-
the Sternsmen have entered the battle, though. But with the Mortis Engine and the Breath Attacks and the Necromancers being gooned out by the Dragon now, because he's free to do whatever he wants, because these Terrorgeists aren't doing a damn thing about him.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Sandwich's entire little blob here is all grouped up around Anticity's Mortis Engine.
Yeah, he does have to kill it.
Or just walk away from it and let one Cryptora fight it. Either one is an option.
True. I love how Anticity's just had 0.3 and no one cares. That's just a handshake, leave it alone.
Yeah. That's very common on Arnhem, because like you have to summon in, well, you say that and immediately feast in the dusk. Immediate feasters.
Ha.
But
It's not even that they're listening,
Vargos.
there's a delay.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Those Vargulfs need to get up and help out the Blood Dragon Lord. It's taking a lot of damage from the Stairgeist. It's getting pretty low. You really don't lose your Lord.
Blood Dragon Lord is not that good of a combatant without his buffs and debuffs.
Yeah.
So he was fighting without it.
He also seems to do better in the ground in my experience, surprisingly. So Terrorgeist seem to be the opposite. They do better airborne. But yeah, now he's got the support. He's got the invocation. Sword of Anti-Heroes popped. There's the buffs, and now the Terrorgeist is in a lot of trouble. It's that Blood Dragon Center.
Yeah, it's going to land on this turn.
Beastmen are shredding the zombies on the high ground. They'll be taking that objective very, very quickly. And on the low ground, Anticity has resummoned his zombies and is pushing towards objective number 1. Curious if they're just going to reverse the handshake, or if Sandwich is actually going to answer that.
We'll see. Blood Dragon Lord looks like he's going to go help the Cryptors. I think he's going to throw a breath attack down onto this blob of monstrous stuff.
Yeah. I don't know if he's going to be allowed to with the Terrorgeist right on his tail.
Yeah. His Vargeists are heal capped and pretty low, so it's not like they're that much help anymore.
I think Anticity has accepted that he's losing the center engagement, so he's summoning things on the side to try and take the side objectives, just win through capture points. He's behind about 3,000 value at this point. So he really needs to play side objectives. And, oh, that's a bit of a misplay from Sandwich. The Feast and the Dust killed the zombies, now they're idle. They need to cap that objective before the enemy reinforcements arrive.
He's busy microing his lords so he doesn't die to the Terrorgeist, but yeah.
Understandable. Yes, entirely understandable, but it still feels bad.
True.
They're coming a Vargulf coming in for Sandwich. Interesting. Curious what the target is. They'll do a good job beating on that Mortis-Tzeentch as well as the Necromancer and the Corpse Guards.
Yeah. I think his Blood Dragon Lord is his main single entity killer, and it's getting so low that he's going to have to start playing defensively with it, so I think he spawned a different single entity slapper.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the Terrorgeists is crumbling away, but not very quickly.
We have a Mortis Engine AFK. Now some Skeleton Spearmen from Tissy are going to attack it and force it not to be AFK and force it to be useful, so that's kind of funny.
That is kind of funny. It's like, no, Mortis Engine, please drain me. Drain me harder, Mortis John.
You can curse us. Alright. Big fight here. Helm of Discord and the Sword of Anti-Heroes will make the Blood Dragon Lord win this, but Anticity says, well, get wrecked, noob.
Blood Dragon needs to land, and he is. Now the dodges the breath attack, and now the Vargulf can come help out as they both try to land, but Anticity pulls them away, doesn't fall for that trap. Sandwich is capping the high ground objective, and those Cryptors will not save him. So despite Anticity's cheeky 3-cap, well, side caps.
Yeah.
Terrorgeists are on the Lord, but just bring those Cryptors and Vargulf over. Come on, Sandwich.
It's too late for him. He's got a zombie summon out, but he's crumbling. Now he's dead.
I don't know if it's going to be enough. I feel like that's too little too late. Sandwich is up a ton of value, so, you know.
Sandwich is really dropping micro all over the place, though. His Mortis Engine's again out of combat. He needs to go get it in.
Yeah. Yeah, those Sternsmen really need to be killed by it. There's nothing else to kill it.
Yeah. But he's forgotten his Mortis for an awful long time. There he goes.
He does get the Diaprac on the high ground, which should help shoot those Cryptors and actually take objective 3, and Anticity realizes that and immediately tries to run away. But yeah, that Mortis Engine really needs to be doing the heavy lifting now. Now that the Lord is gone. It's already got 1,000 value, but it really needs to be doing a heck of a lot more. Because those Sternsmen have more capture rate individually than anything else in this blob. So as soon as Dante's stuff starts dying out, Sternsmen are going to be out capping him. So one way to avoid that is just summon in 3 use infantry and slam them on that objective. They'll do quite a good bit of good work. But Anticity does have the capture rate advantage for the moment, although it is quite minor, so it'll take a long time to actually transition that into a cap. But it does mean Sandwich needs to do something.
Is there literally 0 cavalry?
Yeah.
No one brought any.
No.
I mean, we're getting close to the point where... We're not there yet. We're getting close to the point where infantry aren't going to reach any fight before it matters, so I think both players just need to spam out whatever infantry they want to get now and then save the rest of their money for fast units, because you got to get to the points.
The thing is, cavalry get fucked by Cryptors pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But Sandwich does have a pretty hefty capture rate lead.
And Mortis John.
Yeah, Mortis John does as well.
Mortis John's back in the fight. Both our Necromancers for the red team are very low. Very low. And the actual killing power on the blue Mortis Engine is quite low as well, so I think Anticity's got the middle point.
I think the Vargulf needed to actually snipe that Anticity's Mortis Engine. It's just sitting and it's got 4,000 value already.
Yep.
Dire Pack coming into rear charge, trying to get capture weight on, and Sandwich actually does manage to save the capture weight just a bit. And if he can get this rest of his blob infantry, he may not win this fight, but he can certainly stall it out quite a bit. Although Anticity is catching up pretty heavily in value lead, and he is spamming out infantry on the high ground, so he will be attempting the 3-cap here. He has to get all 3 of these objectives, I believe.
No, he can move the 2-cap
For the moment. But he's on a timer. And Sandwich is still holding on to the capture weight lead. And he's got a lot of reinforcements coming in.
Mortis Chan is doing more damage to the Terrorgeist than anybody else just because it's draining him slowly and nothing else can hit him because reasons.
Yeah.
We
This
said
Mortis is so low. If there was a Vargolf, the Vargolf gets like 1 or 2 attacks on it, it's going to crumble away. And I think that could be a game-winning play if he does it. But, okay, Anticity still doesn't have to 3-cap.
Nope.
So Sandwich really needs to hold on the high ground objective. And he has some zombies coming in. But okay, he's doing good. He's body blocking it. Anticity's used off the point, but he's also left the point himself, it looks like. So if Anticity gets around him, which he will, Anticity also captures the center. I think Anticity's got this, actually.
Yeah, maybe. His Mortis engine was not shut down for a very, very long time, which is a problem.
Still going. It's almost 5,000 value.
The red Mortis engine's also very healthy, but they need to actually finish off this blue one. There's Cryptors right on top of it, so they should be able to do it.
And Sandwich has... Yeah, he's starting to cap objective number 2 back, but I feel like it's just too late. Don't know if it's going to be enough in time. Anticity's got the Dire Pack coming to high ground. Anticity should be able to cap objective 3 here pretty soon. Dang. It's a very, very slow, grindy comeback from Anticity.
Yeah.
I thought after that Gore Snipe, Anticity would be in a lot of trouble, but he, kept calm. He knew his game plan, and he stuck to it. He's really bringing it back.
Sanders' Dire Pack is sprinting over for point 1. I think they can take it pretty uncontested. Nothing can get here from Anticity in time.
Yeah, that's actually... If he can get that back cap, he might be able to pull this one out. If he can hold on to the high ground for just a little bit longer, get those Cryptors on there, force Anticity to keep dedicating resources to the center to keep that under his control.
Yeah. I think Sandwich has got it. There was some misplays in the mid game there, but he was just ahead by far enough from that start.
Anticity's Morris engine has finally died off. I think the Vargolf finally got to it.
No, the Cryptors did.
So, the Cryptors? Okay.
Yeah.
But either way, it's gone, so the removal of this blob is going to be a very, very slow, grindy process, so Anticity has to play for capture rate on that objective. Yeah, Sandwich is taking back objective number 1, but... Okay, Anticity does need to 3-cap, and he needs to hold it for a little while.
It took a nap bet for an hour. This is still going.
Yeah.
One thing that is nice, I will say this, one thing that is nice about, like domination in general is it doesn't really matter how fast the fight is going because the capture points are ticking up no matter what.
Yeah.
Like, a VC mirror doesn't actually take any longer than, like, a Wood Elf mirror or a High Elf mirror or, like, any matchup as long as the points are captured right away.
It's just not high octane.
Yeah. The Dark Times were the comeback mechanic meta where it was beneficial to not capture a point.
Yeah, so you'd have both players sitting around for 4 minutes, unwilling to touch an objective.
Yeah, because then that just doesn't keep the game moving forward, which sucks ass.
Mm-hmm. So you say Sanders should bring this back, but I don't know. He's only got 1 objective. He's got nothing defending at the moment. He just doesn't have the troops in the positions he needs them.
I don't know why he didn't defend it, is my thing. If he just defended point 1, he wins this game. But
I don't know how. He didn't have the troops in position to do it. Like, what do you defend it with? You have nothing over here except the tattered Crypt Pool, which did its best, and the Dire Pack.
The Dire Pack left the point. They got the point, and then they left it and got a rear charge on these guys instead of a frontal charge, keeping them from taking it back.
Well, they frontal charged the spears, I think, and then rear charged the swords. The thing is, actually, by moving all those troops to contest objective 1, yeah, Sam's taking back objective 2.
I think
he only needs to hold for about 85 seconds. Yeah, maybe. But Anticity's got a lot of troops coming back in the center, towards the center.
It's gonna be too late.
Is it? They're about to touch before. They're gonna touch before Sandwich. If this now that unit's not enough to actually flip the cap. This Mortis engine is just trucking along. It's also up to 4,000 value.
I mean, he still has point 1 too, and this massive commitment from Anticity to keep the middle, which he had to do. I don't think that was an incorrect play. That means he didn't send like those Cryptors over to this point or anything.
Yeah.
Who actually owns this point? It's like fully red, but I can't fucking tell.
It's not quite, but yeah. Anticity withdrawals, he realized he can't hold those objectives in time. That was, for a count smear, that was close.
I don't think he withdrew. I think it just ticked up.
No, it was about 50 points away.
Are you sure?
Yes. Yes, I was looking at it.
All right, all right, all right, liar.
Okay, let's see the Mortis engine value comparison. Okay, 4,000 for Sandwich and 5,000 for Anticity. Gorst? Oh my goodness, Gorst got 850 kills.
Yep. And then his Terrorgeist, well, that was probably from Wind of Death.
Yeah,
His
it was.
Terrorgeist ended up actually getting really good value, but I think that was later because in the mid game they didn't have very good value, but then they landed on like the Blood Dragon Lord and the Mortis engine and stuff.
They fought Cryptors for a while, Lavar Gulf.
Yeah, so they ended up doing all right.
Yeah. The one thing that is fun about Count's Mirrors is that because there's like 2 units dealing all the damage, you get some very large numbers.
Ain't that the toof?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see it. Game 2.
Okay. That's Sandwich going up 1-0. I would consider Anticity the favorite to win this.
Oh yeah, I
So
predicted Anticity to go face Void Lulls,
Yeah.
and then
This would be quite
Void
difficult.
Lulls to beat him, but still.
Yeah.
Anticity should get a bonus for taking Gorst. What? Are you on drugs, McRightface? No, we hate Gorst.
Gorst is yeah. Were you here for the summer final? Summer championship? Actually, were you here for that team, boy?
Oh yeah, I was.
Okay. And it was just Gorst, 800 gold Gorst with a Mortis engine every game.
It was the Gorst times.
It was the worst of times. It was the best of times. All right, counts are out of the way.
Counts
Now
are out
we
of
get
the way.
fun factions.
And that's the end.
Slanesh.
That's the end of the Undead because the other two were global banned.
Mm-hmm. So no more Undead.
No more Undead, which
So
is fine. Slanesh Mirror.
well, so here's the thing. Sandwich has been forming me the bans, or the picks and bans. So Sandwich banned Slanesh that game. Anticity banned Tzeentch, which means if Anticity wants to, he can pick Slanesh and ban Sandwich's Slanesh. So he can get Slanesh uncontested.
Oof. Oof.
Mm-hmm. If that's what he's inclined to do.
There it is. All right, so they're picking and banning in the second qualifier lobby, which is public, by the way.
Only are in the World Cup Discord.
Ah. All right. I banned Tzeentch, she banned Slanesh. Oh, I see. Okay, so then who first picked?
Ent first picked.
Okay. Yes. So he said you banned Slanesh. Which means I think Sandwich's picks were like. Wait, what were his picks? Did he send you the picks or just the bans?
He did from last game, yeah. So last game, Anticity banned. They picked Slanesh, Skaven, Counts, banned Tzeentch. And then Sandwich picked Counts, banned Slanesh.
Okay. Yeah, I'm guessing we'll probably see Slanesh in the series, probably.
I would be astonished if we didn't, because these are both very, very skilled Slanesh players. And it's just so incredibly strong. Like, given the bans, Slanesh, I think Slanesh beats everything else that's in the faction pool. Slanesh is just the best faction left available. Hands down.
What about Nurgle?
Bad.
What about Nurgle?
Into Slanesh or just in general?
In general.
They're pretty bad.
What about fuck you, Nurgle?
They have no real way to contest mobility, specifically skirmish cav. Can just sit and poke them for days and days. They can't do a whole lot about it. Their cav is slow and can't really take fights, so you don't really bring it. They just don't have any good mobility. Like, their infantry is mostly really good, and they can tank for a while, but they can't take engagements on their terms ever. And in a competitive game, that's always a bad thing. A very bad thing.
Yeah, Plague Toads kind of suck. They don't really have They don't have anything they're good at. They're not even good at clearing infantry. Blade guns are just terrible.
They're very disruptive. They're also very squishy.
That's the annoying thing, is that for some reason they're really squishy.
Yeah, they shouldn't be that squishy. It's weird. And they just melt any like cav that gets on top of them.
Or archers.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, in Dom, they were a nice reinforcement because they're quick for Nurgle. But you can't have them alone because they're just gonna get killed by any cav unit.
Go to bed, human? No, you, Bob, man.
I mean, isn't it past your bedtime? Don't you have school in the morning?
I thought Bob Man left the scene.
He shows up every now and then.
Sandwich picks Skaven, Tzeentch, Slaanesh, banned Cathay.
Okay.
Anticity's picking Skaven, banning Skaven. So it's Skaven versus Tzeentch or Skaven versus Slaanesh.
That's bold.
I don't know why he banned Skaven. Maybe this
Yeah.
map. This map's pretty hard to get a flank off.
Maybe.
Like, you can just wall-to-wall fill, and then Slaanesh can't get any flanks, and you can shoot them. But it's also not the best map for shooting, so it's kind of like a positive
It's
and
not
negative.
bad. Not
You don't
bad.
have great sightlines for Giselles.
Not Giselles, but yeah. Yeah,
Or-
I was thinking like it's good for archers, but well, what's very popular in this map is Plague Claws. Like,
Yeah.
those are very popular, but against Slaanesh or what was it? What was the other pick?
Slaanesh or Tzeentch.
Yeah, that's not. You're not gonna keep Plague Claws alive.
I'm pretty sure he's going to go Slaanesh.
Um,
Tzeentch is fine, but like,
I feel like Anticity's trying to bait him. To be honest,
yeah.
like I think Anticity is of the opinion that for whatever reason that Skaven wins that matchup. Because like Anticity could have banned Slaanesh.
Skaven hype says whatever, dude. What up, dude? How you doing?
Yeah. Definitely excited to see Skaven, who's not the person I expect to be playing it. I thought Sandwich would be more likely to.
Hey, Platypus, you smell nice today.
Nice.
I was instructed to say that.
I see.
I do enjoy
Are weird.
Chaos Knight Vanguard with a Forsaken Rush. Do you mean Vanguard literally, or as in historical context? Because Chaos-
Don't have Vanguard.
Chaos Knights do not, in fact, have Vanguard.
Alright, we
Also-
do Slaanesh.
Also, Platy.
Yeah.
Suck it. I was right.
Yeah.
I
I
also,
mean, like I said, I thought Anticity was baiting him. I didn't say Sandwich would realize that.
I also think you are correct. I also think he was ready for that because, as you can see behind the blocker, Anticity is already almost done with the build, and he didn't change
Yeah.
it. So I think he predicted the Slaanesh. So
Yeah. So here's my question: do you know what the most common Skaven Lord in Domination is?
oh god, like
It's.
I'm guessing it's Ikit because it is in land battles, and he's mobile, and he's a good spellcaster. But my
So
follow-up would be
this-
Tzeentch.
I would say the thing is, this is a trick question. The answer is a basic Skaven slave. Do you know why?
Yeah, because I made a video about it, but you're the one who told me about it.
Oh, that's right. I did tell you about it. Yeah. So if everybody doesn't know, the Skaven Chieftain has an ability called Power Grab, which gives +8 leadership map wide when the Lord is dead or is routed. It also works if your Lord has been desummoned. So what many top tier Skaven players do is they just desummon the Skaven slave immediately and have +8 leadership to their entire army all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's very good for Skaven, as you can imagine.
Yeah, it's a pretty good little trick.
Yeah.
Like,
Like imagine land battles if you just shoot your own Lord and get leadership.
there is a part of me that wishes that, like, if you took a Lord at any point in the game, it would switch to being the Lord. But that seems really hard to code.
Yeah. It'd also open up problems where, like, you take a big monster, something like the Lord, it gets very, very low, and you're like, oh, time to summon my Lord, so I don't get Lord losses.
True, but that doesn't, that means you need at least the amount of spare gold to be able to summon your Lord, but...
I mean, depends on the Lord you're talking about. Some get really, really cheap.
True. I don't know. I flip back and forth between it being a cool tech piece and, like, annoying cheese. Because
Yeah.
there's that argument about, like, whether it should feel like a battle or whether it should feel like a video game. And that's definitely something that makes it feel like a video game. But there's like a legitimate argument that people say like, yeah, I'm playing a video game. It can feel like a video game. That's okay. And there's some people that are like, it breaks my immersion. So it's kind of interesting to think about.
If you're playing a tournament at this level, you're probably not playing for immersion.
Oh yeah, at this level. I was just speaking in generally.
Yeah, that's fair.
Doomsage, okay. You deserve to brag. You're doing great.
I'm not saying anything too crazy yet. No more Terrorgeists.
All right, he's ready. This feels Slaanesh favored. Usually, I would say quite.
I would say, wasn't Walk like the worst Skaven matchup for all of history?
Yep.
And now Slaanesh is just better Walk.
Yep.
I see nothing wrong here.
Also, yeah.
Spawn nerfs probably make it a little better for Skaven.
I like how Warriors of Chaos was the worst matchup for all of history, and then Blue Fire got invented and just made it even worse. And it's like, thanks, CA.
Blue Fire is worse than Hellstriders in this matchup, you think?
No, I just meant like another problem.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if it makes you feel better, they nerfed Authorial.
Yeah, they did. They did. Honestly, the matchup feels as bad as it did, just for different reasons. Like, Spawn are more expensive. Sartorial isn't as good. Oh, Archaon's better than he was, and now there's a thing called Be'lakor. But also,
Be'lakor.
Yeah, there's blue, Fire and Hellstriders. That sounds like a lot of bad stuff. Yeah, but then Skaven got Rat Ogre buffs and ultra unit size buffs. Just in general being better.
Lore of Ruin got a lot better.
The Lore of Ruin got a lot better. So it was like both sides were in an arms race and just ended up at the same spot. It's still fucking terrible. But
I imagine Be'lakor must be an absolute terror in land battles.
I'll see if Ed's outside my door, but I have to keep my door closed because Grace is sleeping. But if he's right outside my door, I can scoop him.
Chat, why are you just obsessed with the cat all of a sudden?
Dude, we love Ed.
JP, how drunk are you? Did you find Ed?
No, he's in bed with Grace, so I'm not gonna go in there.
I need to know if I was gonna open your streams to see cat content.
There's no cat content. There's no fridge. I lied.
What a shame. You know what the most annoying bug in the game is at the moment, in my opinion?
Rot flies?
No. You know the gutter runner bug? Where
Which
anytime
one?
something comes near them, it sounds like the net of ammo talk is being cast.
Yeah, that bug sucks ass.
It's so distracting. Every time I play Skaven or play against Skaven, it's just constantly going off. It's so annoying.
All right, I'm pinging Sandwich and telling him like 60 seconds on a build here because he's been sitting on the same thing for quite a while, and also it's technically been 17 minutes, so let's get going. I appreciate you trying, Human Boy. I'm doing my best. This is the type of stuff that, like, it's not the player's fault, but it's my pet peeve of hosting events is when behind the blocker I just see this build like stagnating, and it happens all the time, not just in this tournament, right? Like, so I'm not just trying to like flame one person, but when someone's sitting there, when I'm in a bad mood, I'll legit just be like, lock it in. Like,
You've been sitting on a build for several minutes.
Like, oh, now he's making changes. I told him he had 1 minute, like 30 seconds ago. It seems like a bold time to make changes. All right, he just slams that shit in. Let's go, Sandwich. Let's go.
When in doubt, you slam some units and you say, fuck it.
Yeah. I'm a 3-cat person. Sorry, that's Big JP saying that.
Yeah.
Cats are great. I'm more of a dog person than a cat person, but cats are great.
I thought you were a rat person.
I love rats. Grace does not like rats. Grace's mom hates rats, so no. But I did have a rat when I was a kid. Sparky was sweet. She was a nice lady.
That explains a lot.
Yeah, rats are dope.
Sounds like Skaven propaganda.
Yahar. So, your little Skaven trick is well known by the likes of Anticity. He does have a Lord Skaven slave that he can desummon, and he has a chieftain there ready to grab the power.
Yep. And then he has Natty Bubos and just a smattering of clan rats and Skaven slaves, as well as some night runners.
5 globes, I thought I saw. Unless he changed
Yeah.
it.
I see 3?
Yeah, he changed it. He used to have 5 globes, 3 gutter runners. No, night runners, sorry.
So, I assume you're aware of the Natty Bubos bug?
Which one?
The one where you just zoom out and you can't see the projectile trails?
Yeah.
So they can sometimes be entirely invisible to your opponent. Which is fun.
Yeah,
Take
that
damage,
happens
you
with
can't see anything.
Dude, that happens with a lot of projectiles. If you zoom out far enough, you just can't see them. And I don't mean
Yeah,
like
it's-
super
it's-
far.
It's but it's the worst with things that have stalk and snipe.
Oh, of course. Of course. Doggos are great, but kitties are life. I do not love my dog more than my cat. I just hang out with my dog more than my cat because my cat is a cat, and cats generally don't love just sitting around you while you fuck with them. I'm a person that fucks with things. Have you not guessed that I'm high energy by now, Big JP? My cat loves me. My cat loves me and knows when to leave me. Like, all right, I'm done being pet. I'm leaving. Anyway. Slaanesh has Siggy.
And Sigvald and the Chaos Sorcerer on a horse with Lord Slaanesh, Pavane and Acquiescence. On the passive.
My Pavane. Why not
I'm guessing it's to Rampage
Phantasmagoria?
Globes.
Oh,
To Rampage Globes, so they can't fire, I assume.
that's fair.
Because it does a reasonable amount of damage. I don't know if it'll Rampage them on their own, but if they're taking like any damage, probably Rampage just.
Slaanesh doesn't give a shit about their own spawn point.
Typically, what you see Slaanesh bring is just Acquiescence and Lash. It's just passive spam to give their entire army melee attack, kind of like Greenskins do with Warzag.
Yeah, I suppose because like in a land battle, Phantasmagoria can end a game very quickly, or if it doesn't end very quickly, then you're gonna lose. But in Dom, you gotta play more for the long haul.
Yeah, Phantasmagoria is not considered a very good spell in Domination. It's almost never used. So the thing is with, Slaanesh, you already have nets most of the time, and you already have other leadership nukes as well, so... Sigvald is just running at those night.
He doesn't give
No
a shit.
fear. He will not take damage from them, so it's fine.
Natty Bubo's on the other hand.
Natty Boobo's on the other hand. Yeah. I mean, he's healing that up too pretty well. He's shrugging that off.
Yeah.
Sigvald is one tanky boy.
And
So-
Anticity just decided to go take point 1 if he wasn't going to defend it. But Hellstriders are here, so Anticity's going to want to leave.
So, the thing with what Sandwich is doing here is he's kind of cut Anticity's army in half, where the units in the middle can't help the units in the high ground, and vice versa. So Sandwich will just take his entire army and force objective 3, and there's 5 units there, he'll overwhelm that. And then he can just summon things in on the far side and take objective 1. If Anticity tries to rotate from 2 to 3 to help, he can either collapse on them, or just go take 2.
Yeah. It is a triple cap for the Skaven to start out.
Yeah, I doubt it'll last terribly long.
True.
Dante
Also,
is-
Doomsage and JP are just going around in circles about how great cats are, so they're living their best life.
Yeah, they are. And Dante decided some kind of critical mass he wants for going in, and it seems 3 spawn is what he was waiting for.
It's Globin time.
It is Globin time. It is friendly firing your Skaven slaves time.
Hell yeah.
Sigvald is just single-handedly attacking the center objective and running at Natty Mubos. I love Sigvald. He's so silly. Like, it's so messed up what he can do.
Yeah.
Vayne is going down on those Globadiers. Is it going to rampage them on their own? It looks like it might. Come on, give it to us. And they're rampage. Okay, they have half of volleys still, which is pretty good, but they do rampage. That's a neat tech.
Well, they instantly unrampage, so that's a little rip in peace.
Yeah, okay, maybe not. Maybe not such a neat tech. Yeah,
That's right.
Sigvald just running at Natty Booba.
They're not doing any damage to them.
I know, it's amazing.
They're low-key just like wasting their ammo somehow.
Yeah. But Slash is going to dominate the units on the high ground. The Sorcerer's running straight at the globes, shut them down so they can't fire. I suspect we'll see some units being summoned in towards objective 1 for Slanesh to come and take objective number 1.
Maybe. Maybe. There's a chieftain over there, so it's not chieftain in a globe. And to see his nice little position.
I'll take a couple of the summons in to get it, but yeah. Cleansing Rune coming down on Sigvald. Sigvald is doing very, very ballsy.
He doesn't give a shit.
No, he really doesn't, but he's taking a lot of damage.
Nerfed Sigvald, by the way. Yeah, he's just more expensive. It doesn't stop what he can do. It just makes him cost slightly more to do it, which isn't worth it. Anticity summoned one of his other globes and is now hitting the Slanesh horde from the side, which is pretty good. But the damage over time value is pretty pathetic, honestly. It's all about the explosion damage. So firing at max range like that, you're not really going to get a ton of juicy value. They kind of need to be treated like Vampire Coast bombers rather than like, you know, Spirit Leech type things.
Problem is, Anticity's dedicated so much to deal with Sigvald, and while he is doing that quite well, he's kind of turned his back on Slanesh. Now Slanesh is just streaming down from the high ground to come take objective number 2.
Yeah, Siggy does route, but
yeah, he's still got a lot of health and a lot of heal cap left. So unless something chases him off, which they probably will, he could still come back.
This blob is looking pretty gross. If there were any globes left to punish it, and Anticity's running one over as fast as he can, but the blob's gonna disintegrate by then.
Hellstrider's coming over to try and bail out Siggy, looks like.
It looks like the Slanesh guys from point 3 aren't coming back to help with point 2. They're just running at the Skaven spawn for now.
Yep. No, you want to hold objective 3. Like, that's kind of Slanesh's plan. The thing about Skaven and domination is there's not a lot that can summon in that's an immediate threat to your infantry. Because it's either globes that need protected, which you can't protect in this scenario, or it's infantry that you can win against.
I'm kind of curious why he hasn't spawned like one Marauder to kill both of these infantry units on point 1. It feels like a pretty low investment for a high reward, but
I assume it's because he started all of his Marauders. He probably doesn't have any of his reinforcements. That would be my guess, but I'm not sure. I didn't notice. But also, yeah, he's doing a pretty good job taking objective 2 and 3 for the moment. He's being in a pretty comfortable position. Another Pavane coming down those globes trying to rampage them. Not sure how I feel about that. It's definitely an interesting idea. But, okay, they're... Okay, Hellstrider's coming in. They should be able to take care of this game's spears.
One of those is a Clan Red Spear. They're not going to have a good time.
Yeah. All night I've been forgetting that I'm not actually the one streaming, so I'm just like gesturing and like illustrating, and I keep forgetting that I'm not actually streaming.
Sorry, Chief.
Nobody can see my screen.
Yeah.
The problem is, once we've entered this stage of the game where like the Skaven shooting has been shut down, Slanesh Cav can just kind of run wild. Like, it's very, very hard for Skaven to reestablish a position where they can rely on their globes to take care of things for them. And in melee, they're just going to get destroyed.
Slanesh is finally spawning some Marauders to go kill those Skaven slaves and Clan Rats.
Yeah.
You know, they're doing pretty good.
Looks like Sigvald did get routed off the map, but now Ikit is just idle in the corner of the map. There we go, he's coming back.
That literally just happened. That's actually a pretty good recovery time from Anticity. He barely stood around, but it's looking like he's in trouble.
It is indeed.
Skaven are kind of like early Warhammer 3 Tzeentch, where if you're even on the balance of power, damage value balance of power, you're behind.
Yeah, I agree. Skaven, I said once that they get to this stage of the game, they're in a lot of trouble. It's kind of like you're relying really heavily on Wolf Rats and Mad Ogres, which are fine units, but they're not enough to carry you entirely.
Yeah.
Once your missiles get disrupted, you're in a lot of trouble because you're really relying on them to carry you. That said, the Lord Flood penalty is hurting Slanesh, definitely. Not the spawn, but the Marauders and the Hellstriders are having a lot of trouble with leadership.
Ooh, and that's a pretty good Flensing Rune upgraded.
Oh yeah, that's pretty nasty. Gets a lot of spawn, a lot of Marauders.
But Slanesh is now ahead on the damage value.
And they are about to 3 cap.
Yeah.
Well.
And Skaven have 25 out of 34 units out on the field, but a lot of them aren't looking so high.
And that's like a huge detriment because they don't feel like they're in a very good spot. So by having most of the units on the field, which means all of it's routing and can't be resummoned anytime soon.
Yeah.
So this is a very limited selection about what he can bring onto the field. And that's a 3 cap coming in for Slanesh.
And is used to having his Wolf Rats with 120 speed and double damage.
He's been playing too much campaign.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah, but like, here's the problem with Chaos Bond for Skaven, and it always has been the problem. Nice Flensing Rune, you did a lot of damage. They're not going anywhere. Like, you didn't kill any models. They're unbreakable, so their health doesn't matter. And I've been hovering over one that's been at 550 health for the last, like, 45 minutes.
Yep. Because once there's only 2 models, it's very hard to deal damage to them because there's just not a lot of surface area to get in melee.
Yep, and they have soporific
Well,
musk, so your shitty Skaven slaves have even less melee attack.
So it can take Skaven slaves down to the 4 melee attack. Yeah. On the upside, though, a lot of the Marauders have been worn down, so objective number 3 is largely undefended. So Skaven might be able to take that back fairly soon. But getting back into the wider map on 2 and 1 is looking like a tall order.
Yeah.
And the new wave of Marauders is coming in without globes to kill them, as I mentioned. Skaven can't kill them in melee.
No Chieftain stack? Yep, we're doing the Chieftain stack. He's got Power Grab active for the whole army.
Oh, for the moment. The Chieftain is low leadership and half health.
And 1 over
Chieftain
tutorial? Yeah, and 1 over tutorial. You're a little bit behind on that one, Chief. Yeah, I tend to agree with your assessment. I think Skaven can retake point 3 here in a matter of moments, but it is looking like a tall ask to take the rest of the map.
Yeah, they got a nice pocket of units over there, but the thing is, if they split them up, they're going to get picked apart. If they stay together, they can only contest 1 objective. More globes coming in, but I don't know how he's going to protect them. There's just not enough bodies in the way. Slaanesh Cav, yeah, Slaanesh Cav is coming for them immediately with Sweet Sorrow Pop. So they have 125 speed, and like, what does Skaven do about 125 speed light Cav?
Well, currently it's piling straight into random infantry, so it's not actually going to get to the globes.
Well, I credited Sandwich with identifying the threat faster than I should have, apparently.
The kit also got a really good brass orb out.
Mm-hmm.
What was the last game? Was the last game the VC mirror?
Yep. Yeah, VC mirror on Arnheim between Sandwich and Anticity.
I have to save that replay before we finish this one. That's right, because I wanted to catch that really slow chase for some reason.
Yeah, because it was just grinding head to butt for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, but it was funny because they're both moving.
In.
They were just moving at the wrong speed.
And there were no attack animations. Yeah.
I saved it. How far are we? Semifinals, but it looks like it's gonna be a 2-0, and we'll go to finals. It looks like. I mean, just you could still upset, but you're just asking where we are. So it's 1-0, and the person who's 1-0 up is also up in this game.
The value is pretty even, but against low leadership factions like Skaven, value can be a little deceptive because Skaven units route off at high health very often, so you don't get full value for killing them.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Cat.
Good. Just making sure.
Uh-huh.
Alright, Chieftain's routing, so his power grab's not going to be much of a thing. He's at 71 HP as a Skaven
So here's
character.
a fun fact, human boy.
What up?
Okay, it was still active until he died.
Yeah.
He was routing, it's still active.
Yeah, I thought he was going to die faster or shatter. But
Like, this contingent of Marauders in the center is going to be so hard to deal with, and there's more spawn coming back in.
well, they are
So there are
currently,
some...
they're face-to-face with globes, and they're just chilling about it.
Yeah, they're going in. There's a spawn on the globe, so they're not even going to get to fire in time.
True. Yeah, I was a little nervous for a second, but looks like it's all ogre.
Chet brings up a good point. A couple of well-placed Doom Rockets could save this for Anticity.
Yeah, a couple is the key word there.
Yeah, just like 1 or 2. Maybe 3. Just right in this blob of Skaven slaves that spawn, that'd be a good spot for it. Just end it all. The problem is, like I said, Skaven had to dedicate all the resources from Objective 3 to try and take Objective 2, which now means Objective 3 is completely undefended, and Slaanesh can just waltz a caveat up there whenever they feel like. Okay, not completely undefended. There are 54 clan rats with 8 leadership defending it, but
They have
I
0
think
leadership.
Yeah.
If you look at them.
I did look. They had 8, and then it flickered down.
I know. I was saying if like anybody looks at them, they're routing.
Yeah, if a unit comes in proximity, fast and strong units nearby would have routed them. And it's going to, because there's a Hellstrider coming through the enemy spawn, back onto Objective 3. Yep.
I mean, they're not going to capture it, yeah. They're just, those guys shattered, but there's no way these Hellstriders capture it. But.
I'm very surprised Anticity picked Skaven in this game, instead of just opting into a Slaanesh mirror, or even like picking Slaanesh and banning his opponent's Slaanesh. I'm very surprised by that.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. I think it was a bait. I just don't think it worked out.
Yeah.
Because, like, he definitely knew that this was going to happen.
It's possibly a scenario where he's like, okay, if I can beat my opponent's Slaanesh, then the next win is guaranteed, and it all comes down to this match. Which is not unreasonable much at the time. Like, that's not an uncommon dynamic, but I don't think Skaven are the way to go to beat them, to beat Slaanesh.
how Skaven are going to come back in this.
I don't either. Because they have to recap. Yeah. Well, they're gonna have to 3-cap here in a second. And against Slaanesh, 3-capping Slaanesh is so hard, even if you are up, which he is down about 3,000 value. He has almost nothing on the field. Like, I'm kind of surprised End hasn't conceded at this point.
Yeah. I also like how there's just 4 Marauders chilling on point 2. Like, this.
Yeah.
This is how much we're not even needed.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
it.
like, genuinely, Tzeentch knows he doesn't need objective 3s. He's playing 2 where he can rotate between at a moment's notice. It is super Slaanesh favored. Sip. It is incredibly Slaanesh favored. And I would say calling Skaven alive was pretty generous.
Yeah, that was pretty generous.
Yeah.
And
So
does back down.
Slaanesh is very strong in domination.
Seems like they didn't even need their lord.
No.
And not that they didn't bring one. They brought him. They just didn't need him.
He just kind of ran at Jezzail's and got messed up. Spawn are a problem for Skaven. Who knew? Tzeentch did a very good job of shutting down those globes. They barely got to fire at all.
Yeah, he did great. The Pavane tech was kind of neat. It wasn't as,
Yeah.
like, as pog as it could be, but it worked. Like,
But-
the Rampage
so the-
usually kicked in just when they were about to...
Yeah.
Wear
The other
off.
thing is, it was doing about half of their HP and damage alone. Like, just the damage alone was pretty good. So now we have Sandwich versus Void Lulls, which is not a matchup we expected tonight.
That is not the match we were expecting tonight.
Quite an upset 2-0 for Sandwich over Anticipate. Jeez.
Yeah. Yes, sir. All right, it's 11:35 here. We have been going for 6.5 hours. Probably going to end the stream at about 7.5.
You're gonna say 7 a.m.
7 a.m. This one best of 3.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen some laggy games in my time.
True. Why pick up Skaven against Slaanesh, or did Skaven get counterpicked? Skaven was picked into Slaanesh essentially because it left Slaanesh and Tzeentch up.
Yeah.
We had speculated that Anticity had planned a counter and it just didn't quite go his way. So,
Yeah, it was an odd choice.
all right, I instructed Sandwich to host, so we'll see. I would host, but there's bugs with spectators hosting that, like, after 1 or 2 games, it's probably going to crash, so I'm just not going to do that.
Is that why that happened?
Humboy is in NPR mode? Is it because I'm speaking kind of quietly and softly? Like a fucking
Is-
beta male.
What is NPR? What is NPR mode?
I don't know. I'm asking.
JP, what are you on about?
I think he's just calling me a beta male, which is mean.
Is it untrue though?
Why do you hurt me?
You beat me in a dwarf mirror.
Teehee. Yeah, and I listen to NPR, so I can say that.
What is NPR?
National Public Radio, but it's like
Uh,
it's pretty liberal.
okay.
Yeah.
I don't have radio in my house.
I mostly listen to like the podcasts. Password is 55? No, it's not.
That's Sandwich usually does.
Well, it's not working. It was 123, that asshole.
Oh, it's because he didn't change lobbies. It's still Anticity's lobby.
Okay, we'll see if it bugs, but
I mean, I'm just on a loading screen.
that's fine. I meant like what usually happens, the bug I'm talking about and that I'm super paranoid of is like we'll do everything and then either both players will ready up and nothing will happen, like the game won't start, or we get into game and literally as soon as you enter the screen that you could see the map you're on, it immediately snaps over to crushing defeat, and both armies are missing all their single entities, and then we get back in this lobby and they're both readied up, but the game won't start.
Oh, nice.
So it's like,
actually had that happen.
yeah, it's the same bug, but it's happened different ways.
Interesting.
All right, I have
Why did I
the.
just leave the lobby? Why did I just do that?
I don't know. You know how to find your way home. I'll message Void.
I did a thing. Oops.
I did that too at one point. Sanders is just sitting there like, what the actual fuck?
I am falling apart.
It's okay, dude. One last best of 3. We got this.
Yep. Found the best of 3? Oh, okay.
Is Skaven counterpicking with Skaven a common thing? No.
No.
Absolutely no.
What are the maps we got for this one? It is Black Ark crossing Itza. Okay. Good maps for finals. That's nice at least.
All right. I think Void Laws will win. I am predicting that.
Definitely the favorite.
I think it would be exciting if Sandwich won, and I think it would be real great if it was a 2-0 either way.
A little sleepy.
Of course I am, dude. It's 12. I got to work tomorrow.
Oh, that sucks.
McRightface, thank you for jinxing it. But yes, the games have been very smooth tonight, even with 2 spectators. It's been pretty lag free.
Cherry pick matches based on lag.
Yep, we did try to plan for that. Now we do avoid Laws and Sandwich. Now 3 of us are in the same area of the world, and Void is not. Hopefully, with only 1 person far away, there isn't too much of a lag issue. And honestly, Void's internet has been a lot better than it was in Warhammer 2.
Did any of us invite Void to this lobby?
I just did.
Okay.
Yep. I did like a minute ago, but
Okay.
good morning, says Kerberos. Nice.
What are the chances Void went to sleep?
He's messaging me back. He says he's having trouble. He's having trouble getting in the lobby.
Okay.
Which was the password 123 for you?
Yeah.
Okay. I told him to try 55, and if it doesn't work, we need to have Sandwich Treehouse because Void can't join. He sent me a screenshot of it kicking him out.
Okay.
But
Easy enough.
if Void has a different password to get in, that does not give me a lot of hope for this lobby.
Yeah.
The fact that Void Laws needs a different password than us to get in is not a good sign.
Yeah, that's a bit concerning.
Don't love that. I just gonna go on a limb. Not a great look.
No, not a great look at all.
All right. Void Law starting off hot with a global ban of Tomb Kings.
Nice.
What's the map supposed to be? You
It
said
was Black Ark, Crossing of the Sea of Claws, Battle for Itza.
picks and bans here. Also change map.
I can't tell you how many tournament games people have tried to start on the wrong map.
Dude, I still start shit on the wrong map.
Yeah.
25-second lag between real time and stream. True. Alright, I'm gonna take a leak and grab a piece of Halloween candy.
Enjoy.
Yeah. If you want to... Since you're not even a part of the server. Or do you just want to invite to the server?
No, I'm good.
Okay. This is where I told them to do picks and bans.
Okay. So, fun fact for anybody listening. Because Human Boy is screen sharing his Discord to me, I can hear myself every time I speak.
Damn it. If I mute, does it work?
No, you're fine. I can actually just mute the screen share.
Okay.
I thought you were gone. I was just trolling. I didn't mind at all.
No, I hadn't stood up yet. Alright, I also put the stream on the picks and bans so they can see it happening.
Oh, nice.
Alright, BRB.
All right, chat, call it now. What Gooooo bands are we seeing? Predictions welcome. Winner gets my eternal love and affection. Sandwich bans VC and VP, so there will be no Undead this series. Huzzah! Okay, chat, hit me with it. What are your thoughts? What's the last ban going to be? What are the first picks going to be? Predictions. Come on. Time is of the essence.
I'm back.
PK are not on the board. Voidlul's banned them first. Let's see it about halfway up the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And Slanesh. So okay.
All undead are banned, which is nice.
Yep. That's what I was saying. Good times.
And Slash,
Notably-
might see our first Warriors of Chaos of the night.
So yeah, notably Warriors guys are still in the field. You know what that means?
Hmm.
I guess some armored chaos trolls.
Is that a real meta thing?
Yeah, trolls got buffed this patch. They're actually really good.
Fair. So, you keep saying Slanesh is better than Warriors of Chaos. Why do people keep banning Warriors of Chaos over them?
I don't know. They're better. They're both. I haven't played them head to head in a long time. They're both exceptionally good. Generally, Slanesh infantry is a little bit better. Their characters are probably a little bit worse, but Sigvald is still Sigvald. They have a Mortis engine without costing them a mark. They can bring more Hellstriders. Their big weakness is Blue Fire and Skirmish Cav in the head-to-head. Walk just has better Skirmish Cav. But I don't know. I think Slanesh has a lot more options on how to play the matchup, head-to-head, and they both beat everything else. So it's the head-to-head that really determines which one's better.
Mm-hmm. Warriors of Chaos, Skaven, Grand Cathay. No ban.
Yeah, I had no ban.
Skaven popping in again.
Yeah, Skaven pretty good.
I would agree.
Now, what I think we would see if Sandwich got bought, I think a good pick here might be, well, a decent pick would be Warriors of Chaos, or ban Warriors of Chaos, pick High Elves. High Elves do really good into Cathay, as we've seen earlier, and they do reasonably well against Skaven if you just spam a bunch of cheap archers and then have a stocked Unicaster to one-shot mortars. Pretty good.
Good. I wouldn't hate Dark Elves. Dark Elves ban Cathay.
Dark Elves are really bad in this game, in my experience. How's that matchup been in land battles these days?
Pretty bad for Skaven.
Really?
Soul Stealer takes out a lot of your Footlords. So you pretty much have to go with a Mounted Lord. If you go with a Mounted Lord, you are easier to snipe with Dark Shards or Shades or Malekith/Malice. Because Malekith/Malice have a harder time killing a foot character than they do something mounted. People usually take Malice and just sprint at the Skaven backline. And his debuffs really fuck with him. He can do a lot of good damage, and he transforms into Zarkan, so he's just kind of like we saw with that last game, where Sandwich just ran Sigvald at Anticity's backline. Mouse does the same thing. It's just the same function, and then you either peel him and weaken your front line, or you don't peel him and lose your back line. So Mouse kind of forces you into lose-lose. It's not an unwinnable matchup, but it feels pretty bad. Now Domination might be a little different, because Dark Elves don't have the objective of just sprinting over your entire line and killing you. They actually have to hold some points. But I imagine some of the same aspects are similar. That would make it not great.
Yeah, I think the big thing that changed it is Defender's advantage because of respawn zones. Because Skaven can usually bring a play called Catapult or two, and then they just kind of sit very close to their spawn and objective, and just well, I'm going to pew pew at you until you do something about it, or until I'm satisfied. So it kind of forces Dark Elves to take a very, very far forward engagement, which typically goes very poorly for them. Also, it helps when you don't have a Lord to snipe.
Yeah. I can't see chat right now, so if you're talking to me, I'll get back to you as soon as the pick of ban is done.
It is supposed to be Infinite Loop Discord, Cody. And then JP and Doomstage are talking about cats.
All right. Sandwich has had 4 minutes to think about this pick and ban.
Yep. And as you can see, he's thinking deep thoughts. What other picks would I like to see here? Brilliant.
Is that still a tradition?
I have no idea. Which I guess means it's not.
Damn, that's sad. That used to be in
Was
all the
that-
meetings whenever Merc was typing for a very, very long time.
I have been to exactly one clan meeting, so it might be.
Yeah, we love spamming that at Merc.
What does that image have to do with anything?
Oh, it's just what like Jay and other people like to spam.
No,
at him.
I meant Void.
Oh, he's pouring a giant thing of coffee trying to stay awake.
Oh.
Skaven banned Grand Cathay.
That's interesting.
So you're forcing Warriors of Chaos.
Yeah, which isn't a terrible idea in a first game, because now Warriors gets off the field and then maybe you can pull it off. It's like he's the second player to seem like they believe like Skaven have punching power into the Chaos factions. If you believe that they have like a reasonable chance to win, then playing a lower tier faction again, well, relatively lower tier faction as Warriors of Chaos isn't a bad idea. Just to you give yourself a decent shot and then get Warriors of Chaos off the field.
Hmm.
And then basically, the next game you get Warriors of Chaos for free.
Maybe, but my heart still says this is going to be a fat L.
Yeah, probably. Probably.
Like,
especially since the troll buffs mean that Warriors of Chaos can bring more cheaper monstrous infantry, which Skaven love.
Skaven do love monsters infantry. Can't get
They're
them.
such big fans of it, yeah. Like trolls and spawn and all that is just such a problem for Skaven.
I just realized making a screen loop forever looks exactly like Ant-Man going into the quantum realm. True. Alright, everyone. Whether you're rooting for Sandwich, whether you're rooting for Void Laws, let's all put our hands together in prayer for a Swift 2-0. Let me hear it. Swift 2-0. Swift 2-0. Doomsage's kitty has arrived.
Sweet.
That's pretty tight.
Just be glad the finals is a best of 3, not a best of 5.
Oh god, yeah. Yep. This has been honestly a pretty banger event, hanging out with you, doing a good time.
Yeah, it's been fun, yeah.
But I could not do a best of 5 right now. we're about done.
Well, you're about done. I can go for a while.
It's midnight.
No, it's not. It's 1 a.m.
Time zone difference.
Mm-hmm. I think this is what we call a boomer difference.
Tee. Swiftly, with haste. Dude, this Slanesh, like, everybody was talking about army rosters needing more stuff before Game 3 release. The Slanesh roster need more fucking voice lines.
They got some with the Champions of Chaos DLC.
Swiftly, with haste, swiftly. But that's actually, to be fair, that's vampire counts. But Slanesh was also pretty one note on their voice lines.
Yeah. I feel like Corn didn't have a lot either.
Oh, hell no.
Nurgle Cultist had like 3, and I memorized those things. Like, I played so much Nurgle, and the cult, you always brought Cultists, and they had 3 voice lines.
Easy. How many subs have you gained during this stream?
Last I checked, it was like 25. I broke 500.
Hell yeah, dude.
No, we're up to 30. Thank you guys so much for the support.
Let's go. And there's 72 of you watching, and I bet not all 72 of you are subscribed, so check the description and help out the platy.
I haven't plugged in a while. So I do tournament streams. I stream newbie tournaments every weekend. I suppose I host them on Total Tavern if you're interested in playing those. I do educational content, try to teach you the game, how units work, how domination is played at high level, that kind of thing. So, if you're interested, please check it out.
I love how concurrent viewers was climbing, and then it spiked when Turin gave us some people. I'm honestly surprised how consistent it stayed after that. Like, it's dropped as the night's gone on because it's getting late as fuck for a lot of people, but I thought Turin would spike us and then everybody would fuck off. Not that I'm saying they should fuck off. I'm just saying, like, that's usually how it goes.
No, sorry. I was looking at Void's build and I missed something.
Yeah.
Something was not immediately apparent to me.
Hey, Strike Game. What up? I'm the vanguard for the European invasion. That's right. Void did say it was getting light outside his house. So if we just keep going, they'll all wake up.
Europeans are waking up, yeah.
Let's go.
How many streams have you had that happen on, Human Boy?
Not a lot. Not a lot. I did have the Australian World Cup that I did. That Europeans were waking up towards the end. But yeah, this stream definitely had my most concurrence ever. Because at one point we were at 140 people.
Yeah. Been a good stream.
Uh-huh. I mean, large thanks to Turin. And then the Warriors. Sorry. Whenever I see WC, it's Warriors of Chaos. The Warhammer World Cup people for hosting all this, so like definitely major props to them, but it is interesting. Finals? Yes, we are just entering finals.
Are you hosting one other qualifier after this or two more?
One after this that you are also invited to co-cast.
At the same time next week?
It's an hour later.
Okay. I can do that. Will you be awake for that one?
Yeah, of course I will. It's Thursday. Thursday Warhammer World Cup.
So. Then it's not same time next week if it's on a Thursday.
Oh, I was looking for it, but yeah, it's 1 hour later. But no, I'm hosting two of the North American ones because there's plenty of European casters and there's not a lot of us NA lads.
Yeah.
I think Turin's hosting some of them too, but I don't remember if he's doing Europe or NA or mixed.
I'd be kind of surprised if he wasn't. Alright, so Walk has a lot of monsters infantry. That was right. Armored trolls, spawn, armored trolls. And then a deathcaster with Buna, Spirit Leech, Doom Darkness. So Buna, as I'm sure you're probably well aware, one-shots most weapon teams.
Oh, hell yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
Say
It's
goodbye.
very fun, very interactive for Skaven.
Say goodbye to the Avalanche mortars.
Mm-hmm. Skaven have, 3 globes. Looks like 2 Giselles and a Rattling gun? Yep. And the Chieftain tech as per usual.
Why
And then a
a
smattering
Rattling gun?
Probably scared of Be'lakor, I would suspect.
1, they don't do any damage to him. 2, they miss. And 3, does he not know about the bug?
Which bug?
The one that if you shoot at a flying unit with multiple models, if a model dies, all the Rattling guns will start aiming at the ground until the next volley.
I have never seen that bug.
I have a video about it, but it's super recreatable.
Mm.
I haven't released
I've
the video yet.
Never heard about that happening in Domination. But it's usually paired with Howling Vorpal, which I suspect we'll see it summoned in as per usual. It also does well against Manticores, and does reasonably well against Monster Infantry.
The Monsters Infantry, I could see.
Rattling guns have been fairly popular in Domination. They're not, you don't see them every game, but they definitely have a purpose.
The video drops November 4th. So,
Okay.
you'll see it then.
I mean, I don't watch your content religiously, just sometimes. So.
God damn it, Vladdy.
Yeah. Sorry, you gotta clickbait really hard if you want to get me to watch.
I hate clickbaiting. I
Yeah,
hate
me
it. I
too.
don't want to do it.
Me too.
Alright, Skaven Slaves have desummoned. Chieftain gives everybody power grab.
So, usually the Skaven game plan on this map is just sit on objective 2, have the white line protect your left side, and then just shoot until you're content to push up. Contesting objective 3 as Skaven is usually not a good idea because you want to stick together and protect yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then there's Walk is going to sit on objective 1 until they can't avoid being shot anymore. And they're going to back off or go in.
That's fair. Some soy face thumbnails that always do the trick.
What are soy face?
I don't know.
Oh, I think I know what that means. Oh, I'm assuming what that means. Some chariots coming in. Chariots always been pretty good in Skaven. They only have so many rat ogres to block them, so just overloading with mass means the rat ogres spread very, very thin.
Oh, it's where you're like, yeah, okay. It's like the pog thing.
Yeah. I kind of figured. Anyway, surprisingly, well, maybe not surprisingly, but very, very little infantry on the side of the Warriors of Chaos. And almost exclusively monstrous infantry.
Yeah. Ooh, spawning chariots too. Are there any rat ogres? Yeah, there are a couple.
There are
They
a
can
few.
catch those chariots, yeah. They'll be fine.
The thing is, the rat ogres have to catch the chariots, they have to catch the spawn, they have to catch Cav eventually. They just have their work cut out for them. Okay, we do have a Grace Eater with, Howling Warp combo with the Ratlings. He's also got Warp Storm Scroll, so he's definitely scared of something flying, whether it be Manticores or Bellacore.
Oh no, we're back to the dark times where neither army really wants to play the game until...
Well, the Rattling guns are pushing up to start taking pot shots.
I know. I was half
Wait,
kidding
why
about,
you-
like, the comeback mechanic meta.
Oh, the comeback meta was awful.
Yeah. It kind of looks like that, because neither point does unlock, but both armies are just like, alright, see you later.
Yeah, well, it's about it, yeah. It's a matter of Skaven have to put some kind of pressure on the walk to actually force them to engage. So the walk is just perfectly content to sit on two objectives and not fight, because I mean that's a winning game state for them.
That is how math do, I agree.
Well, it's also a fact of like, if both sides summon in their entire army, walk is probably going to win because they have more swarming elements to shut down shooting very, very easily.
Gisele's be firing.
Poking away at the trolls. It's probably ideal target for Void Lulls to be taking the fire on because they will regen. Just heal up.
I think that's why
Easily
he put him up
patrols.
front. He kept the chaos bond pretty far back.
Yep. Smart play.
I actually think it was intentional platypus. I don't think it was an accident.
I said smart play. I think it was intentional.
Platypus, I think you should give him some credit. This man is void fucking lols.
Okay. Those beers were non-alcoholic, right?
Yes. I'm just filling time because nothing's happening. Alright. Chaos Trolls are walking back up to take another volley to the face and then walk back and regenerate it. Void doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, and now it's the point where Skaven are just gonna start push up. Their weapons are a little exposed, and the wolf or the doggos are perfectly happy to jump on those if they remain exposed.
Yeah, there's a ton
So
of
it's
dogs.
kinda, yeah.
The only worry is that, I mean, there are rat ogres right here, and the armor trolls aren't in range, so could be that. But
Yep.
ooh, Vanguarded Hellstriders, hello.
It's one of the things that makes Worthcast so strong on this map is that the normal reinforcement points are so far back. Having all those Vanguard Hellstriders is very, very useful.
Your Manticore's here.
Yep. I mean, you always bring a source of terror against Skaven. It'd be silly not to. You know that.
In
Una
fact-
going down on the Ratling.
Wow. Really scared of the Rattling, interestingly
Yep.
enough. Ooh, dogs got through. That's GG.
Yes, they did. That's a dead Giselle, probably. Or some lag. One of the two. Well, we avoid lag for most of the game.
Yeah. Poison and Globes doing their best to stop the dogs. The dogs will get in here.
Yeah, they also nuked their own Giselles, though, which kind of feels bad. Yeah, Chaos Trolls and his chairs come in, just be a bit of a gate crasher, get on top of the weapon themes before everything else can follow up. Dogs taking a lot of damage from the globes, though.
Yeah. Overall, I think the Globe volley was worth it, because the dogs would have done more damage to the Giselles if they hadn't been instant routed by the Globes, so I think that's just, that was good.
No, it was my understanding that when units are walking away from the unit, they don't take damage. That was how I thought the game worked.
Usually, but not for Skaven, ever.
I'm being facetious.
I know. Skaven don't get the benefit of any of the bullshit ass, like, model bugs. They have a lot of bugs, but no model bugs.
So there's the Howling. Oh, Warp. What spell is this caster casting?
He's just doing Unholy Clamor to keep everybody in it. Oh, it's Death Frenzy.
Yeah, Death Frenzy. Ah, that's actually really good for, Wolf Rats and Radagers fighting other monster infantry. They do a ton of damage with that buff.
Yeah.
It's a really, really strong buff these
And
days.
ITP.
It's like between the Warp Storm Scroll and the whatever Giselle Fire on the Manticore, it has Rampage into the Chieftain, which is probably fine for Skaven because he's an anti-large fighter. Along with all the spear support, so it should be just fine. locking down that Pterosaurus, but now the monster safety is just pouring in, and Skaven have very, very little means of dealing with it. Said, okay, dogs are getting routed off. Giselles are getting muted.
Wow, they were already half HP. That's a lot of Winds of Magic commitment to really shut them down. I'm kind of surprised they didn't just do a Spirit Leech and leave it.
Well, there's a Feral Manticore and a Howling Warpeel, so that was the perfect timing to shut that down. So we can't actually follow up on it.
Loopy, then they're loaded with model bugs? Yeah, I meant like beneficial model bugs like Tzeentch's Lords.
Just Tzeentch's Lords entirely.
Yeah, dude, those guys, infinite mass. The Hellstriders are in the cookie jar now. They got past the front line. Now this is where it gets real sad to be a Skaven.
Yeah, Skaven up a little bit of value, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. Because as we had before with Anticity's Skaven game, like once the weapon teams are shut down, Skaven don't exist anymore. Especially against a Chaos roster.
I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
No. Like, that's the Skaven's identity. I actually like Skaven for that. I don't want them to nerf weapon teams, because, like, they have a very distinct playstyle in that regard.
Yeah, it'd be pretty lame if Skaven could outgrind Horrors of Chaos after this, and it's like, oh, okay, well, that's cool. But I do also agree that this is looking a little over. Skaven are still maintaining a slight lead on the damage value, but you have to remember, I mean, but the chat, Victory Point 3 exists. We haven't looked at it all game, but Void's sitting on it, and even some Night Runners respond and now they're getting killed, but like, so Void's getting 2-to-1 value on the points this whole time, and it's looking bad for the Skaven, which is why I'm being so doom and gloom on them. It's not like, maybe they can just hold on. It's like, no, they need to start winning, and they're in this bad spot.
You also said that Skaven were up in value, and immediately Void got about 700 value in half a second. I'm not sure how. Very massive value spike in favor of Void.
When you kill a weapons team with full ammo, they usually don't give you a lot of value until like the last model is killed, and then all of a sudden it's like all that ammo's gone.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, it's really dumb.
Interesting.
You'll see it the most with the Warp Lightning Cannon. You're killing the crew, and it doesn't really matter until you kill the last model, and it's just like, oh yeah, Warp Lightning Cannon's dead. Boom. At least what I've noticed. But
Manticore is on the Grey Seer with nothing to protect him. He's going to be quite sad.
Yeah, he's having a bad time.
Yeah. There's one globe that's trying to keep firing. Actually, there's two globes that are still alive, but the Manticore on one won't allow it to fire. But honestly, there's not even good targets for globes. If they're shooting Chaos Spawn, they're probably going to be doing more friendly fire than good. And just how do you deal with this many monsters infantry and cavalry in the late game as Skaven without your rapid teams online?
Yeah.
Night Runners do a bit of poke, but I mean they're just as good of a target for the Hellstriders as well. So like, really hard to be a rat in this kind of meta where it's just chaos or some flavor of chaos.
We do love the chaos flavors. I personally enjoy purple.
Yeah, purple's good.
I thought you were a blue man. Didn't you get all mad at me for not having blue in the poll?
With popsicles, yes, not with chaos.
If we're being more serious, I think out of the 4 Chaos Gods, my favorite is probably either Tzeentch or Nurgle. Thematically, gameplay-wise, probably Tzeentch.
Thematically, I'd say probably Tzeentch. Gameplay-wise, I like Slanesh.
I know you do, buddy. And you're doing great. I mean, Void's taken over this game at this point.
Yep. Yeah, so this is like the worst decision to take a fight on this map usually, like this far forward in towards your opponent's reinforcements, because you're so far behind reinforcements. But Void has done it successfully. He's up a ton of value. He hasn't capped the objective, but he's still holding these two others and have a healthy point lead. And then he can keep reinforcing so easily because he's so many strong Vanguard summons between Skirmish Cav, Hellstriders, Dogs. Like, he can keep this fight up for a while. And also, he's killed his priority targets, so it would be quite remarkable if this game were able to come back after this.
It is wild to see the Skaven Lore of Ruin sign over a Grey Seer. I immediately thought that was a bug.
Yeah.
But it's because he's just not the Lord.
Just wait till you see a Death Runner, like the cross swords, over Deathmaster.
Wow.
Very. Yeah, I lost a game because I didn't recognize that for what it was. Because Deathmaster just wrecked my Lord, and I didn't realize it was Deathmaster.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's actually really wild. Wow.
Yeah.
I kind of want to take a picture of it and just post it on my wall, like just to have and look at. Because I imagine it looks dope.
Yeah.
Deathmaster running around with his little dual swords flag. Ugh. Ugh. Take me now.
I wish Deathmaster was still good. Deathmaster's such a cool character.
He's fine. Ikka's just better. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Well, the thing is, in Land Battles, he was really nice because he was just hard to kill because he was, obviously stalked. Well, and then he was good at punishing things with his net. It's just not as good these days.
Oh, he's definitely probably not the best for Dom.
Yeah. Like, it was always so cool watching tournaments. You see a pop-off sick Deathmaster thing where you just, like, get on the enemy caster and just give it out real quick. This little assassin buddy in the net.
Obvious bias, but I think one of the best games of all time was Houseplant versus me on Turin's Faction War, Skaven versus Empire. And Deathmaster Snitch ran through the Empire lines while stealth, looking for Marcus Wolfheart. And Marcus Wolfheart ran forward in his stealth, looking for Snitch. So I ended up behind Platypus's lines, and he ended up in front of his, looking for me. And then
Add to the counter, please. You just called Platypus.
My bad.
I need to counter an RTK because people do that all the time. Mix the two of us up all the time.
Yeah. But Houseplant fired a shot at my Warp Lightning Cannon because he was just like tired of waiting to find Snitch. But as soon as I saw the arrow, I was like, "That son of a bitch!" And I just like sprinted and
just homed in on him.
Yeah, ran up, deleted his lord. He ended up winning that game, but it was super close. But it was just really funny.
Mm-hmm.
Invisible Deathmaster with Greek and assassinate the Lord. GG. Alright.
Mm-hmm.
I'm honestly kind of surprised Sandwich hasn't backed out.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't know. Walk doesn't have a ton left on the field. It's mostly just like Tattered Spawn, but Skaven can't kill Tattered Spawn. The Hellstriders still gonna go nuts, so.
There's a ton of Hellstriders.
Like, there's no infantry now, but there wasn't a whole lot of infantry before. He's lost his caster. His chieftain's still alive, which is very helpful, but this far down in value as Skaven, it feels really bad. Skaven just don't have a lot left on the field. It's just a couple of Night Runners, a couple of Ravagers.
Yeah. Like, it's kind of like, you're saying, yeah, there's a bunch of Tattered Spawn, maybe you can kill them, but, like, looking at the Skaven, they don't got anything left either. Like, it's just some rat ogres that are about to get run down by Hellstriders.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know. I understand fighting to the end. I get that. But
the human boy is sleepy and wants to go to bed.
I do want to go to bed. But I also think this one is Ogre Milord.
It is all Ogre.
Because again, it's not like, if the Skaven had 2 points and they were desperately trying to hold this one and like maybe they can eke it out, but it's like, no, they gotta somehow retake control of this field, and I just don't see that happening.
Behind in every metric, substantially.
So
yeah, Armored Castrals.
It was a good attempt. Like,
yeah,
he stayed relatively close with Void in a matchup that I think is relatively terrible. So more power to him, but
Warriors Gates just brings so much good monsters infantry. It's so hard to be a rat right now.
Yeah.
With like all of the monster infantry buffs being ogres, trolls, or not ogres, trolls, minotaurs, like ice trolls. It's so hard to be a rat because even like Norse got a lot better against you.
Are ice trolls good? I thought their leadership was still too low.
They got the same leadership buff as the regular ones. It's only 45, but that's pretty good. Like, hit an important threshold.
Human friend, drink caffeine or sugar. I've gotten a bit of sugar in me, but I want to. As soon as this is over, I'm going to go to bed, so I'm not going to jack up right now. Void took a game.
Do it. Drink caffeine. Ruin your sleep schedule.
Let's go.
Do it for content.
Let's go. Alright, I gotta get back to the Picture Man thing.
Okay. You do that.
Alrighty. I'll keep us all informed.
I appreciate that.
Voidlaw said ready 20 minutes ago.
It's probably in reference to that last tournament.
Yep. But it's important context. told Sandwich to change the map. He was starting to think about his picks, and I'm like, need the map.
Yeah, I believe it's crossing the Sea of the Sea of Claws.
Interesting. Kind of surprised not. It's a.
So, sure raised an interesting question. Why is nobody using triads? It's all that heavy duty large stuff though. Bad in terms of cost effectiveness. So Sandwich and I practice it all the time. He has been trying to sell me on triads for months, and I keep just stomping them because they're so squishy. They can't lock down those big targets to actually damage them, so they spend time. They're constantly trying to chase them and shank their heals while they do more important things.
Yeah.
The armor sundering usually isn't that useful against them. Maybe against armored chaos trolls they are, but like.
What also sucks about triads is that like they're supposed to be an ambush unit, which is weird because they can't take a frontal charge. They get completely wrecked by a frontal charge.
They're very low HP pool. And an ambush anti-large unit also is just kind of weird.
Yeah, but they're not fast either. Like they're fast for infantry, but it's not like they're cavalry. So it's very rare to get to pick your engagements like that.
Yeah, they're not going to catch the targets they want to be fighting.
Yeah. So they're just kind of like they're a cool unit. I like that they're in the game, but there's a reason you don't see them very often. Is like the parameters of what makes them good is extremely rare.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, I take the triad ROR in like a couple specific matchups, but it's
triad ROR a lot of fun in Dom. Because, well, I guess it'd be fun in Lambo too, because you just summon the clone from stealth, contest a point with them, and just fuck with people.
Yeah.
They're very troll.
I like the triads in a couple matchups for Deterrent because the RR specifically solves one of the problems with having Ashen Triads, and that's they can't take the charge.
Use the clone to take the charge.
Yes, the RR just pops the clone in front of it to take the charge from Armored Cav, and then you can just fight the Armored Cav because without their charge bonus, they aren't going to beat you anymore. Another reason I like... What?
Sorry, I was just saying the problem with that is that the Cav can always just turn around and do it again.
Yeah, but again, it's all about your objective, right? Is the Triad's objective to kill the Cav, or is the Triad's objective to defend globes? And in the builds I use them, it's to defend globes, and it's like, thanks for charging, nerd, but no. And then unless you want to sit here and fight, unless you want to fight Ashen Triads in melee, get the fuck out, which is fine. Mm-hmm. Another thing I like them for is the High Elf matchup, because Phoenixes are pretty common in the land battle. But when Phoenixes land in the middle of you, they're usually surrounded by clan rat spears. You can try
very little.
Yes, but you can try to surround them with rat ogres. They do bird things, so they're very hard to hit. And in general, your rat ogres are going to be busy with Hilarion Reavers. So it's nice to have the triads around to armor under them, and then clan rats with spears will actually start doing pretty good damage. Plus the triads themselves will do alright damage. That or chariot spam, So then, again, the armor sundering really helps out a lot. But, yeah. I mean, I like the RR triad, but specifically because of the clone summon, not really because the unit is super great, but just having like a free summon, whether or not it actually does any damage, doesn't matter, because its models still exist, and its models existing is a lot of the battle. But anyway, that aside, real quick, Sandwich went Warriors of Chaos, Tzeentch, and Beastmen banned dwarves. Voidlaws goes Skaven, bans Warriors of Chaos.
Beastmen are reasonable to Skaven.
A lot of Skaven tonight.
What is the other thing that?
It's Beastmen or Tzeentch now.
No, Tzeentch is also fine. Someone in chat said can't comprehend how 7-hour tournaments can be a thing. What's the longest tournament you've ever participated in, Human Boy?
Participated in?
I mean, casted, played, whatever. You've been experienced.
Oh God, probably. There's a BM answer and there's a real answer. The real answer would be my own tournament because I'm a fuck up, and I did best of one single faction tournament, but with double elimination, and then that took for fucking ever. Whoops. The BM answer would be I was trying out for BBB once, the clan.
I think you told this story before, yeah. Go ahead.
But they had this like sign up tournament where you don't have to sign up, but it's people that are thinking about joining a clan. They join, they want you to hang out with their members and get some good experiences, and then maybe think about joining their clan. Yeah. Something went very wrong in that one, and I played like 3 best of 3s in the course of 2 weeks. 2 of them I won because my opponent surrendered because they didn't have the time to play the games. They just surrendered. And then I got to play 1, and I lost it, but my opponent just FF'd because he didn't have time for the tournament anymore. And this is over the course of 2 weeks. And then by the 3rd week, I had joined RTK because that tournament was going nowhere. And I just contacted like the BPP guys. I'm like, I joined a different clan. Should I even be in this tournament anymore? And they're like, nah, it's fine. So yeah, that was a whole thing. That was a whole thing.
Okay.
But like, I have heard that the 2 other tournaments they have done since I tried that have gone much smoother, so that was like a one-off thing, but it was hilarious as like me, fresh-faced new player, doesn't really know what's going on, and I'm like, are all tournaments like this? Because this is a disaster. It was pretty funny. Which again, the tournaments they've ran since then have been fine, so it was like a one-off issue, but I don't want to just be like, man, BBB sucks at running tournaments, but it was like this one tournament just went really bad. What about you?
I think when I put the summer championship qualifiers, the one that Tissy hosted, I played for about 10 hours straight.
Damn.
Yeah, because I got the final, so I played all the way through the thing, and it was about 10 hours all the way through.
How would Triads do against Demonettes if the Demons took a clown charge first? Very poorly. Demonettes?
That's the thing with the infantry size unit with no armor against an armor size or anti-large unit.
Yeah, I don't think they would do that great. Like the clone would be a good tech to stop them from charging you, but you're still gonna lose the fight after that. How about pairing with poison rats? Poison rats is probably okay, but triads just have poison damage on their own, right? No, they don't. Wow. Okay.
No, the poison actually help them like stick to the target a little bit.
Yeah, poison would be good. That's a good call out. Just imagining the Demonettes running into some Skaven slaves, suddenly there are clones, and then the real rats get a side of rear charge. That could be good. I still think they'll lose the grind. Yeah. I will say, there's a 3rd BM answer for the longest tournament.
Oh.
And this really happened, but
is there a reason you just left the lobby?
I guess the FFs.
No, you left the lobby.
I didn't leave shit. I'm sitting right here.
Wait, really? I don't see you on my screen. Something fucky happened
on the stream. I was there.
Yeah, I see on the stream Sandwich left, but he never left on my screen.
Okay, I rejoined.
I think we might need to rehost because something fucky's happening. Oh no, now I see everybody on my screen.
I just left and rejoined.
Do you see Sandwich back on your screen?
Yeah, 10 hours. My brain is fried after a best of 3. Yeah, for chicken. It's pretty metal.
Personally, for me, I get going. Like the longer I play, the more in the zone I get. So like, if you want to try to get an upset win against me, you're usually best off in the first round. Like late in the tournament, I get on a roll. The early wins give me confidence, and I just keep going.
I don't really know how I do. I think I just have like days where I do well and days where I don't, and I think that's about it. My internal momentum doesn't seem to matter too much.
Yeah.
All right, Skaven Beastmen.
Skaven. So historically, this was a pretty Beastmen favorite matchup, but lately in land battles, I believe you say it goes pretty even.
Skaven favored now.
Is it? Okay. What changed?
Rat Ogres got cheaper. Ultra unit size Skaven slaves don't break nearly as quickly. Anything with a sling got a buff. Night Runners got buffs.
Trader King got nerfed.
Lore of Ruin got buffed.
Torox got nerfed.
So it was Beastmen got a few buffs and Skaven got a shit ton of Beastmen got a few nerfs and Skaven got a shit ton of buffs. So eventually they just caught up.
So the one thing that Beastmen are really good at though in this matchup in domination He's being able to use their stock units to take all the objectives and force the Skaven to come out into the map and find them. Okay, looks like something fucky's happening. Do you see the Beastmen army on the side there?
Yeah, it seems legit.
Yeah, so if you look around the edge of this map, the Vanguard deploy actually is a very, very thin line around the entire edge of the map. If any of the players use it intentionally, I assume it would be considered cheating, but sometimes it just deploys there by accident. I've never seen the game put them there before, though, so that's kind of funny. But I suspect... yeah, so I was saying they use their stock units to contest all the objectives and force this game to come out of their little castle and actually like get into the map where they can be surrounded.
If you
Also,
want this,
I suspect...
if you want this to be a 2-0 and to go to bed, you are rooting for Skaven and the Voidlaws. If you want to see a Game 3 and the upset of the century, you are voting for Sandwich and the Beastmen.
Always go to Game 3.
Yep, I was just reminding everybody where the score is at.
I know. I just hear the sleepiness in your voice. But I suspect the Minotaur buffs has made this matchup quite a bit better for Beastmen lately. For the same reason we saw in the last matchup. Monstrous Infantry kind of ruins Skaven's day. Especially if they have silver shields.
Maybe. I haven't gotten to play it since the Minotaur buffs, honestly.
I haven't either. I'm just speculating because, Monstrous Infantry, Skaven do hate them. We do have the Council Guard on the field for the Skaven. Counterpiece to those Minotaurs, I suspect. That's not a bad idea from Void Lulz. Then for Beastmen we have Morgur, we have, I assume, a Buna caster. Yep, just a caster with Buna. And a Wargor on a chariot. The Wargor is actually going to be really good at mopping up all these Night Runners.
Is he going to do that much damage, or is he just going to, like, harass them?
Wargors on chariots do a good amount of damage for a chariot character. They hit really hard. They're really good at just cleaning up infantry units. I suspect the real reason he's here is to just, to kill globes. But if he wants, he can just juke shots like this all day and then run into the Night Runners.
Always going for
they're
it.
split formation.
Fat charge.
Fat charge. Very fat. Very fat. He has done... Okay, there's 200 damage.
Good analysis.
The chieftain on the Bone Breaker's coming in. He's going to counterpunch.
Oh, yeah, well, one of those things did more than the other.
Yeah. Sometimes these things happen.
Yeah, dude, charges are wild on like whether or not they're going to do anything.
Yeah. There are some Rattling Gunners on the hill, which are the only real big threat to these Minotaurs or chariots, I think. Aside from Rat-Hookers, obviously. But the Silver Shields will help them be very, very durable.
I'm worried Sandwich is over-engaging here.
Yeah, like I said, I would like to see Beastmen trying to take the side objectives and force the Skaven to split up a little bit. You really don't want to engage a Skaven Blob like this. Like, this is what Skaven love when you fight them all at once. You really want to pull them apart and fight them piece by piece.
Yeah, the Wargor is now doing some pretty good stuff, though he has to be careful not to get caught in those Rat Ogres, and it looks like he's very much on top of that.
Yeah, Morgur is just in there, though, and surrounded by Rat Ogres, which could be a pretty bad time for him if he's not
And the Council Guard, yeah.
Minotaurs are getting in there on top of the Council Guard, but they're also right in the sights of the Rattling Guns. These guys don't have shields.
Void should know better than the Globazone Council Guard.
You should, but I kind of hope we'll see it, because that shit's always really funny to me.
It is really funny.
Skaven capture objective number 2, Centaurs are taking objective number 1, and Ungor is capture objective number 3. I'll be it very, very slowly, because they are expendable.
Sandwich's Wargor is caught up in Rat Ogres. He's not having a great day of it.
Morgur is also in the same situation. There's also a Chieftain on a Bone Breaker.
Not having a good day of it.
Yeah, Sandwich is having these little small engagements where he has a large force just idle, which feels pretty bad. He does have Centaurs coming in to try and bail out that Wargor, but don't know that's going to be enough.
If I had a banana for every time an SEM misses a charge on another SEM, I don't think I'd have room to breathe. That's an odd metric, but I agree. You're not
Cleansing Rune come
wrong.
down, doing a lot of damage to all these Minotaurs, the Wargor, as well as the Ungors.
Ooh, that might be the death of the Wargor. Icket rolling in with that Flensing Rune might just finish him off.
Yeah.
And Morgur is getting punked right now.
Icket is on his Doom Wheel, which does allow him to be a Pterosaurus, but also means he's much, much more vulnerable to the Minotaurs, the Great Omens, which is what he's fighting at this very moment. Well, none of them seem interested in each other.
Man, he just drive by that whole formation. That was hilarious.
Yeah, he did. That was very fortunate. So those Minotaurs get on him, he's in trouble.
I don't think they know that he exists. They didn't give a shit
Nope.
about him.
Yeah, he's got that new
3-1.
Got that new Clan Scryer cloaking device.
I think they have the issue of if they stop and fight him, the globes will turn around and shoot him in the butt.
Mm-hmm. Too many important targets you got to deal with.
Yeah.
Minotaurs have got, or Chaos Spawn some actually has gotten in the back on the Rattling guns. Keep praying them firing, allowing the Minotaurs to come in, try to mop up the globes.
Yeah.
It's a really nice play, but the value is going very, very heavily in the favor of this game, and I think Tzeentch made a pretty big mistake about engaging into the center of this formation. I think you really need to just play the sides and try to pull that formation apart.
Morker doing his thing, dying.
His thing is not dying. That's his whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, will his Chaos Spawn someone go off on himself? I assume not. Oh, no, it doesn't affect Lords and Heroes. That'd be so funny if he just turned into Chaos Spawn.
Yeah, it also affects enemy units not friendly in this, but it still is funny.
I didn't know that part, I'll be honest. I didn't know anything about Morgar until, like, a couple weeks ago. I took Morgar and I was sending him melee. I was like, why is he not mortising the enemy units? Why is he not mortising?
Beastmen are having a real bad fucking time. Now they are
They're catching up a
attempting
bit
to
in value.
yeah, they're catching up a bit in value. They're trying to come back in this, but they're still not feeling great about it.
Mm-hmm.
Point 3 is
Looks like
being
they've-
held for a little bit.
They've largely lost the fight on the low ground, but the center fight is going reasonably well. I don't see anything to kill the Council Guard, but they can definitely kill everything else and try to cap the objective out from underneath them, which seems to be going reasonably well. And Morgar has actually escaped the Chieftain and the Rat Ogres for the moment. He might be able to get out and actually regen up and survive this, which would be big. And actually, the Chieftain just punts in.
Yeah, they're having a hard time finishing him off.
Morgar is notoriously tanky. Sigvald Light, I believe he's called.
Yeah, Minotaur's joining the fight has really changed things for the Skaven in the middle. They have a shit ton of things running away, but now they do have Rattling Gunners coming back to the fight, and they are going to attempt to deal with these Minotaurs. Also, like, the Skaven, it's not like the player's making a mistake. Void is trying his best, but he needs to finish Morgar. He's just missing a lot of attacks in a row.
But now that Chieftain is actually in a lot of trouble. He's surrounded by several characters and Centaurs. And if that Chieftain dies, that's the leadership really lost for the entire army, which could be huge. Cleansing Ring going down on some Minotaurs, trying to soften them up, trying to let the Rattling guns tear them apart as well.
Really?
Ickett is coming in to try and tear out. What?
I think he should have cast Cleansing Rune on Morgar and finished him.
I think the Minotaurs are absolutely the biggest threat.
But the Cleansing
I
Rune
definitely
isn't going to do that
understand
much damage to them. And the Rattling Guns have AP damage anyway, they don't need it.
Maybe. Centaurs are coming in to try and prevent the Night Runners from taking objective number 1. Yeah, we just got this big blob, and now that Ickett's in here to tear out everything, as well as drop Cleansing Runes, it's going to go very, very poorly for Beastmen. They probably want to vacate this kind of blob.
But there's the Cleansing Rune.
Oh, it's been going. It is a very, very long duration.
Wait, did the Minotaurs bring it here?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a mistake.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Like, yeah, that's what happened. They brought it over, I think.
Yeah, they just routed Morgar.
That's really unfortunate. Beastmen are holding a 3 cap for the moment, but I don't know if it's going to last. They are equalizing in value. Like, they've been catching up a little bit. Tuskor Chariots coming in is a bit of an odd choice. There's not a lot of infantry left to kill. The weapon team's already dead. I'm not really sure you're planning to kill with that chariot. Morgar is running for the hills, quite literally. There's a hill right here, and he's running in that direction.
Chieftain is still trying to kill him, but it looks like now it's just going to fight some Minotaurs.
Chieftain's gonna run away so it doesn't die itself. Because Skaven, like, losing your Chieftain is probably almost as bad as losing your Lord.
Well, Morgar just got a Chaos Spawn in the literal perfect place, so...
Oh, geez, yeah, that is literally perfect. If he can kill that Chieftain, that could be huge. Like I said, lowering the leadership of the entire army is pretty big.
Yep.
So Void is about to get the counter 3 cap, it looks like. Be pretty big, but honestly, I'd like to see Beastmen just redirect some of their mobility tools and go take the high ground objective. It's just a Wolf Rat and a Night Runner protecting it. Take the Chariot over there, take some Centaurs, go capture that. What's Ickett doing? Ickett's taking quite a beating, although he has almost already paid for himself. And there's another Cleansing Rune coming down on the spawn, on the Minotaurs. Centaurs coming in, but yeah. Void captures objective number 2. His globes are slowly capturing objective number 1, and there's not a lot of Beastmen left on the field, it feels like.
Cleansing Rune isn't that impressive against non-single entities. It does alright, but like, compared to what it does to single entities, it's insane.
It could just tear out the Bray Shaman, which is not ideal, although I believe he has used a large portion of his Whelm already, but yeah. Now the fight for the high ground is taking place, and the Wolf Rats honestly trade up. Well, I don't know if they trade up. They trade quite well into Centaurs. Centaurs are kind of disappointing for the price point.
Not in land battles, but yeah.
Oh, really?
Centaurs
They've
are
just
generally
spoiled because I'm used to Hellstriders.
Yes, you are. Centaurs are the prime light cavalry until Hellstriders came in and said, "Bitch, sit
Hold
down."
my beer.
Yeah. I have anti-large. I'm just better. I'm you.
They do
but
not
better.
have anti-guards. Oh, you mean Hellstriders, yeah.
Hellstriders, yeah. I just-
Beastmen have only about half a dozen units on the field that aren't routing, and most of those are just Minotaurs on tatters of HP. That said, the Minotaurs are recapturing the center objective. They have forced off all the Skarven characters and are actually taking back the objective. They can hold this. There's not a lot here to actually threaten. There's no Rattling guns left in the field. There's no characters left to fight these guys. Like, the Minotaurs could be uncontested in the center for a while. Whatever happened to the... I think the Council Guard may have actually died off entirely, which is actually huge for the Beastmen.
I'm looking around. I don't see him. I think the Council Guard did die. The real quick version of why Centaurs are generally considered good is Rowdy. They have perfect vigor until their leadership gets low. So then usually their leadership will get low in the late game, and then they'll be fresh in the late game, which can help their leadership hang on for a little bit longer. So
Yeah, so perfect figure is a lot less relevant in Dom because you're constantly summoning new things.
yeah.
So, yep, you're not really worried about that. Late game scenarios just aren't really. They function very differently between Dom and land battles.
Yeah. But Centaurs are usually pretty good.
Centaurs?
Mm-hmm.
What is that slang for?
They're whores and I hate them.
Oh. I didn't know if you meant one of the variants, and that was the nickname for a variant.
No, I've been run over by Centaurs for many years, so I don't actually mind them as a unit. They're a fine unit, but I just like the meme of hating on them because they kill my precious rats.
So Beastmen are actually equalizing. We're getting to that point again with the Skaven where their valuable units have died off, and now it's just like, well, rat ogres and wolf rats. That's what we got to rely on. Their council guard died off. The weapons are gone. It's like, can Beastmen hold on with just these Minotaurs? And these Minotaurs, they'll go toe to toe with rat ogres. Now they're very much in tatters, so I don't know if they'll be enough. But they get some spear support, maybe some razor gores. They can definitely hold on.
Yeah, and the
Beastmen,
Minotaurs are hanging in there.
Beastmen might 3-cap again. There's nothing to protect Objective 3. Skaven's forces just fell apart. Just everything routed off or died all at the same time.
It's looking that way. Was Tzeentch still able to turn enemies into horrors? Oh, you guys are talking about tabletop. Okay, I was like, what are you talking about?
That would be... Well, I mean, it'd be more versatility. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was curious. I was like, is this a thing? Is there a lord that does that? Because I honestly haven't played with the Demon Lord of Tzeentch. Never have.
Maybe that's what they can give Village. Just make him discount Warger. Then Village would be useful.
Lol. Alright, with dogs and rat ogres, I don't imagine that point 3 is going to get taken. I think the Skaven can hold on to it, but...
I think Skaven are actually in a lot of trouble here. They just don't have the units on the field.
I definitely think Skaven are in trouble. I was just talking about point 3 specifically. They're going to be fine.
Oh, yeah. They should take it back. The thing is, Ungor Spearmen are expendable, so they can't outcap anything. A single Wolf Rat has the same capture rate as 2 Ungor Spears.
Why?
Yeah.
Like, I get that they're expendable, but, like...
This is why Beastmen are not great, is because they can't hold ground very easily. Because their infantry is just... You have to pay 500 to get a non-expendable... 550 to get non-expendable infantry.
I love how everyone's playing Skaven today to try and appease me because it's my stream, and I definitely won't accept any other reason, and they're just getting fucking trashed on all day.
This is the human boy effect. You play things to appease the people, and then you get fucking shit stomped. No, this was looking a lot better for Void just a few moments ago. Things really took a turn, and I'm not entirely sure why.
And Sandwich played great. Like, I was just doing a meme because I don't think Skaven have won yet.
Oh, that's what... Okay, so the Chieftain is off the field, which means that the Skaven don't have that leadership buff anymore, which is actually really big for their fighting power in this kind of late game scenario. That's it. I'm not sure... Yeah. We've come to the point where, like, every plan that these players have coming in has, run its course, and it's just a matter of, like, okay, can they... what summons do they prioritize, and how well do they micro take engagement for the late game? This is just, pure late game decision making.
Upgraded Cleansing Rune from Void onto 2 Wounded Centaurs seems like a really weird take.
I don't think there's going to be many better targets in the course of the game, and he probably wants to just let Ikit spend all his WOM and then get him out of here. Well, maybe not get him out of here, because he's still a terror source, but still, I don't think there's going to be many better targets.
I guess.
It's just, the armies are both so thin for both sides, that it's just a matter of, like, well, I see 2 moderately expensive units grouped up, I'm going to send it.
Big resurgence attempt from Void, getting Night Runners and Wolf Rats out onto the field just to try and reclaim some space.
And the thing is, those Tuskor Chariots will disrupt that advance very, very well and just try to slow them down as much as they can and allow these Centaurs to answer it.
Yeah. Centaur's about to not prove, but show you why, generally. didn't like dealing with them as Skaven.
Mm-hmm.
They trade well into Rat Ogres if both units charge each other. They will decimate Wolf Rats if both units charge each other, which they should. I'm not saying they shouldn't at all, but that's their niche. Skaven do not ever want to find a centaur on flat ground.
Yeah, the one thing I'm really questioning is these centaur throwing axes. I'm not really sure what your target is with those range attacks. I wonder if he's just trying to bring more centaurs in the field, although their stats are a lot worse in melee.
Yeah, I think he just needs more centaurs because he probably has some that are routing or dying somewhere.
Yeah. Just look at how much he's able to slow this game in advance. And even if he doesn't win this engagement, which he may well do, he's just buying more time and getting more objective tickets. And he has just about 3 cap with Beastmen. Almost. No,
yeah, somehow the
quite.
Skaven still hold 0.3.
There we go. That is a 3 cap. So Void really needs to get back on this map, and he just doesn't have the forces on the ground. He has a bit of a blob up here at the high ground, which honestly, now that they've 3 caps, Skaven could just try to withdraw from the high ground and control the 2 and 3. Just focus your force on the other side of the map. But regardless, I think Skaven should probably try and focus on just 2 objectives rather than 3, because that forces Skaven to divide their forces as long as you hold objective number 2 in the center. Yeah, Void is definitely on a very tight clock here. Ikid is very, very low, so you need to get him gone. Probably desummon him to avoid Lord Loss, because Lord Loss will probably spell Doom for Skaven. But that means you're losing out on your Terror Source, which against Beastmen, their leadership isn't great, as I'm sure you well know.
Yeah,
so
Ikid isn't their lord, though. A Skaven slave is their lord.
Oh yeah, that's right. Lord Loss penalties don't matter. So yeah, let him fight to the death. But yeah, this push on the high ground is actually getting like flattened out by the Beastmen pretty effectively. Still a couple of Minotaurs lingering around. This Ungor spears, they should be able to take out those Gutter Runners and just hold that objective, especially with the reinforcement Ungor herds.
I have no idea why these Night Runners just routed.
I don't either.
They were doing fine.
That's a good question.
And they just said like, you know what, fuck it. We don't care.
That seems very lore friendly. Yeah, Beastmen have actually overtaken the damage value, and I think Beastmen might win this. And this is like really exemplifying the weakness of Skaven we've been talking about all night, where once their weapon teams are gone, they struggle. They really, really struggle.
Yeah. Yeah, if Void can't capture something like real soon, this game's just over. Because
he is about to capture objective 1, because Beastmen have no capture rate whatsoever. There we go. Okay, Beastmen hold on to it. He's capturing objective 3, but I don't think it's going to matter. I think Beastmen have this, which is not something I thought I'd be saying tonight.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we have a double silver chevron set that works. They've been summoned so many times.
That is hilarious seeing 3 infantry units chase around a dog unit and almost dead clan rat, and they're getting outcapped because Beastmen units suck at this. But yeah, that's it.
But yeah, that's game. I think Dante Sandwich is going to be taking a game off of Void Lulls, which is, as we've been saying all along, if you could lose to Void Lulls, like there's no shame. If you take a game off of him, you're a pretty good player.
Yeah.
Especially with Beastmen, who are considered pretty garbage in domination. Yeah, I think on the high ground, he doesn't need to chase, but it doesn't matter. Game's over. That's tied up 1-1. Human Boy does not get to go to sleep.
I don't get to go to sleep. We take those. You know what? We take those. It's worthwhile. I don't think you're really going to see impressive values anywhere on the Skaven roster. Like, nothing that, like, makes you shit your pants compared to, like, a Mortis engine, you know? You're like, not you, but people in general are spoiled on Mortis engines. Oh, 4,400 on Ikit with Flensing Ruin casts. Nice.
Yeah. Council Guard really underperformed. They only got 820 value.
Spent most of their time fighting.
Yeah, like the Council Guard is one of those units. Like I assume it's still really, really good in land battles. Yes, because it was always in Warhammer too.
I am a Council Guard naysayer. It's okay in certain matchups, but I generally think they're too expensive.
Okay, but it's almost never used in domination.
Oh yeah, it's pretty
common.
It's common in land.
Yeah, like it's very, very rare in domination because Unbreakable just again isn't as useful. You don't need to have the value of it in land battles, as I understand it, is like it guarantees you some kind of chaff in the late game for your Plague Priest on a Furnace to sit on, or your characters, or your Rat Ogres, whatever. It gives you that guarantee of chaff in the late game. But you don't need that in domination because you have chaff in the late game, so you can just resummon it.
Yeah. The problem with Council Guard isn't that they themselves are weak. They're fine. But generally it's hard to justify narrowing your army that much.
Yeah.
Because, like, you either take it from your front line, and then the council guard will hold wherever they are, but everything else will collapse a lot quicker, or you take it from your back line, and then you're opting into something you're going to lose. Like Skaven will never out melee grind anybody, is what I found. So the council guard you need a reason to bring them, I found. And like a lot of players will just chuck them in for funsies, but then they don't end up doing very much. And it's like, no, there's a couple matchups where they can actually do very well, but you need to know why you're bringing them, in my opinion. And one of them is like Beastmen. The whole idea of the Beastmen Skaven matchup in land battles is breaking the momentum, so that the Beastmen want to get a full surround, break all sides at once, so you have nowhere to go to. All right. So I take a council guard, put them on the front line, and then your chaos spawner sprinting straight into halberds or your minotaurs or Taurox or something.
Yeah.
I'm unbreakable, and I'm actually going to win that. So then you have an avenue of strength to pull. So when your backline collapses, you run through a suddenly winning front line.
You have an escape route.
Yeah, which is nice. But like, see, they have a function there. But sometimes people just slap council guard down because they're unbreakable. I'm like, yeah, but your opponent's just going to ignore them, and then they'll be the last thing left on the field when army losses hits.
Mm-hmm.
Or you win the game by so much you didn't need them. But yeah, I think so. They're common in land battles, but they're also common in losses on land battles. Because if someone's just slapping them in there, then they don't know what they're doing.
But what I'm hearing is you've done a very, very poor job of educating people of how to play Skaven.
I am trash, yes.
Okay.
Also, if you're not really good with Skaven, those council guard are going to get some globes in the back.
Yeah.
Which is super fucking easy to do.
Yeah, it's great. I love seeing that. It's so funny. It feels so bad, though. Like, so much value down the drain.
Yeah. Not sure if it beats Comet slowly wandering from the location you casted your own infantry over the course of 3 turns.
They're talking about tabletop still.
God damn tabletop.
JP, come on.
Tabletop is mean.
I actually want to get into tabletop when Old World comes back.
I think it'd be fun if it wasn't so overpriced. Well,
yeah, it's super expensive.
I understand the company has to make money back, but there's a limit, you guys.
Yeah.
If they're frontline, they're globe fodder. Yeah. They can be, depending on the matchup. Like, for the Beastmen one, I don't position my globes behind them. I position my slingers behind them.
Yeah. Are slingers that common in land battles these days?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I love slings.
Do you mean Skaven slaves? Okay. That's not what I asked. I didn't ask if you used them. I asked if they were common. I know you have some unique ideas about how Skaven are played.
No, they're not that common now that I think about it, but I take them a lot. Okay. I like them.
Do you mean Skaven slaves, I assume? Or
Skaven slaves, if I have extra money, I'll sometimes stretch for night runners, usually against Khorne. I'll take night runners just so that they survive dogs for a little bit longer, but yeah.
Okay. JP, unpopular opinion, he likes Games Workshop.
Well. Bum, bum. All right. I was getting caught up on some messages.
Okay. Do we know what the next picks are going to be?
Nope. Nope,
okay.
Nope. Sorry. I had a whole bunch of messages to catch up on. The Europeans are waking up and filling my DMs. These bastards. Mm-hmm. So the last message was from Sandwich. Not gonna lie, Void, I'm disappointed you let me win that. That was 6 minutes ago and we have no picks.
It is Void's turn to pick, I believe. Remember the pick
No, he
system
lost
correctly?
game two.
Oh, is it winner of game two? Okay.
Yep. Warriors of Chaos,
Should
Khorne,
be
Tzeentch, ban
Sandwich.
Tzeentch. Warriors of Chaos, Khorne, Tzeentch, ban Tzeentch. Void's already played Warriors of Chaos, so the only potential for a mirror is Khorne. Slanesh is banned.
I
Okay.
don't actually know how Corn plays into Age. I haven't seen that matchup lately. Walk is obviously like almost certainly going to be what Void bans.
Yeah,
Which
so
case will almost certainly be banned. So be.
if he bans Warriors of Chaos, he's got Khorne and Tzeentch to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Which is what does Void pick here?
Honestly, High Elves.
Into Tzeentch?
Tzeentch and Khorne, yeah. He'd be fine.
So my experience with High Elf Tzeentch and Domination has been that when I see newer players playing it, it's very High Elf flavored. When I see top tier players playing it, it's very Tzeentch favored.
Okay. I'll
The
trust you
ease
on
of
that one.
the ease of execution is definitely on the side of the High Elves, but I think played at the highest level, Tzeentch wins that matchup. I think it's kind of characteristic of Tzeentch. Tzeentch tends to perform better. Um, scales very well. Like the more player skill, the better Tzeentch does, in my experience, in domination. So I don't think I've ever seen Void play High Elves. Ogres?
Okay.
Yeah, that's ogres. That's what I said.
Okay, so the time did change 2 days ago. That's why I thought it was at 6 tonight, and a lot of people thought it was at 6.
Yeah. So it was daylight savings in the UK, wasn't it? In Europe a few days ago.
Yeah.
That was basically a rhetorical question. I know it was. I just can't remember what day it was. So I'm guessing that's where the confusion stemmed from. It's like GMT something fucked around with time zones. I don't know. Times is confusing. I still don't excuse the fact that I thought this was starting at 1 p.m. for me.
All right, so he's hovering Ogre Kingdoms, but he hasn't said it in the chat yet.
Okay. Okay, so the map is Itza. Battle for Itza. Right? That's what it is.
That is what you said it was.
Yeah, Battle for Itza. Okay. Okay, now he's on Norska, which is definitely a much stronger pick.
I wish we stopped the time changing already. Agreed, dude. Agreed. Daylight savings time is worthless. Oh, Void's typing. I think he's settling on Norska. I'm typing to Sandwich to switch the damn map.
Mm.
Time change is over in the US. This was
It
the last
does.
one. Wait, it is? JP is saying that. Did you hear about this?
What happened?
What the fuck is Dante doing?
That's never a question I'm prepared to answer.
He just switched his band to Norska all of a sudden.
What? Did he already ban Warriors or ban whatever he banned?
I don't know. It was real late in the game to change your band after Void hovers it.
Yeah, that's odd.
That's kind
What
of
did he initially banned?
Tzeentch.
What did he? I think he banned Tzeentch first round, didn't he? Am I misremembering?
Ban dwarves.
No. Okay. I don't know then.
I don't know if it like not to flame somebody, just saying why I'm so confused to the chat. Like,
Yeah.
it's generally considered bad practice to switch your band to something someone's hovering. 'Cause
Yeah.
then it feels like you're just targeting whatever they think they can play into you, and that's not nice. But
The way I usually approach it is like once I send the message, it's done, and if I want to change it, I ask my opponents if they're okay with it.
yeah, but Void picked
That's
Ogres, ban Tzeentch at the exact same time, so I don't think it's going to be an issue. But generally, if you're out there, don't do that.
okay. So then the question is, Warriors of Chaos or Khorne into Ogres?
Which probably you'd go Warriors of Chaos.
Probably, yeah.
Congress.
Like I
passed
am
it.
surprised to see Ogre Kingdoms at all. Like ogres are garbage in domination.
Yeah. Daylight savings is ending.
Interesting.
Permanently daylight savings time would take effect on November 5th, 2023. In other words, we move our clocks forward again to March and keep them there. Okay, so it sounds like we have one more after this one, but it's like just the March one, like just half.
Mm-hmm. So the reason I think Khorne is worse into ogres than Warriors of Chaos is they're much more susceptible to being kited, which is what ogres like to do. Which is why, back in the day, back before IE, it was very common. Like this was the only map that you could actually play ogres into Khorne on because you could actually kite them and effectively kill their infantry without actually entering melee. Because ogres cannot win in melee against Khorne.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, Khorne has a lot of nice anti-large, but their infantry just gets destroyed by lead belchers. He was trying to prove a point after losing to Beastmen.
Yeah.
Understandable.
After Sandwich's statement where he said, I can't believe you let me win that.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just letting him win it more. And then Sandwich picks Khorne. We're just getting a Minotaur duel.
I'd say this build would definitely be a statement from Void.
Yeah.
You see it. You see the same thing I see, right?
That's a pretty good build.
Yeah. Solid all-around build.
I mean, I'm saying that tongue-in-cheek for chat.
Yeah.
What's behind the blocker is a very odd build.
Yeah.
And it's not even finished, so that's why we think it's probably going to change.
So the thing I suspect ogres are going to struggle with, which kind of what ogres always struggled with, is also monstrous infantry. Minotaurs with great weapons probably just dunk on most ogre units. Like maybe man-eater great weapons could do all right against them, but like lead belchers have always really struggled to kill monstrous infantry. Pistols are all right; they don't do a ton of damage. They're kind of short range though. And then iron blasters do okay against monster infantry, but they're very, very expensive, require a lot of micro. So I'm kind of curious, because like I mean, if I'm sitting as the ogre player, I'm like, okay, there's gonna be minotaurs, and like it's gonna be like halberds and minotaurs most likely. So I'm like, okay, how do I deal with that? I'm just kind of like coming up empty as for how ogres actually kill minotaurs in a reasonable amount of time.
I know you're going to hate this answer, but Crushers.
And how do crushers survive throwing axe skirmcav?
Not well, but I was just saying.
I actually think minotaurs probably trade into crushers pretty well as well. I would assume.
Crushers do trade well into Minotaurs as long as they don't get throwing axed in the mouth, but they will usually get throwing axed in the mouth.
Mm-hmm. I am very interested in this because ogres have not been considered a competitive pick in domination for a long time.
Yeah. Did they get their capture weight reverted to infantry, or are they still monstrous infantry?
Yes, that in 2.2, ogre bulls now have 5 capture weight, the same as a normal unit of infantry. Noblars, I believe, are still expendable, still only 2, but ogre bulls have 5. And I assume like man-eaters and iron guts as well, but I don't actually know because I haven't played them.
That's why you spam Khorne Furies of the Valkyria, swarm the range line Valkyrias in it, and during the confusion, infantry lines clash, and your heavy weapon Mino moves in.
That's the general idea, yeah, but it's a lot easier said than done, especially if it's a player of Void's caliber.
All right, Platty. It's 1-1. Last chance to make a prediction. You sticking with Void, or you think Sandwich has got it?
I want to predict my clanmate to win, but I can guarantee you that he has not played this matchup in months.
I don't think anyone has.
I think Void might have, because this isn't the first time I've seen Void pull out Ogre Kingdoms. He
This is
pulled
the
it
first
out
time
in.
I've seen Void Elves play Warhammer 3.
Oh, he played in one of my tournaments a couple of weeks ago, and he brought out Ogres in the finals there as well. He did pretty well. I think he won that game.
What a scrub noob.
I think it was against Norska, maybe?
Well, that's the only thing I worry about with Khorne Minos versus Ogres are Lead Belchers and a big Novel Trap Concave. Dude, Lead Belchers have been pissing me off. They're so bad.
What way? They're bad.
They're trash.
They have one job, and it's killing infantry.
And they don't
They're
do it
very
very
good at it.
well.
They do it very well.
They do it terribly.
Okay.
At least in land battles, I've been running out of ammunition, like, shot the whole game, and my units didn't pay for themselves because Lead Belchers are fucking silly.
Mm.
Ugh. I don't know. They've just been disappointing because they have to get so close to get, like, really good damage that basic archers are just going to pew-pew them to death because you can't use their max range. Their max range, they'll miss a lot, so you actually have to get close. They're kind of like a shotgun infantry, which is weird.
Do you know the real truth of ogres, my friend?
What's that?
Iron blasters.
Iron blasters.
Always iron blasters.
They're still pretty solid, yeah.
I don't care. They're a lot of fun. They're the most fun unit on the roster.
Before the game gets going, I want to say this has been my favorite Dom tournament stream. Thanks, Big JP. We're doing our best out here, you know?
Yeah. Love you, JP. Okay. Lloyd has his build complete.
Yep. It's 1 a.m. Builds are finishing up. It is the last game of the last best of 3, so I've been kind of lax on the timing thing because it's like...
Mm-hmm. You've already ruined your night's sleep, so...
Yeah, nobody else is waiting on us, so it's not like if we dick around here, like Void is in the finals waiting for us. It's like, well, everybody's here, so... But... Okay, just checking the qualifier lobby. Alright, he only picked Khorne like 6 minutes ago, so he still has 4 minutes to build his build, technically.
Even though requesting a poll for the winner. An idea which I support.
A poll for the winner?
Mm-hmm. People can make their predictions.
Okay. Y'all are doing great. I've never watched out before. I'm subbed and having a blast. Poll for winner. Alright, sounds good, sounds good.
Yeah. It's been a fun stream. I'm happy to be here with you, human boy.
Aw, I'm happy you're here too, buddy. There's your poll.
Yeah. Void or ogres? Void. You stupid fuck.
Get fucked.
You stupid fuck.
Come on, that was good.
It took me a second too.
Alright. There's the real one.
Yeah, but no, sure, I agree. Warhammer tournaments they feel better to do with a co-host. So when I do it by myself, I'm just sitting here between games, just like awkwardly staring at my webcam, which is usually off, which is more awkward. The co-host is a lot easier to just fill that time between.
Yeah, and if like nothing's actually happening in the game immediately that you can easily just point to and be like, that's going on. It's nice to still like talk to chat and bounce some shit off of each other.
Yeah, and for an RTS game, RTS are all relatively slow. It's nice to have something to fill space.
Yeah, or like, just differing opinions is interesting to hear. Where it's like, I actually don't think that this is a good choice or that kind of thing. It's like, it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. The interaction fills time.
Yeah, and the discussion is thought-provoking and can be engaging, and it personally helps me stay engaged.
Yeah. We've also just like, I don't know, from the Dom streams I've watched, because I co-cast one with you a long time ago, but I haven't cast too many. From them that I've watched though, like this tournament has had a lot more close games than the average. Or like we've had some pretty not upsetting. We've had some pretty big upset games. We've had some games that were really close to being an upset but were clenched out. So I don't know. Like in streams, I mean, streams usually get a couple of those, right? But I'm trying to remember any real snoozers. I think there's like 2 that were blowouts.
Counts mirrors.
The counts mirrors are kind of snoozers, but that last one was kind of close. Intensity versus sandwich.
No, that was good.
Contrast. It's good to have contrast.
Mm-hmm.
You're right.
And I like having the contrast viewpoints of like me, who's domination expert, and then you has been around a lot longer and knows like the history better, both of the game and of the players.
Yeah, that is one of the weirdest things about coming into a Dom tournament is there's a bunch of players that never dip their toes into my territory. So then I'm like, I literally don't know who this person is.
Your domain. Yeah.
Yeah. But like there's a lot of players that I'm like, oh yeah, I know this guy. I know what he likes and those kind of things. But
yeah,
like that the guy Anticity beat, but he beat Samurai Styles. It was like tactical.
Tutorial.
Sorry, what was it? Tutorial?
Tutorial.
Yeah. I'd never heard of that guy.
Me neither, to be honest.
He was a joy to cast.
Yeah.
All
Some
right.
interesting builds.
Deleting the blocker because it's the last game no matter what.
Nice.
Whatever, dude. Saying 2 hosts, especially when they work well together, is so much better than 1. Kind of a 1 + 1 = 3 thing. I agree. I am great. Thank you. I'm awesome.
You had the great idea to co-cast.
Well, your channel deserves the promotions. We got to show the people how great you are. All right. So far, Sandwich has taken the community vote by storm. Tutorial versus Samurai was a great series, though. Oh yeah, it was a great series.
Yeah, it was.
And Tutorial was another good one. So that was 2 back to back.
Yeah.
All right, we do have Valkia. So someone in chat was talking about that, and whoever that someone was, you're right. Other than that, it's Halberd spam, which is pretty usual against ogres, and spawn and minotaurs of Khorne with great weapons. So really solid start from Sandwich.
First thing I'm noticing for this ogre build, aside from the 4 lead belchers, which didn't surprise me the slightest, is that he actually has the hero caster, and he also has bull warrior and troll guts. Which, if I'm looking at this ogre build, what are you troll gutsing? Like, what's your target for this?
I think the ROR crushers are probably in his reinforcements.
I would hope not. That unit is bad. So,
A lot of players think it's good.
It's better in land battles than it is in Dom.
I'm also sus on it. I was just saying a lot of players think it's good.
Okay.
Shouldn't Khorne Forsaken have less price given that they already have Frenzy? Yeah, Khorne Forsaken suck. Khorne Forsaken suck ass.
So, somewhat surprisingly, for the first time tonight, we are experiencing what is called build-up, where Khorne is going to hide in the back corner of the map until they achieve a critical mass, and they can actually rush this gun position.
That's fair.
So, kind of unfortunate we've only seen this for the first time tonight, but this is fairly common amongst like melee heavy factions versus range heavy factions, where it's just like, well, if I have a bigger army, if we both have bigger armies, I'm going to win, usually.
Also, Cody, good job calling the Valkia.
Yeah.
You did.
I mean, Valkia is very common these days.
I know, but just let him have this.
Yeah.
It costs us nothing to let him have this win.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. The trappers are coming in. They are probably Ogre's best answer. It's Minotaurs. Valky's trying to waste ammo for the lead belchers, which...
She's succeeding.
Yeah.
Dude, Void is definitely just AFK, like, I want to go to bed. Just letting his lead belcher shoot at Valky, who's clearly dodging, and he's like, you know what, fuck it.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit, I'll shoot at her.
Oh no, they stopped shooting now. They had an attack order, I think.
Yeah, it was just funny. Oh, it's one of my tournaments. He assumes he has to fulfill the attacking role.
Let's see the reaction when you just DM him and just say you must attack.
He would definitely do a double take. Like, do I? I might have to. No. The capture points are on the field. We're good.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Sandwich sending a very respectful message to Void in the DMs. That's good.
Did he actually send a message just now?
Yeah, he said, "Good luck to you, Void Man."
But just now, like, while they're in game?
No, like when we were
okay.
in the.
Okay.
It looks like based on the load time, it was during the loading screen.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. Good sportsmanship.
Usually, the deadline for corn pushing up is going to be around 6 minutes. Is when they want to be 6-7 minutes when they want to be engaging the front line. That's when they can actually start taking the fight without having to worry about losing out on capture points.
Mm-hmm.
So, how was your day, human boy?
My day was actually super cool. It was a good day.
Nice.
I had a meeting this morning, and I got to tell doctors that I work with what a big boy I am, and they said, "You're the biggest boy." And they pinched my cheek, and it was nice. And aside from that, worked out, took the dog for a walk, and I've been here, which has been pretty chill.
Nice.
What about you?
Well, got up on the other side of the day, got some stuff done, did some studying, exercised, showed up here at 1 p.m. thinking that this tournament was way earlier than it was, and then had a surprisingly free afternoon.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be a very... Like, I love how most people thought it was 1 hour later than it was because the British time zone changed.
Mm-hmm.
But you're just like, now fuck that. It's 4 hours earlier than it actually is because of reasons.
Most of the time, like weekday tournaments, are at 1 p.m. for EU players mostly.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a lot of like NA based weekday tournaments.
This one's for NA, baby.
Yeah.
I know strategically what Korn's doing. I know you've talked about it, but it is very funny that this is a game that is happening right now where the ogres are just like, "You coming?" And Korn's like, "No." Just no.
We're very lucky that RTK Tim the Wilder missed sign-ins because he thought the tournament was later because he is notorious for doing this and he's very, very good at it. But he does this a lot. But the fact that Void doesn't have control of Objective 1 means that Korn actually has a lot longer to sit and wait, which is really bad for the ogres. They really want to force Korn off of Objective 1. Because, like, basically the way you prevent Korn from staying back here is you put pressure on them, either through shooting them and, like, applying damage, or pressure through victory tickets, capture points. So you really want to have all of them to increase the pressure and actually force Korn to engage on you.
So why wouldn't the lead belchers just walk up and start shooting these assholes standing against the wall?
Basically, they're scared of the Vanguard summon points. The Vanguard summon points, things like Fleshhounds and Furies coming in, it will often punish those things. And then the other thing is, well, what if they just run at you? And then you have to kite very far and you're not fighting.
That's fair.
And then you just end up ceding a lot of ground, which can work out, but it's most of the Vanguard points. Like, if you push up too far, then you're very, very close to the Vanguard points, and then Fleshhounds, Furies, Skirmish Scout, whatever, can come out and punish you very easily. Especially, like, more so for the units that are, like, way back in the corners. They have to come very far to shoot those, but the ones at the spawn you probably could get a little greedy with. Also, that's part of the reason I like an Iron Blaster in this matchup, is because it's harder to punish. Like, Fleshhounds and Furies won't damage it, so it can push up and poke on them.
You know, it would be kind of funny if, as a final BM, Sandwich just went to bed and left us right here.
He just waits for 6 minutes, gives all his units in order to move up, and then concedes.
And he concedes. That's it.
Now, Sandwich is West Coast, so it's only like, what, 11 p.m. for him?
I know.
The Bills are firing on the back and firing at Valky.
I love how he literally just got bored and fired one volley at Valkia just for the lulz.
Yeah, attacking rules, man. Yeah, the Void lulz.
The Void lulz. He's just he's giving him orders again. He's just shooting at her because he's fucking bored.
Yeah, so now the Liberals are moving up a little bit to try and pressure the Corn troops as they advance, and then they'll kite back to their formation. Just maximize damage up, but there's so many shots to be fired at Valky right now.
The fuck? What the fuck is going on? Is this normal? Not really, but in this
normal,
matchup.
no. Unusual, also no.
Yeah. This is the first time it's happened this stream, but it sounds like it's a pretty common tactic.
Yeah. Well, it's a very strong tactic. A lot of people just aren't interested in playing it, to be quite frank.
Yeah.
For pretty obvious reasons, but yeah.
I just love how you could literally see Void be like, fuck it. I'll shoot a shot. I don't care.
Yeah. So I initially said like 6-7 minutes was the time frame, but because Sand was able to hold the high ground objective for a while, he actually has a little more time than that. So now we're going in. And the lines will crash at like 7:30. Yeah, Fury's coming in. The other thing is, once like both sides summon their full army, demons have a huge advantage because they'll send in Furies and Fleshhounds, they'll crumble and go right back to your reinforcement pool, whereas ogres have to route off the map, and that can take quite some time. So having full armies on the field always benefits factions that crumble, specifically ones that crumble quickly, like demons.
Ooh, this could be bad though. Some
Lead
Minotaurs lost their attack orders and are just standing as Lead Belchers shoot them in the face.
Yeah. Lead Belchers are focused on the Minotaurs. I think that's a huge mistake. You got to be shooting the Halberds. There's no other tool to deal with Halberds. Minotaurs are light enough armor that the Trappers will do good work. Lead Belchers have to be shooting Halberds, although they're collateраling the hell out of the Halberds. It just collateral those Halberds really, really badly. Yeah, I think shooting the Monster is just a huge mistake.
Nobblers are kiting away along with the Lead Belchers, so they're all just running. And there's like a million Ogre Bulls ready to run up. They're all going to die to Halberds like ridiculously quick.
Yeah, the thing is, kiting becomes a lot less strong when there's everything on the field because there's nothing really to summon to threaten to have the reinforcement points be a threat. So you're perfectly free to chase your opponent into their spawn when they have nothing left in their summoning pool.
I'm going to call it right now. I think Sandwich wins.
Yeah, this is a very, very strong tactic. It's hard to deal with. The other thing is, like, ogres do not win in melee against Khorne. Just, full stop.
Not at all.
Yeah.
They have a
like,
terrible time.
As slow as this tactic is, like, I actually find it kind of interesting because it just changes the dynamic of the game so heavily.
Spawner pushing right through.
Unique in that.
Minotaurs are crushing these Ogre Bulls. Yeah. The center is completely collapsing for the Ogres.
Yeah. Single Halberd is taking the high ground objective. Khorne is also capping the objectives as they push, meaning they stop their opponent's capture progress and can actually, like, really fuck them up.
So far it's 2-1, so far Void's still gaining more points than he's losing.
Yeah, the thing is, the Lead Belchers, as long as the Lead Belchers aren't firing, that value will not be going to
Jesus Christ, did you see that shot?
No, I didn't. On what?
There was a Lead Belcher volley that one-shot a Halberd unit.
Well, I have your stream to rewind and watch.
That was crazy. I mean, he got it sideways, so the bullets went down the whole thing.
Down the line?
Yeah, and that was great.
Why remember that unit you were shit-talking?
Yeah, they finally did something because they can get to point-blank range and shoot. I did say basic archers completely fuck them up, and it's annoying, but there are no
yeah, but against Khorne, yeah.
Yeah.
They're very, very squishy, but they hit quite hard.
Why pick ogres of all factions? I mean, Platypus was saying that Void's picked in some of the turns recently. There are certain things that you just pick because you like them. Like, I don't know.
Definitely, he has some degree of confidence in them. I think Valkyrie needs to come over and shut down those two Lead Belchers hiding near objective 3, the Vanguard point.
Yeah.
So I know she just stuck fighting Many Railways, which, I mean, she probably is going to trade up into them, but they're not a priority target. You really got to shut down those Lead Belchers.
Managed to great weapons are getting the troll guts. That might have been what he brought it for.
They are a good target for that. That's an excellent target for that. Khorne's in a bit of a mismatch on the high ground. Their Halberds are chasing the Ogre Bulls off the objective, and they really, really need to cap, and they need to cap soon.
Yeah, they're running out of time.
They are indeed. And if Ogres can hold on to objective 3, then they'll be in a very, very good spot. But yeah, Khorne really needs something to capture objective 1.
Also, Void has 2,000 supplies.
Yeah, well, this is what's up. It's Void is supply cap. He doesn't have anything in his reinforcement pool to summon in. This is part of the tactic for Khorne, is that there's just nothing for his opponent to summon. We call it supply blocking. You just don't have any up. You have tons of supplies and can't summon because you have nothing in your pool. I think Ogre's actually looking pretty good here, to be honest. Like, the fact they still have all the 2 objectives is really, really bad for Khorne. And Khorne's forces are petering out. The Lead Belchers have done a ton of work. They've actually torn apart Khorne's infantry line. And the thing is, once the Minotaurs lose the infantry support, they're a lot easier for the Ogres to deal with.
Yeah, I think the Ogres definitely got this. It's 2-1 in the damage value, and you just look across the map, and it's like there's just no Khorne units left. And
the fact the Lead Belchers are all still alive and still firing is just the nail in the coffin for Khorne.
Yeah. Looks like Ogres did it.
Yeah. Like, this is the advantage of playing a faction nobody else really plays. You can pull it out, and your opponent just doesn't know how to play against it. They haven't practiced it in a very, very long time, if at all.
Why do we have Forsaken of Khorne?
That's a good question. They've been on the field since the beginning. I mean, they will mulch Nobblers pretty quickly, but... And yeah, that'll be the game. Going to Void.
Void did it.
You know, we kind of expected this result, but honestly, it was still very impressive that Tzeentch managed to take him to 3 games.
Oh, yeah. For sure. For sure. I think that last game was closer than it looked in like a weird way. In that like
Yeah,
it looks like a stomping, but it's either the way it's set up that way is like, all right, is Korn going to push right now and kill you and instantly win the game, or does he not and he loses?
yeah,
And
it's very much like it's binary. Either the push works or it doesn't. And if it does, ogres get rolled back to the spawn zone. And if it doesn't, then they'll just keep firing, kill all of Khorne's army.
yeah, so there was a big concentrated push that got pretty far. Took objective 2. He almost took objective 1, but then he got baited off of it accidentally, and then he petered out, ran out of momentum, and he lost. But it's like, 300 tickets to 1,500 doesn't tell the story there.
No,
So
it's more a matter of just how the engage is taken. It's like the classic, like, get us like the age old, just get a good surround, collapse the missile line, that kind of thing.
yeah,
But that is our tournament going to Void Balls. Again, not a great surprise, but still a hell of a ride.
still a hell of a ride. There's a lot of upsets.
There were.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we did it. There's 59 of you here right now. There was a spike of 140 at one point.
It's an 8-hour tournament.
8-hour tournament. That's, as far as Dom goes, the one on Saturday was an hour and 20 minutes longer, so we take those. I mean, we plug the shit out of your stream and stuff. I'm pretty sure anyone that's been here this whole time knows who you are, but one last time. Let's go.
Yep, I am the Wild Platy, also as RTK Menacing Platypus. I do Twitch content, I do YouTube content. YouTube is in the description. I stream newbie tournaments every weekend. I cast single faction tournaments and normal sway tournaments infrequently. And then I do YouTube videos that are mostly educational based, teach people how to use certain types of units in multiplayer, as well as how domination is played. So, yeah, if that interests you, please check out my YouTube channel. Any support would be greatly appreciated.
It's in the description. I think he said that, but it is in there. If you like land battle content as well as domination, because I imagine you haven't hung around for 8 hours if you don't enjoy domination content. But if you want some land battle stuff, if you like a variety, I usually do land battle things around here. I would do more domination, but it is pretty well covered throughout the community. So we mostly do land battles or for fun tournaments or 2v2s with our friend Cuden. So if you want some of that content, feel free to subscribe. If you don't like land battles, that's totally fine. There's a million content creators out there doing great work, like Mr. Platypus and Turin and Anticity and all the folks. So find something you like, enjoy Warhammer multiplayer in all its forms. All right? I'll check you up this weekend. Might try to hop in a newbie turn. See you all next time. Later, Cody. Later, Obese Chicken and Sippe. And you have a great night, Platypus. Thanks for doing this with me. You definitely made it much more enjoyable than it would have been alone.
Yeah, you too. That was a lot of fun. We should do these more often.
We should, but I am a scheduling nightmare and I apologize.
Fair enough.
Bye.
Yeah.